A growing garden. Year 192. With the battle against the Demon King behind us, I moved Lumuf back to the north. The first order of the day was to find Ken again. Where did he go? And we couldn't find him. So, we made sure to keep all my artificial minds on the lookout. It's possible they sailed to the other continents, and if so, there's no point looking for them here in the north. Around this time, we received a letter from Mila. Another meeting with her, and Alexis. We met again in that same hotel, this time, only Lumuf and Edna. There really was no need to bring anyone else. Patriarch Lumuf, we meet again. This is Alexis, my partner and co-leader of the Rosewoods. Mila nodded, and this was when I saw Alexis again after so long. She was a tall, slender woman, her face was that of a human, with the exception of the beetle-like iris, and two little feelers on her forehead. She had human-like fingers, but the tips were like little claws with tiny hooks. Alexis nodded, and Edna too gave a knowing nod. Lumuf made a guess on her class. Assassin. Mila noticed the way Alexis and Edna looked at each other, and immediately explained. I believe we've met under less than pleasant situations. But let's put that behind us and look forward. Alexis was still tense and she sat down. Edna could single-handedly defeat everyone in this room, and everyone knew it. Lumuf smiled and sat on the chair. Indeed, I was also told by one former hero that you two tried to attack her. Mila nodded knowingly. It was clear that she's a former hero after that event. Our lack of intel from the central continent made us blind. It's very unfortunate that our meeting devolved in that manner. Lumuf took a cup of tea and sipped. He wasn't worried whether it was poisoned. Oh, she was equally surprised to learn that the two of you were former heroes of another generation. It seems to us that the number of former heroes in the world only keeps growing. Mila laughed. I suddenly feel a lot less special. Lumuf only nodded. So, let's start. I would like to preface our discussion with Ian's view. As he promised many years ago, he has no intention of meddling, and wishes to respect that both of you have separate lives. Alexis immediately leaned in. Define meddling. Is he not meddling, when the two of you are here? Mila merely sighed at the response. Lumuf was calm and he expected the question. It's important to look at context and the overall picture. Ian's ultimate goal is to break this world from the cycle. To do so, he has to occasionally step in to save the heroes, especially if they are cursed, in order to minimize the destruction from the Demon King. Though, as we could see from Alvin's case, he didn't do that well against the previous Demon King. Nevertheless, after our incident in the north, Eon decided that he needed to move in the north, as it seemed that these islands are home to quite a bit of the anti-hero factions, if only to maintain the balance. Sounds like an excuse to expand his power. Lumuf nodded. Oh, we make no excuses there. Eon in its pursuit of power, will have to expand to everywhere in this world. Alexis immediately turned to face Mila. The room already had anti-magic shielding. The world will run out of time. Lumuf said before Alexis can continue. Ava told us that the gods' powers fade. Well, we only heard from Ava, we don't know whether the other gods are actually fading or not. In a century or two, Ava will no longer support the summons, and the world may end up without heroes to face the corruption of the demons. Wait, what? Alexis looked at Mila. Mila didn't respond to the statement. Eon is aware of your past disagreements with his methods. Rich, and hypocritical now that Alexis is an assassin that killed many others. But she's a smart girl, and I like to believe her intellect could be useful. But let's work together, at least, to overcome this challenge. Past enmities can be managed. Alexis sat down. You're not lying. We met Ava herself. I wasn't sure whether to refer to Ava as male or female. Honestly, it could go either way, though the Church of Ava tends to refer to Ava as a goddess, even though that isn't exactly in their scripture. Her presence was real. Can you tell us why Eon has all the hero fragments? Alexis sat. Lumuf mentally pinged me, and I agreed. It was something he kept from everyone until recently, but he is what they call collateral damage. An accidental tag along during the hero summons. The fragments were awarded to all those who tagged along. There was silence, as Alexis and Mila both processed it. It was a long silence. You're telling me now, that he understood all our references all this time. And he never said a word. Alexis had a look that was mostly anger. Yes, infuriating as it may be, it was Ian's decision in the early days. This is ridiculous. Alexis looked at Mila. She stood and slammed the table. You believe this shit? I must say I do. Mila looked back. It makes a lot of sense, taking account of his paranoia with his knowledge of our world, he is quite like some of the more paranoid heroes. I didn't feel I was paranoid. I thought I was reasonable in protecting myself. Why? Alexis stood. I took over Lumuf, as Lumuf's eyes glowed. I spoke through him. Because a tree cannot move. If the entire world knew of my origins, would they turn on me? Maybe yes, maybe not. But I did not take chances, not with what little power I had then. I am unlike the rest of you, who can afford to run, to hide, to alter how they appear with magic, or with the right spells, to move to another world. If we made a wrong move, I am a sitting duck. I have been on the receiving end of so many hex bombs, that I no longer bother to count them. The truth costs me a lot more. I am willing to admit the truth, because now, I can afford to. The world is not a pleasant place. You've seen how assassins tried to kill heroes even with the overwhelming power of heroes. What could a tree, an immobile tree, do? Mila sighed. Alexis was silent. Mila and Alexis, we meet again after so long, and I would have preferred we met under more auspicious and pleasant circumstances. But the reality is this, we have just a few centuries left to chart our path, and prepare for the moments when our crutches are off. They were listening, even if they felt intimidated. It may seem long, but it's only 15 to 20 demon kings. That may not be enough to level enough of us, such that we can survive subsequent demon kings without the support of heroes consistently. Not just one demon king, but for the rest of this world's existence. Without divine support. Mila nodded. I understand, and so, what's the plan? Alexis turned. Mila. Eon is right. If the summoning of the heroes will stop, this world is truly fucked. Like it or not, we can't ever reach that level. We certainly don't have the right skills or items to even stand up to any regular hero, what more the Demon King. Mila defended me. We've worked at this for a century, and you're still only level 90, and I am barely above level 100. If Eon is able to even graze the level of the gods, then we need to work with him. I said frankly. Honestly, I am willing to let the two of you continue as is. There really is no need for both of you to make massive adjustments to the new lives you have built over the last century. But I hope to rely on both of you for intelligence, for support should it be needed, and mainly, to put things bluntly, don't get in the way. What I want at the moment is an intelligence sharing agreement, and a non-interference with our actions here in the north, or wherever you may operate. I can dictate that by force, if I need to, but that's an unnecessary waste of manpower. With the Valthorns, I could field far more power than they have. There was no need to have them enter combat, or enter into a formal alliance. They just had to stay out of the way, and if they don't, I'll have to force them to. Mila turned. I can agree to that. Alexis stood and looked at her partner. There was a hint of displeasure in her statement. We should discuss this. Non-interference should be a clear yes, Alexis. This doesn't change anything significantly, not with the proverbial soul contract on our souls. Intelligence is also an acceptable trade. We have an interest in keeping the world safe and supporting the heroes in their mission. We can do more working with Eon than against him. Alexis wanted to respond, and then she sat back down. She didn't look too happy, but she seemed to accept it. You mentioned there were others like us. Like Miss K. Mila asked. The point that I haven't quite decided on was whether I should expose them to K, Stella, or any of the other future heroes who may come under my umbrella. Yes. How about you? Have you seen any of your own? Yes. We have 2 under our care at the moment. But tell me, what's their role in this? How do they fit in? 2. I am beginning to suspect accidents are more common than I thought. I decided I could share some information. They are mostly helping me where they can, and how they could apply their own knowledge to improve things. One of them worked on portals. Another is helping with crystalline bombs which we will deploy against the Demon Kings. Ah, I've heard of the bombs. Mila said. Fascinating stuff. Alexis even got her hands on a few undetonated ones. Now that we know Eon was from Earth, it really explains some of these unusual combat strategies. Alexis asked. How does Eon plan to end the cycle? We've heard the goal, but does he have a plan in mind? Lumuf shrugged. This is partly why we are here. We don't have a firm plan. We are attempting quite a few things, but if we had more minds, with different viewpoints, we could have more leads. Some of the ideas are quite outrageous. Alexis stared at Mila. So all that rhetoric of a grand goal, and Eon doesn't have a plan. Mila smiled back. Well, don't all great plans begin with a vision? Maybe it's a vision that will lead us to hell. Are we not in some kind of hell world already? Mila responded. The two of them seemed to be pretty tense with each other. Maybe they've been together for too long. It's hard to imagine a friendship that's a century long would still be cordial. Lumuf and Edna just watched. No point jumping into their fire. What I found strange was that they did not respond to the portals. Did they hear it, or were they also working on something similar? Strange. Stella finally completed her examination of the Demon King's core. It's a dud. Again. The core received star mana damage, and it's clearly messed up whatever that was in there. Sorry, Eon. Not good enough. I felt like stomping my feet. We worked so hard and it wasn't enough. Of course, Edna expected it. It's not like we did most of the damage. Your domain skill really delivered though. I praised Edna then. We just need to work on damage. We both needed to work on damage. Even my fragments didn't seem to make much of a difference against the Demon King. It's likely that the fragments are only effective for non-demon kings. This, of course, suggested that demon kings are not demons, but in their own class entirely. We also examined the mana I drained from the core to prevent that last-minute meltdown. It's a lot of void mana and demonic mana mixed in, and the trees and potatoes that I used to hold these manas were corroding rather quickly, and I needed to constantly heal the potatoes so that these void mana didn't leak out and blow the whole place up. But the mana type nor the ratio didn't tell us much other than what we already know. The Demon King contained void mana within itself, and most of this was about to blow. Luckily, this time, I was able to absorb significantly higher quantities of mana to avoid any catastrophic blowup. In the first place, it was already weakened and had already consumed a bit of its void and demonic mana. Oh well, maybe the third time we'll get it. Our spies were helpful, but they were not able to extract Nera's secret god communion methods. More correctly, they were not even sure it existed. Among the mid-tier leadership team, they were not aware of any means of seeking out their god. They have the understanding that they will be contacted by their god, not the other way round. This, of course, made me wonder, why do their followers even pray, then? If their prayers do not actually go to their respective gods, then what is it for? Yet, despite the prayers never reaching the god, those who pray somehow receive blessings. How does that work? I attempted to make sense of this whole prayer thing. As I understood it, Lilies once said a domain is a higher order access to the system. But looking at what I've seen so far, it's probably not just that. At this point, I theorize that a domain holder essentially creates a spot for itself in the system. This was why Lilies felt my presence spread throughout the system. If so, when prayers are given, I believe these prayers are then recorded by the system, and there's a code or a program in the system itself, created either indirectly or directly by a person's ascension to the higher levels of domains, that then absorbs these prayers and then responds to them. In other words, the system functioned as an automated god system on behalf of the gods. The god may have set criterias for the system, or the system itself interpreted a set of criterias from the god's behavior that formed the basis of how it responded to prayers. I mean, that has to be how it worked, because I am not linked or giving powers to those who have Eonic classes, and yet they clearly derive some power that is modeled after mine. The system did that, not me. I did not assess these believers whether they were worthy or not, it was the system who did it. The system, as the only impartial operator in the world, made that judgment call. Thus, it's likely that even if Ava drifted out of range of her normal, direct powers, the benefits from an Ivan blessing or class would continue. No, thinking about it, would it be a good idea to link the world to where the gods are, if they are friendly? Such that they can use their powers more directly here. Certainly that would be good for the world, in the sense that Ava can then protect this world directly, but not good for me, since they probably would not tolerate me being so close to them. A portal worked both ways. The four heroes came to the central continent again, this time on their own accord. They've finished the clean-up of the demons in the west. I didn't like that they wanted to come, of course, but they were heroes, and they could just teleport to our continent if they wanted to. So, rather than resist and fail, since there's 4 of them, I decided to just allow them entry. I want snacks. All types of them. Prabhu told the attendants at the port. The attendants hurried to retrieve snacks from the warehouse. A Valthorn quickly reached out to me. As the heroes are not invited on an official visit, should we charge them the cost of their lodgings and food? This was a diplomatic headache, of course. Previously they came at Keith's invitation, and so I agreed to waive the cost of whatever they consumed. I decided to call on my council for their input. I think we should absorb it, for now. One of the lords advised. Most kingdoms absorb the cost of hero visits. After all, they never really stay for long. Most end up starting their own kingdoms. I think we should be more concerned if one of these heroes wanted to start their own kingdom here. Another lord responded. But until then, most kingdoms put on their best face forward. What if the heroes start to mate with any of the younger princes or princesses around the central continent? That could cause some of the kingdoms to stray from influence. And is that likely? I asked. It's possible. Many kingdoms historically attempted, with some successes, to absorb heroes into their royal families as a way of enhancing the unique status of the royal family. Granted, this has not happened yet in the recent Eonic era, but it was a common thing, historically. Some heroes end up usurping the throne via marriage. Fuck. A hero is one of the kings. There's no way I could keep them in line if that happened. Prabhu munched on a plate of snacks. I love snacks so much I am going to stay in the central continent. Fuck. Theoretical basis. Year 193. We want to make a deal with Eon. Prabhu and Colette said to Kay. It's been close to 6 months since he arrived on the central continent, and he's been visiting. On and off, they did travel to the other continents, but in the end, they returned. Kay sighed. Are you sure this is a good idea? I don't speak for him, so I'll have to take you to him, if he lets me. Prabhu was firm. Yes. Both of us talked about it, and we decided. No, I decided I want to stay here. Colette's just staying here with me. I wondered whether these two were an item. He's magical lips curled. It's really not a good idea to base your decisions on which continents have the best snacks. Am I such a caricature that my entire thought process is summarized down to my love of snacks? Well, no. But is it? No. I like snacks, but I am not stupid. I also like modern conveniences, and on that front, this continent is far ahead of everyone else. Especially here. If there was a place I wanted to stay, it's here. Have you thought about what you want to offer Eon as compensation? Kay said. Back when I was still alive, I helped Eon with magical research. I've seen Freeka's colleges, and I think the college needs a proper magical teacher. We both can do that. You know these mortals can't learn heroic magic. Kay frowned. They can learn by exposure. Just having heroes as lecturers should be a huge selling point for the college. I honestly don't mind being mascots. Prabhu laughed. I used to wear costumes for my school plays. So yes, I mean it, I want to live here. Kay looked at Colette. How about you? I'll travel around, but I'll probably drop by and just rest here too. The knight hero, Hafiz, is out to set up his own sultanate in the western continent, while Chung the archer went back to the southern continent to continue his work on magical contraption again. I suspected they were probably more than friends, but they didn't do anything strange while here. Maybe they used some magic to hide themselves from my prying eyes. We only have a few years of peace. Colette said. Before we're back to that old disaster, again. There's still so much to see, and so much to eat. We've seen most of the big sights. There are things hidden in plain sight. Colette responded. Like how we've never seen Ian's true body even after we've been here so long. There are things we will only discover if we spend the time to find it. These magical senses are tuned to demons, and very little else. Of course, that's really understating how overpowered their normal senses already are. Can you please ask Eon? Kay led them to me the next day, and they saw my main body for the first time. They instantly backed a few steps as my presence and theirs clashed. The true body is really nothing to scoff at. Prabhu said with a bow. We humbly greet the great deity of the central continent. I have heard of your request, and it is granted, with some conditions. They stared and waited for me to continue. I then listed down my requirements. I wanted them to stay out of politics and avoid giving any tacit or implied support to any of the nobles. I didn't want a political upheaval in my land, and I was concerned that the nobles would be able to gently maneuver the heroes against me. The heroes are political newbies. They could find themselves indirectly led to a path where they are then forced to make a choice. The only way they could stay in the central continent is if they are directly under my control, and no one else. At the same time, they had to work. I tasked them, mainly, with creating heroic items, and also working as guest lecturers at FTC. Just like Kay, when she was still a hero. Prabhu accepted it without hesitation, and was more interested in debating the specifics of his compensation for his goods and services. I then approached both Arya and Ispeng, and also Lilies, on the specifics of a pantheon. I asked Lilies, and Lilies could not answer. They have not reached that point. Greater than we don't know. It is a commitment far above what we are ready for. Less than. Lilies couldn't answer, either. But I sensed turmoil and conflict through our linked roots. I felt its many minds in fierce debate over the invitation. Dash. Arya and Icebang frowned. So level 200 is a pantheon. If we get there we can get it too. But we'll have to wait a few decades. But what happens if we reach level 200 and can we leave the pantheon? I honestly answered. I don't know. The system does not answer such questions, but I would theorize yes. A pantheon may not be a fixed thing. Only those who selected a subdomain, like my priest Lumuf, are stuck with me. What exactly is a pantheon? What are your powers over us? Arya asked. I also don't know. I'll know more when Edna joins my pantheon. Then we will wait until then. We certainly are not friends of the demons or the gods, so I don't see the problem in joining with you, if it's not a permanent, irrevocable arrangement. Dash. In truth, any of my domain choices should make the world safer. If I had all of them that would be even better. I hoped level 250 allowed me to get all of them. Dash. During the middle of the year, I got a ping from one of my artificial minds. My artificial mind drew attention to an individual who arrived by sea. The man had long hair tied up into a ponytail, and wore simple armor. The central continent. How does it feel? The man asked. There was a small snake on his shoulder, a real, living snake with dark green skin, but my watchers were already on the lookout for anything snake-related. The snake had glowing red eyes. We're being watched. Is it? The man looked around, but didn't seem to see anything. I don't see any assassins or spies. It's everywhere. I can taste a faint presence. Oh great. We've walked into a trap. No, I don't think so. It's easy to tell this was Ken. Hey, so is this trip a mistake? We still can back out now. No, if this is a flag, we should back out. No, the source of the divine energy we felt was here. Even now, I can still taste the residual divine energies in the air. We move. I taste nothing. Ken rolled his eyes. Your senses are crude, human. Come, we shall move to the source of this energy. We continued to watch Ken travel from the northern coasts of the central continent, slowly to the center of the central continent. It took them about 2 months, but Ken finally arrived at Freshka. There's something here reaching out to our minds. The snake said once they approached Freshka. What's that? I am not sure. You sure don't know much for a supposedly all-knowing snake. Ken laughed. I've never sold myself as an all-knowing snake. Is it? I recall back when you latched onto my soul, I remember quite specifically that you said you have the knowledge of the world and you can help me. My world, not yours. Great. I fell for a marketing misdirection. Ken rolled his eyes. The snake didn't answer. Ah, Freshka, I heard Prabhu's here. I should meet him. Ken said. Is dropping by unannounced a common practice in your world? It would be an act of disrespect to us. Ken shrugged. It'll be fine. Prabhu's pretty chill. He's still under the control of the gods. They may not be. Not when they detect my presence. Ah yes. That twisted backstory of your world, right? Ken said. But you know what? I'll still meet him. I am not at risk. You are. The snake was silent, and Ken smirked. Ken immediately activated a messaging orb. Hey Prabhu. Oh. Hey, Ken. Where have you been? Long story, but guess what? I am in Freshka. Wanna meet up? Wait. What? Sure. Dude, sure. You wanna meet at one of the city's restaurants. I thought I felt a little bit of echo as I heard Prabhu speak through my eyes, and also through Ken's observer. Yeah, sure. Tell me where. They met at an upscale restaurant in Freshka, complete with a private dining room. Of course, the whole place was bugged with my trees. Prabhu arrived first, as Ken took a while to find the place. When they met each other, Prabhu immediately frowned. Who are you? Ken paused, and then realized his disguise was still active. He activated some kind of spell, and now he transformed back into Ken. Sorry, I've got a disguise on, since there are a lot of people looking for me. Prabhu frowned. With that ability of yours, how do I know I am actually talking to Ken, and not someone who just looks like Ken? Ken rubbed his chin. That's a good question. I actually can't prove that. It's entirely possible that Ken's still back on Earth and I am just a copy of Ken who can shapeshift with flesh alteration magic. Or it is also possible magically that something ate Ken and stole Ken's memories, and now this Ken-eating monster now masquerades itself as Ken. Prabhu smiled and sat. Alright, Mr. looks like Ken but may not be Ken, so I'll still call you Ken for short. What's up? We saw the notification, and your message. Chung will want to know that you're still alive. Prabhu then pointed at the snake. And also, that snake of yours, where is it from? It feels familiar. Ken immediately placed the snake on a chair. His name's pretty hard to pronounce, but I call him Snek, because he looks like Snek. He's a spiritual hitchhiker. He's been with me since the very first day we arrived in this world. Really. It took a while for him to wake up, part of the perils of dimensional travel. Why didn't you tell us? I don't trust the gods to keep both of us safe. Not with the power they've given us. Ken remarked flatly. What is it? Prabhu stared at the snake, and the snake coiled up. And why are you willing to do so now? Ken smiled. Because I am no longer a hero, and it separated from my soul after it consumed the hero class. The snake ate your hero class. Prabhu's eyes almost popped out at the second sentence. How? And why? Seriously, why? What were you thinking? A knock on the door, and Prabhu tapped a button. The door opened and 3 waiters came in. They served the food, drinks and snacks, and left when they were done. Yes. Where were we? Hero class. What were you thinking? Ken looked, and smiled. Well, I am pleasantly surprised that you didn't instantly try to kill me or the snake. What? Why would I? Prabhu leaned back, slightly offended. Well, let's cut to it. We all know there's some mind control element. It restricts what we think and what we do. I didn't like that, and Snek helped me to remove it. It's a win-win situation, since Snek comes from a world that's devoid of heroes. Wait, are you saying Snek is a demon? Not quite. Have you ever wondered what would happen to the world if the demons win? Everyone dies. Well, no. The demons kill those that they encounter, but what if they somehow manage to hide? I thought the demons could find those who live. Prabhu frowned. They have refined senses, yes, but they are not perfect, and certainly not omniscient. There are things they don't know, and in the snake's case, they got lucky. What do you mean? Their world was swarmed by flying demons, but they, the snakes and few others, are a species of subterranean creatures. They lived underground and surrendered the entire surface to the demons, and they built their cities deeper and deeper. But, the gods only recognized those who were humans or humanoids as worthy of protection, so sentient snakes and other beasts were abandoned. That was fascinating. The flying demons and the demon king that made the surface into a demonic world, and yet beneath it, these snakes lived. And they remembered the loss. That's. The gods discriminate by species. No. The demons have tunneler demons too. Why didn't they use those? This time, it was the snake spirit that answered. Because the demons have a system. Each demon king that wins a world claims that world for its type. The demon gods created a rotational system to allow each subdemonic race a chance to invade a world, but if it fails, another subdemonic race gets the opportunity to send their kings. My world was claimed by the dragon demons. Prabhu asked a question I always wanted to know. Then, do you know what are the demon kings? How do they become what they are? In every world, the demons will create a massive pool or spawning pit. This is the heart of the demons, and it is linked to the core of the world. The hearts steal power from the world, to create a demon king. It takes almost a century for the heart of the demons to create a demon king. This story is different from the one told by the parasite. Prabhu frowned and asked. To be fair, it sounds like your world has managed to coexist with the demons. We do not consider it coexistence. Not when all the surface-dwelling species have been eradicated, and those who fled to the tunnels have changed over the millennia. Our world is a demon world, and we feel the pain of the core that feeds the demons. The demons were created from the energies of the captured worlds, and use it to create demon kings. The world's energy fades in strength. Each demon king it spawns kills the world a little more, and we fear what happens should the demons consume all of the world's energy. The snake answered. But because we come from a world where the core's energy has been tainted by the demons. Prabhu shook his head. Sounds like a pretty tragic background story. Ken actually laughed at it. I know, right? Anyway, their world needs a hero, so, since I didn't want to be controlled by the gods, I agreed to give my hero class to them. So, I am a free man now. Win-win situation. Free only because someone else will be fighting for you. Prabhu frowned. We could have used another person on the battlefield. You 4 are doing fine. I heard of your incredible battles. Those are all exaggerations. Those who were present in the battle all know it didn't go like that. Indeed, there were no spectators. The risks were too high, and everyone present was at a higher level. I lost too many lower level folks when I deployed them during the previous battle. It was also extremely difficult to scry the battle with so much magical interference. The 4 heroes defeated the Demon King. Ken said. Though, the central continent seems to have a different version of the story, where the warriors from the central continent supported the battle. As usual, the temples had their own versions of the story, and we too had our own versions. Each side made statements to its own benefit. Prabhu smiled. We had help. I see. Ken waited. So, why are you here, really? Someone called the gods here. Ken said. Snake wants to know. Prabhu frowned. And why is that? The snake shook his head. Let's just say it's a curiosity. Are you not afraid that someone who could call a god here can easily crush you? The snake nodded. Its voice was angry. So it could. But we want to know. We want to ask why we were abandoned. Ken looked at the snake. Sometimes I wonder whether that's how the demons came to be. These abandoned races, ascending and then are on a quest for vengeance against the gods who abandoned them. Why are they obsessed anyway? The snake didn't answer. We don't know why, and it seemed the snake did not, either. Prabhu frowned. There's so many holes in your explanation. How do you even manage to latch on Ken, when we are summoned? That's a kind of power I've not seen before. Your ability to extract the hero class, what exactly did you do? The snake looked at Ken, and it was Ken who answered. These snake folk, they practice a kind of blood magic. Prabhu's face twisted. Ken, you agreed to work with someone who sacrificed lives for magical power. Ken sighed. Prabhu, it's hard to explain, but yes. There's a lot more nuance to blood magic than you know, and these snake folk have a very high level understanding of it. I am now free of the hero class with no side effects. And how was that achieved, exactly? The snake and Ken seemed to share a look. It's complicated. You're not making a convincing case, Ken. The snake then said. There's a lot of sacrifice involved. Willing sacrifices are key. Willing. Didn't I recall the snake using some kind of mind puppetry or mind control? Ken leaned forward. We've talked about something not relevant for a while. Prabhu, I need your help. Help? What kind? Prabhu asked. The rumors were very messy. Some of them said there was a heavenly meeting, some said it was something else. We want to know, did somebody summon the gods? Prabhu laughed. Ah, the Ivan gods meeting. Yes, what about it? Do you know how to trigger it again? Snake says it may be his ticket home. I don't. Where did it happen? Here. Yeah, somewhere outside of the city. It's off limits, though. Can you smuggle me there? No. Prabhu shook his head. Trust me, you don't want to try weird shit in this continent. This isn't a place you can fool around. Even if you're a hero. Why? Some officer of the kingdom's gonna stop me. Ken said. This continent's a competent religious military state with a supposedly divine religious figurehead. You're a hero with divine powers. Heroes win. It seemed that Ken had a very different impression of the continent, and Prabhu immediately frowned. Those words are best not tested and said outside of this room, ever. You underestimate the rising god at your own peril. Wait, it's not a competent religious military state. All those soldiers in fancy uniforms and high levels. That's the impression I got. Prabhu frowned. It was the snake who stopped at Prabhu's words. Wait, how powerful is the deity of the land? Ken looked at Snake. Wait a minute, what are you implying? Sawabes rulers, you damned fool. I didn't know how, but the snake somehow managed to look like it had an epiphany. As it cursed at himself. I presumed that was his name, since it was clearly pretty difficult to pronounce correctly. 433 years of waiting for the right moment, and you miss this shit. Stupid. Elementary mistake. Spill its Snake. Ken looked serious. Prabhu's frown turned into bewilderment. The competent religious military state is competent, because there is a singular, ascending god at its core. You had the logic backwards. It is not the competence of the military order that maintains the illusion that there is a god. There really is a god, and it is God that imposes competence. All those military guys with high levels, the massive background presence in this entire continent, it could only mean we were watched. All the damn time. Ken's face paled. Wait, but Chung didn't say much about this Eon. The temples certainly painted Eon as a pretender. Of course they would. Snake screamed. Have you no sense of politics? Even we spirit snakefolk know about talking shit about your enemies. This is an absolute failure of your information collection. It's my fault. Now. Ken slammed the table. Well, yes. All we know about the central continent has been anecdotes and biased information from the temples and the merchants. Your friends didn't say much either. You, with your supposed treasure trove of tropes, seem to happily categorize the entire central continent into this caricature of a military regime. Tropes are never wrong, only subverted. Ken slammed the table again. I got the trope right. But we got the wrong decisions, you damned fool. What the fuck are you two talking about? Prabhu said. The food was getting cold. Prabhu's plate was clean. Snek turned to the hero. Do you know what level is Eon? I am not sure, but his two generals, a priest and a knight, joined our battle with the previous demon king. The priest was able to have Eon descend on the battlefield through him. They really pulled their weight during the battle. Ken looked. Wait a minute. The natives are not useless. I don't think so. Ken looked at Snek. This flies against everything you ever said about natives having no chance against the demon kings. That we all need hero classes to win. You're wrong too, alien snake person. The Snek paused. Our world never had anyone who was able to reach those levels. Even I, the one chosen to take a spiritual form and make the journey to the God-watched worlds, am no more than level 80. We didn't think it's even possible for natives to fight. They didn't need super high levels to break themselves free of the hero class. No, maybe it's easier to break if the hero class was low leveled. Prabhu looked equally puzzled. Where's this conversation heading? I am sorry, Prabhu. We just had a few of our key assumptions rebutted. We should stay here and watch a bit more. Snek said, suddenly. If this is true, I have much to learn about this world. A lot more than just a hero class. Prabhu frowned. I am not accepting freeloaders. You gotta get your own crib. Tree and the Snake. Year 194. A few more years to go, and it'll be 200 years old in this world. That's really long, though honestly, it only felt like a few years. Time is relative to lifespan. For a person who will live to 100, 10 years is 10% of his life, but for a tree that could live to 1,000 years, it's only 1%. The leveling system, therefore, is clearly rigged in favor of those with longer lifespan, though the levels itself allow those with shorter lives to live far, far longer. Like Edna, Rune and Johan were just one level away from level 150. Rune was an Eonic sharpshooter, and Johan was an Eonic master ranger. Both were ranged combatants, unlike Edna. Alka was level 143, Eons field scientist. They were a little restless. After all, they were so close. I totally understand how they felt. After all, I lingered at the edge of that level for a long time, too. There were new people, of course. Every year we admitted more into the Valthorns, and from that, an even smaller group that received the soul-strengthening seeds. Looking at the entirety of my talent pipeline, I had 3 bottlenecks. 1. Individuals who were able to reach their level caps of level 80 to level 90s were not many. Not everyone had the disposition or the personality to strive and keep pushing. Some just wanted to back off and just relax. This problem was mostly solved by expanding my recruitment to cover the entire continent. With hundreds of millions across all the cities, it's very possible to get the talent needed. 2. Training my talents to the level caps, and then beyond that, to the domains. I could cheat with experience seeds and give them upgraded classes and upgraded skills, and my gift to level them up to level 60, but all of these were like giving a powerful car to a driver who may not be sufficiently well equipped to use them. They needed a good foundation, and then only the powerful skills could then make a difference. 3. The soul strengthening seed that broke the level cap. There was a finite number of soul strengthening seeds I could make per year. The fact that these damned ginseng required long gestation periods only made this even more painful. But I wondered, why did it have to be me? So I approached both Arya and Lily's for help. This here is a soul strengthening seed made from ginseng. Are you guys able to make similar items? No, Arya said. Lily's responded and then produced a lotus root. We would select Tree of Life. In the end, I thought the ability to invade other worlds and establish bases in other parts of the world to be too enticing for me to let go. Not just that, it fundamentally allowed me to engage with heroes with a lot less fear, since now, they'd have to kill all of me, not just the main tree. No, the first thing I wanted to do if I chose Tree of Life was the damned moon base. You cannot be serious. Stella looked at me. You want to send a seed to the moon? Yes, I am. You're destroying the natural environment of the moon. Is this a conversation about preserving the natural environment? Because as far as I know, trees are natural, not native to the moon. The moon's uninhabited. You don't know that. Then more reason for me to go to the moon. I argued. Can a tree go into space? No. Can a tree go to the moon? Stella frowned and smacked her head. That's lame. I am a tree. I am unable to walk. If I were an animal, I would be lame. Stella rolled her eyes. Fuck you. So will you open a portal to the moon, or not? Fine. I'll try. I'll need some time to prepare. Dash. I selected my level 200 domain, and I felt power surge and flood through all of my body. I felt my heart, deep underground melt, and then, it split apart into 5 parts. 1. Immediately embedded itself back to where it was. I had 4 more seeds. Seeds of Eon. They were small, the size of a basketball. At the same time, I felt the other powers of the domain activate. Lumoof has been added to your Pantheon automatically. Pantheon invitation sent to Edna, Lilies, Arya. Strange that the system knew to invite them. Edna has accepted. Arya and Ispeng have accepted. There was nothing from Lilies. Not that he wanted them to urgently accept. They were probably still debating the specifics of such a pantheon. Skill upgraded. Tree of Prayers now also emit a healing aura around them. That's another skill. Dash. I watched Ken and Snek stalk my Valthorns around Freshka. They were extremely amazed when they saw Edna walking on the streets. They were almost caught a few times, but I told my Valthorns to ignore them. I wanted to see what they would do. That woman is special, Snek said in amazement. I could feel her radiant power here. We must see this tree. To think this background energy that we felt all the way in the Northern Isles was all from this place. The tree was in the north. Ken asked. Yes, it was. When? For a long time. I thought it was just some residue of this world, like something normal. Ken laughed and sneered. You have eyes, but you could not see Mount High. And you're a fish out of water. No, a snake out of the forest. I am a snake person turned spirit. We live underground, we survive mostly on magic and our diet consists of underground monsters. Snek clearly was on a different conversational wavelength. Do you think it's possible for me to take a spiritual form? Ken wondered. Think about it, a spiritual form. I'll be a ghost. If I am a ghost, nothing can kill me. Of course it is, but as I said, there are risks. 9 out of 10 attempts to take on an ethereal, spiritual form fails, catastrophically. The snake said. And of course nothing can kill you. You're already dead. But these 2 guys got in trouble, not with my people. Well, maybe they are my people indirectly. There was an Ava delegation in Freshka, as part of our peace arrangement with the Temple of Ava. An Ivan high priest immediately stopped and saw them while they were in town. You. He pointed at Ken without knowing who he was. I sense a foul ghost lingering about you. What are you doing, stalking about town with that ghost? Ken was defiant. Last I checked, having a ghost for a friend isn't a crime. The Ivan high priest discussed and whispered to his guards. It isn't, but I can still punish evildoers as I see fit. No, you won't, Ken said, and he ran. The Ivan priest and his group of guards ran after him. Bloody hell. Ken moved quickly. Apparently he picked up some rogue classes. Snek, unfortunately, shielded him from Patrick's pervasive mind reading. But Patrick could still pick up random thoughts and little bits that they didn't manage to protect. Snek spent most of his spiritual powers to protect Ken, and Snek's was partly exposed. There were moments when we saw little glimpses of what Snek desired, and it was a bit of wonder and intrigue. I found it interesting that Patrick's power could even be used on spirits. I didn't manage to use it on the demon parasite previously, but maybe that was because it was inside Alvin. He managed to lose the Ivan priests. Damned holy people. They really don't like you. It is not my fault they confuse me with the undead. Snek responded. I really don't understand this world's culture of despising certain forms of magic. Ken shrugged. People have prejudices. You were probably just blind on your own. I had enough of observing them from afar, and so, I sent Rune to confront them. We knew where they walked and lived in Freshka. Rune knocked on their door. They borrowed some money from Prabhu and rented a place of their own. Who the hell? Ken wondered and activated Detect Presence. Shit, it's the Valthorns. Have we been discovered? Rune knocked again, and then said. I know you're in there, Mr. Ken. I am Rune of the Valthorns. Eon wants to see you. Both of you. Ken stared at Snek and whispered. How'd he find us? Snek shook its tiny snake head. You mean, what finally made him decide to send someone and get us? Are we dead? Ken turned to the door and shouted. What does he want? Rune said. He just wants to see you, and your spirit companion. He has some interesting questions. He knows. Ken whispered. Should we bail? Do you think Prabhu exposed us to him? Rune had preempted that. There's really no use running, Ken. We've been watching you for some time. That's a lie. My rogue skills didn't pick up shit. Ken responded. It only means your skills are too low leveled. Ken looked around. Can we run? Snek shook its head. Think, you fool. We have a high-leveled operative outside our door, and I think this Eon could easily catch us anywhere we go. Our odds are fucked either way. We should cooperate. Are we in danger? Ken shouted. Rune smirked at the question, and then knocked on the door. You're not. Don't worry. But as for your spirit companion, it really depends on what your friend is willing to share. Ken looked at Snek. Oh, you fucked. Ken opened the door, and saw a carriage was already prepared. One of the continent's finest. A small convoy of beetles. Good. Rune smiled. Please get in the carriage. Ken nodded and went in. Rune followed. The carriage was magically enchanted by our mages for comfort and security. Where are we going? Didn't I say so earlier? You both are going to meet Eon, of course. What does he want? I don't know. Rune shrugged. You'll have to see for yourself. Snek stared at Rune. What level are you? It's classified. Ken looked at him. Certainly below level 150. But I am guessing it's very close. They had seen Edna and Lumuf both in Freshka, so they must have got a sense from their relative power levels. Rune smiled. Good one. What changed? Ken then said. My friend here says you've been watching us for some time. Oh, I wasn't watching you, but in Freshka, someone is always watching. Freaking police surveillance state. Ken responded. Dash. We brought them deep into the Valthorn's keep, and brought them before one of the larger tree of prayers. Snek was immediate. This isn't Eon. Rune smiled. Very observant. Snake spirit. Lumuf then walked in, and sat on the chair opposite them. Rune gave Lumuf a nod and left the three. Snek eyed him intensely. Greetings, and a very belated welcome to Freshka, the administrative capital of the central continent. You, Snek said. I didn't see it before, but. Lumuf's eyes glowed, and I descended upon my avatar. At that moment, both Ken and Snek felt an oppressive pressure. Greetings, Ken and Snek. My voice was amplified by the avatar power, and it sounded like 1,000 men said a single word. The little snake spirit just whimpered. Ken looked at Snek in shock. I have much to ask of Snek. Ken paused. How do you know? This is my city, and nothing here escapes my eyes. I said, and as I stared at Snek through Lumuf. Tell me the truth, Snek, and nothing but the truth. What are you? Where are you from? And what are you doing here? Snek's little snake body whimpered, and Ken just stared. He had most likely never seen Snek behave in such a manner. Eventually, I lightened the pressure, and the small snake managed to move. I could use the entirety of Patrique's mind-reading powers at this distance, but I wanted to see what it was going to do. I wanted to apply some of Patrique's power, to force a bit of honesty. But I decided to hold back, and wait. The snake adjusted itself, and then said, I am Sawabesarulers, a snake person turned snake spirit from a world consumed by demons. Is that the truth? I applied Patrique's power, and the Snek vibrated from the mental shock. Patrique said yes. Good. Snek nodded, shaken but it steeled itself. Ken immediately said, wait, you're using some mind-reading powers. Your snake has some kind of possession ability, it is but a taste of its own type of power. I responded. How do you know? Ken asked. I ignored the question and just looked at Snek. Sawabesarulers, continue your explanation. Our world was lost to the demons about 563 years ago, when the gods stopped summoning heroes to our world. Our gods, Gaias, Diyar and Merrick all abandoned us simultaneously, and we were invaded by the dragon demons. The surface world was mostly lost, and the few surface dwellers that remained lived in hiding, in fear of the consuming dragons. I checked. It was honest. We retreated to the subterranean tunnels, and that was where the survivors lived ever since. We dug deeper and deeper tunnels, and our people changed. But we always wanted to return to the surface. So, about 500 years ago, our people hatched a plan. The idea was simple. We knew that there were multiple worlds, and gods summoned heroes to them. We learned this from the Zerodans who once lived in our world. At least, before the surface water was consumed. Again, no lies. I commanded Patrique to continue, and only alert me if it lied. We had great leaders, and great mages. But only heroes could defeat the Demon King. Patrique sensed an uncertainty here. We thought, if the gods wouldn't send us heroes, we would have to steal them from elsewhere. Our leaders and ancient masters had a good grasp of the higher magics of the world, and were masters of spiritual blood magic. We knew that it was very difficult to send a person from one world to another. But if a person was in a spiritual form, it was easier to endure the perils of the dark void. The snake continued. I, along with many other mages and wizards, were sacrificed as part of a blood ritual that stitched all our souls together. This transformed us to a spiritual existence. That was the first step. Next, we had to gain levels. A powerless spirit could not hope to steal a hero class. I paused and asked, how did you learn how to steal a hero class? In our ancient history before our fall, our mages once helped a hero lose her class. It involved using soul fragments of other souls to significantly empower an underlying soul, such that it could shake off the hero class that was latched to it. It was harder to do if the hero class was at a higher level, as each level gained in the hero class enhanced its grip over the soul. Continue. So the solution was really that simple. Make the soul strong such that it could get rid of the hero class. If I gave someone a really powerful ginseng, could it achieve the same effect? So I was made into a spirit, and next, we waited. We waited for the moment when the twin-headed dragon demon king of our world was sent to another world. The demons had magical rifts that opened paths to other worlds, and when those rifts were open, I snuck into the rifts. But I didn't come out on the other side. Ken looked. I waited in the dark void, for the moment when the heroes would fly through. There were many near hits, but many of these heroes rebuffed my attempts to speak to them. But finally, when Ken and his group traveled from the other side, Ken agreed to talk to me, and it seemed we got lucky that he wanted nothing of this too. I looked at Ken. Lucky for you, the spirit you picked up doesn't seem exceptionally malicious. Didn't your parents tell you not to talk to strange creatures when traveling through the void? The former hero sniggered. Patrick confirmed he wasn't lying, at least. He could still fake it, but I didn't see a need to. So you got what you wanted. What's next? I need to send the hero class back, of course. The only way I knew how to send a hero class back, sadly, involved consuming a powerful soul. Did the gods say why your world was lost? No. Maybe. Maybe if one of the gods got out of range, all of the gods decided to pull out together. I came here to look for answers. We felt it when a god descended, and I had questions. My people wanted to know why we were forsaken. Ken nodded and added, I thought I should see his journey to the end, that's why I came here with him. He's spiritually bound to me, and he can't stay too far from me. I see. Tell me more about your blood magic. Ken's eyes widened in shock. Wait, why blood magic? Snek was in thought and failed to protect Ken's mind. Patrick, at that moment, read the now not a hero's mind. Fuck, it's really an evil competent military empire with an evil god at its helm. We're so fucked. We're dealing with the empire and this person is the emperor. I was amused at the thought. Snek continued. Our blood magic involved the use of souls and spirits for augmentation. The idea was the soul of many is stronger than the soul of one, and it should be possible to enhance one from many. Our origins were troubled by malpractice, forced sacrifices and wrongful use, but over the years we focused on the key elements of good blood magic. That involved holy willing sacrifices, and clean rituals. Consent and willingness was a fundamental concept, a powerful component that can significantly change the nature of a blood magic ritual. If we failed to consent, the ritual would generate hex. If consent and willingness negated the harmful effects. How do you know someone truly consented? We would do test rituals to confirm consent. A smaller ritual involving just the blood of the participants. Consent and willingness is written in our soul and our identity, and parts of it can be detected in the blood with the right ritual. Fascinating. Ken's mind was just full of suspicion. Oh God, is this magical tree going to sacrifice people en masse? What have I done? No. Play it cool. Don't alert the Empire. Find the resistance. Snek was entirely cooperative. May I ask you some questions too? I nodded through Lumuf. Sure, if it is reasonable. Tree of the Moon. Year 195. Snek wanted to know how we stood up to the Demon Kings. I was frank, we didn't. At least, not yet. It was a very depressing conversation, as Snek wanted to know what levels were needed to be able to fight toe-to-toe with the Demon King. In truth, if Edna was alone, she would survive the first day, but she'll be dead on the second. So, level 150 was not enough. No, even level 200 was not enough. We would need an army of us to do so. To think that the ancient dragons were able to hold the demons back, they had to have many creatures of that tier of power. Or were the dragons naturally so powerful? It was a very high bar. Level 200. They would have to gnaw at the demons for decades before they get there, and on top of that, fight the Demon King itself. Without the hero fragments, it would be very difficult to actually reach such levels. But my two compatriots did it. Both Edna and Lumuf did. In Edna's case, She served me for about 50 years when she achieved her domain. Lumuf, relatively speaking, got there faster, because of the boost from the dungeons. Could we transplant this to their world? After decades and centuries of hiding, they were not used to fighting. All they fought were the natural spawns that emerged from the tunnels, and there were powerful monsters even deep underground. The demon dragons of their world were not exactly interested in total annihilation, either. They seemed to only care about great crystal spires, the largest of which served as the spawning pools of demon kings. Snek had seen at least 3 such spawning pools on their worlds, nursed by the energies harvested from their world's core. There's clearly a mechanism in the background, where a world will transform to a demonic world under certain circumstances. Snek doesn't know. Told you should not have done shit. Prabhu said. Now you've got yourself entangled with Eon itself. I wasn't expecting the Empire. Ken defended himself. Which signs did you miss? The extremely powerful subordinates. The strange compliance from even the peripheral states. The magical beetle creatures that's clearly controlled by someone that can reach the entire continent. Ken frowned. When you put it like that. Snek, on the other hand, seemed absolutely converted. It's almost embarrassing how much of a fanboy he had suddenly become. Eon is the hope we've been looking for. Ken sighed. I really want to send you back, now. I can't stand all this praising Eon shit. Seriously. What do I need to do to send you back? No. I need to learn more from Eon. Our world would do much better if Eon could help us. Snek was a fanboy, and I felt secondhand embarrassment from eavesdropping. Where was the crafty clever snake I met? Ken smacked his face. I miss the snarky snake. As you've once succinctly described it, I had eyes, but I could not see Mount High. I have now seen the difference between heaven and earth, and there is much for me to do. Snek answered. Prabhu laughed. That's the first time I've seen a spirit turn into a fan animal. Ken, you've outdone yourself in training your pet. One must know their place in the world. There are mountains beyond mountains. Ken sighed. And I regret exposing you to Shenxia quotes. Prabhu, the archmage, was literally in tears. You absolutely deserved this, Ken. You know, you did all this to avoid the whole hero shenanigans, and here you are, entangled in the bigger shenanigans. Yeah, a snake's attempt to save their own world. I don't see how one hero class is enough to change the scales though, at least, from what we've seen in this world, the demon kings clearly can take on multiple heroes. The snake spirit responded. We don't need to. The demon king, at maturity, would be immediately sent to invade another world. The demon's defenses on our world are the demon champions, the greater guardians, and the demonic spawning pool spires. The spires are defenses. Prabhu was curious. Yes, they are. Ken sighed. What have I done to deserve this? Bad karma. Dude. Dash. Stella was ready, and the crystal batteries charged up. We avoided using demolite, even though those could store more void mana, simply because we didn't want to leave any trails for the demons to follow. Edna held one of my clones, the seed of Eon, and we waited. Lumuf waited next to him. All right, let's open a portal to the moon. The portal manifested, and I saw a thread of darkness that seemed to stretch ever further. We had a portal to one of the moons. Lumuf gulped, took the seed from Edna, and looked at Stella. They nodded. Now was not the time for hesitation. He stepped close to the portal, and Stella and the other void mages felt the void mana drain from the crystals. Portal is ready and stable. Lumuf stepped through, and I felt a searing pain from Lumuf, as if we were suddenly exposed to something extremely harsh. My priest was now on the moon, and even though the atmosphere was non-existent, and his skin burned from the harsh, unprotected light of the suns, the sight was breathtaking. It was like how the astronauts sent back the first pictures of Earth. I activated a range of shields, and I knew that any lesser druid would have died the moment they stepped through the portal. There was no life on the moon. Nothing for a druid to work with. There was no breathable air, but Lumuf was sustained by magic, and a bubble created from my adaptive powers. He placed my seed of Eon on the dirt floor of the moon, and I sensed that different, extremely parched dirt. The seed buried itself into the dirt. Should I go back? Lumuf mentally asked, and I noticed the lag wasn't as noticeable as the other worlds. Not yet. Well, start by exploring the moon, whether there's anything to see. Lumuf walked, and damn, the moon was huge. For most part, there really was nothing to see. It was just vast plains and mountains of dirt and rock. Here, we had an unblocked view of the stars and the suns, and it was unforgiven. My wooden shields were hammered by the rays of the burning light, and I regenerated them constantly. It seems we can put the contentious theories of the moons to rest. Lumuf said as he observed the moons in the sky. There are 5 moons after all. We mostly only saw 2 moons, these 2 being the largest and the closest. But there have been claims of multiple, smaller moons that are further away. I wouldn't be so sure. There may still be moons we have not seen, and the other 3 moons, are they really orbiting the planet? And are they really moons or just extremely large asteroids? That difference is academic. Lumuf stated. There was mostly nothing to see. And then there was. In one of the valleys, we saw a crater. The moon was covered in craters, but this one was different. There was a big pile of silvery bones right at the center of the crater. This was a crash crater. Bones. It wasn't hard to tell what it was. 4 wings, claws, horns on the head. It looked quite like a type of dragon, and it was massive. The largest dragon bones I've ever seen, and strangely, most well preserved as well. Strange that it did not decay under the battering of the sun's harsh rays. There was not a single bit of flesh left. It was just bones exposed to the harsh sun. It shone. How'd it get here? Lumuf was just as amazed as I was. The fact that it crashed seemed to suggest it somehow flew here. All the way from the planet. It's large. Maybe there's some scales or other such stuff that's in the dirt around us. We should dig. I sensed my seed of Eon still gradually settling in. It takes time for the seed to sprout in these parched lands. Agreed. But let's wait for the tree to settle in. These bones won't go anywhere soon. I didn't want to touch them. Not yet. I mentally marked the location on a makeshift map of the moon. Lumuf kept walking. Patrick said then. We should tap into the bones' memories when we can. Yeah, that's right. The bones could show me a glimpse of what happened in the past. I wondered whether these dragon bones could show me something different from what I've seen before. If anything, dragon bones could be used to make very powerful weapons, at least, if I follow how the stories normally go. Hopefully these would be more useful than the previous batch of dragon bones. We went further, and walked more of the moon. I had to take over at parts, as Lumuf needed to rest. The moon was covered in craters, and the moon dirt was all loose, the texture was powderish. There was no water on this moon. I would have to magically create them as part of my terraforming program. I felt mana flow to my seed of Eon as it created its first root on the moon. You have acquired a new title. Tree on the moon. Ah, titles. I've forgotten such things existed. They usually did nothing. It took months for my new clone trees to even make its first tiny sprout, as most of the mana was used to change the environment. We should make a cocoon, rather than a full terraform of the moon. Stella insisted. Moon base, not change the moon. Atmospheric changes may bring about widespread weather changes and may cause things to decay. That was also a valid opinion. I should test out the impact of terraforming the moon on a smaller scale before applying it to the entire moon. In addition, I wasn't fully sure how my new terraforming powers under Tree of Life actually worked. This part of the project would take a while, since I would have to take some time to check the impact of my new powers on an entirely foreign moon environment. Maybe you should do this first, on an asteroid. Stella suggested too. An asteroid is far more replaceable. That's a waste of my clones. I said frankly. It's not like I can't recreate my clones, but it is still a waste. If the plan is to create a moon base, then let's do a moon base. Remember, the whole purpose of starting out with a moon base is to amplify void magic. Indeed, void magic as a whole is a relatively fragile type of magic. They decay too quickly, and easily get weakened by a whole lot of other factors. Stella's earlier attempts to interrupt the Demon King from my super tall tree tower was insufficient. The natural next step was to go even further, and thus we decided on the moon base. If we could interrupt the Demon King's arrival, that'll be a good way to win. My spies embedded within Nera and Gaia had rather upsetting news. We still could not locate any records of attempted communication with their respective gods, and my agents even managed to comb through their ancient records. Nothing. Not a single mention of a way to speak to the gods, other than prayers. Gods find them, not the other way round. With, of course, tied in with what Snek wanted to know. How did we speak to the gods? I can't share that. It is a secret of the Triumvirs. I was on friendly terms with the snake spirit, but some things should remain secret. They were also not aware of Stella's portal magics, and that was a good thing. Stella's ability to open void portals remains a secret known only to the top of my organization, just like my ability to create clones. I really wondered whether I should help Snek. I barely knew them, and though he had been honest, I wasn't sure I should. Shame. My people have many words they want to say to them. At Prabhu's recommendation, Ken also got a chance to visit the journal, but sadly, it didn't work for him. He didn't have star mana and the journal could not open for him. It was also their first time to the Valley of the Unrodden, and Snek was particularly somber. This reminded me too much of my world. Ken merely sighed. That's quite depressing. Back on our homeworld, we discussed where to put the other 3 more cloned bodies. No, what exactly to do with it? The other 2 nearby worlds are a clear candidate. Edna said during the discussion. We could send the high-leveled Valthorns to those worlds, and help fight the Demon Kings there. This meant we could essentially gain experience from 3 Demon Kings over the same period of time. That's a whole lot of fighting. Lumuf sighed. I am not sure I am keen to do that much of that. It was true, and at Lumuf's advice, I've also increased the dungeon battles for the other trilogy patriarchs and matriarchs. A few of them have gone past level 100 recently. The most recent battle with the Demon King made it clear to me that he wasn't that fond of battle. With my clones on other worlds serving as gates, I could definitely send some of my priests and Valthorns there to gain levels. Edna had another private opinion, one she shared only with me and Lumuf. One tree on the eastern continent. For the Ivans who now require our protection. Another idea was to wait for the demonic rifts, and hijack the rifts to send my seed to the demon worlds. In short, I would invade the demon world with my seed, and use my seed as a springboard for a full-scale assault to retake the demon world. I could use my seed, together with the forest rod, to speed up the terraform, and quickly establish a defensible position. I'll most likely need Lumuf to be in that demon world for some time. Alka, my scientist, also had a view to use the clones offensively. He proposed that the clone trees be deployed on the continents where the demons were most likely to appear next. 3 clones for the next 3 demon kings. That way, we would be able to significantly support the battles against the next few demon kings, and relieve the pressure on Lumuf. Of course, this would mean I would also be able to establish a surveillance network on the other 3 continents. Something that my spymasters would love. Nay, while that was appealing in a way, I do prefer having the 2 seeds go to each of the other nearby worlds. Currently, I was already able to learn a lot through my spies, my network of minions and vassals, and through trade. But the knowledge of these 2 worlds could be radically different, and the combined magical know-how of the 3 worlds was likely to be more useful. Not only that, I wondered whether there are others like me in those worlds. An alliance of spirits across the 3 worlds would be fantastic. I'd have to send Lumuf for an information gathering visit. Why, it's time for my old priest to have his own isekai adventure on another world. He gave me a look filled with horror. Dream of trees on another world. Year 196. Lumuf in another world. Lumuf looked at the vastness of the grasslands, the strangeness of the green grass, same, but not the same. It was a different species of grass. The air had a faint taste of blood. This was another world. Lumuf had been here before. Very, very briefly, but this time, he would be here a lot longer. I got that Dimension Traveler, skill, and title. Lumuf mentally said. This was his second alien world, after the moon, and now in this strange new place. The portal took a lot out of Stella, and almost half of the crystals shattered during the trip. There's a skill like that too, I responded. The lag wasn't as pronounced as it was before. I suspected it had to do with the domain. The higher level one was, the lower the interdimensional lag became. Lumuf nodded, and his shoulders sagged. He may be old in terms of spirit and mind, but physically he had the appearance of a mature, middle-aged man. The levels and domain had returned life, vitality into aged him. He took in the air, looked around, and started to walk. I could send the seed of Eon to him via my transportation ability, so as it is, he didn't need to carry anything. He walked, and there were some animals nearby. They took a look, and just left him alone. Stella and Kay told me these stories. Isekai. Yep. I am living it right now. Yep. Then the first thing I should do is find a town, and register with an adventurer's guild. Lumuf said with a sly grin. That's par for the course. And I'll rescue some beautiful ladies and build a small zoo of female beast girls. If that's your thing, yes. Lumuf laughed. It's not. But I must really admire the creativity of the writers of Earth. It's really something that they could come up with such ridiculous stories. It's also uncannily accurate. But let us find this city of adventurers. I knew from Stella that each world seemed to have the same language. Lumuf didn't have to walk very far from the grassy fields when he saw a sign that pointed to a town. There was also a distance indicator, but we were not very sure what it was. There were trees and smaller scrubs. They were similar to those of our world, but had small differences, like their flowers were different colors or different designs. I don't quite understand why there are such differences, if the system is the one that regulates the magical spawning of monsters, animals, and life generally. There should be the same, if they were based on the same templates. Like, why does the system want each world's fauna and flora to be different? Variety. Maybe each world has a unique seed code that the system then runs through a creature generator. I feel such a setup was more likely, as it gives each world's fauna an internal coherence. Our senses detected a traveling group from far away. They looked like merchants, and they had guards. 4 soldiers, and 4 merchants. We waited for them to approach. "Hey traveler," Lumuf said as they approached. Lumuf was not armed. All his equipment and armor was kept in magical pocket space. He wore a casual, long flowing thick robe. What is a priest doing here? The soldiers were alert. They lifted their weapons. One had a spear, the other 2 had swords, and the last one had a bow. I happened to be lost. Lumuf gave his best priestly, friendly smile. A strange manner of magic sent me here. Do you happen to know where I am, and what's the nearest town? The soldiers were apprehensive. The merchants came out of their wagon. I don't recognize that robe. Which temple are you with, priest? Lumuf smiled at the merchant. Ah, very few do. I am with a tree spirit. We're an obscure temple. Very few would know of us. The merchant stared at Lumuf, and we felt the prickling of a skill. Domain blocked attempted inspection. And it's not nice to use a skill when I didn't. The merchant's face paled, and he bowed. My apologies, great priest. Lumuf's spirit stirred a little at the title, and I felt his subtle annoyance. Clearly the failed inspection was an answer of its own. The merchant explained that we were in one of the kingdoms, and the nearest town was along the road. I didn't bother remembering the name since it'll probably change in a few years. Lumuf feigned his best polite smile, and thanked the merchants. He declined the merchant's offer to travel with them. There was something about the opportunistic words from the merchant that irritated Lumuf. It seems it's that way. The town we visited was small, perhaps similar in size to the early days of Frika. About 3,000 or so people lived in a wide area. The houses outside the town's walls were simple, and ones within were made of stone. They've clearly prepared for the houses outside to be destroyed. Stop. Visitor. Identify yourself. Lumuf nodded. Lumuf. Priest of Eon. Never heard of it. The city guard barked some orders and another guard came by. State your business. Lumuf once again flashed his best business smile, and explained that he was a lost priest, flung to this place by magic. The guard didn't know how to process him. No documentation at all. No one who could vouch for you. It's magic. You can't always carry documentation with you. So, they talked a little more, as Lumuf waited in bureaucratic limbo. A senior guards person came and the guards discussed. It seems we are only seeing humans here. Lumuf mentally spoke, and I didn't notice it until Lumuf mentioned. I wonder whether there are non-humans. The guards left and then a bit more bureaucracy later, a man that looked like one of the political leaders came. Priest Lumuf, thanks for waiting. I'll be frank, we've never heard of the temples of Eon. I chuckled mentally. This was entirely our chance to play the hidden master or expert. Lumuf flashed his best friendly smile. It's no surprise, we are a hidden temple. Most of the time. In fact, this is the first time I've ever left my temple. I actually just want to return to my temple, but I do need food and shelter while I find my way back. I see. The man seemed somewhat affected by Lumuf's friendly smile. He nodded. In that case, please wait a moment. Not a problem. I've already waited for so long anyway, what's a little more? The man and the guards huddled and discussed, and in the end, the man returned with an iron plate. This is a temporary identification for you, Priest Lumuf. Please return it when you leave. Lumuf smiled. Thank you. The town was small, and all human. Lumuf wasn't going to ask anything. He knew people enough, that things about the lack of others to be best breached when they start the conversation. Life seemed rather slow here, though there were a lot of blacksmiths repairing weapons. You need a weapon, priest. Lumuf shook his head. I am just new here. The blacksmiths didn't pay him any attention after that. The inn was basic, and it was more like one of the residents' homes that had extra rooms and certain segments converted to a makeshift eatery. Inns were fantastic places for gathering information. Lumuf discovered a problem immediately. I don't have money. Lumuf frowned, but he walked back to that same man who gave him his plaque. Can I sell this so that I can have some money to spend? He took out a small iron dagger. It was very fine, but not enchanted. He had a lot more things like that in his own pocket space. The man seemed to stare at the dagger in amazement. This is very good quality stuff. The steel was quite finely made. Lumuf wanted to roll his eyes. Of course it was. A level 80 blacksmith made it. Lumuf faked the most sympathetic look on his face. Indeed, it's a gift from a friend, but sadly I am in need of money, so I do need to sell it. It was one of Lumuf's skills, to help persuade and convince others to like him. The man nodded. I understand. Come with me. The man returned to one of the larger buildings in the town, and came out with a small pouch of coins. Here, some official coins for you. Lumuf checked it briefly and smiled. Thank you. The inn was rowdy, and the beer was bad. But Lumuf could hold his drink, and he listened to the townsfolk chatter. We picked up a few things quickly. This world had gone to shit, in a way. There were 3 large alliances. The humans, the centaurs, and the sandpeople. Each was at war with the other 2, but none ever attempted to fully conquer the world. The demons came less frequently to this world, only once every 15 years. The heroes were summoned in groups, and each of the 3 alliances would usually have the same number of heroes. In a strange twist of fate, we had come full circle. I was the alien yeeted to a strange new world, and now I sent Lumuf to discover a strange new world. Strange, I said, and so at night, we walked out to one open field, and through Lumuf, I activated my avatar, and created my special tree type, the Astral Monitor. The Astral Monitor immediately looked up. We saw. There were fewer strands of light in the sky, these little trickles that link the world to the demons. They were all fainter, a bit further away. Lumuf looked, and he sighed. Perhaps there is a secret here, why there's less of them. Our goal here is to learn of the other world's magic, and make friends with potential allies. We removed the tree, and returned to the town. You there. A knight in magical armor approached us on our way back. Identification. Lumuf handed the plate as commanded. He wasn't planning to resist. The knight stared at the plate for a while, and then returned it. The bed was bad, but it's too bad we couldn't go back freely, at least, not with Stella's ability. I could teleport him back, but then we'll have to wait until Stella's ready to send him to another world. A waste of time. We should go to a capital city and see what we can learn. Lumuf suggested and I agreed. It wasn't hard to get a wagon or a caravan to the capital. Most traders were headed there anyway. Back home, my seed grew well. The moon dirt was really unpleasant, but my magic over the last year helped to transform bits of it into something a bit more usable. My clone body was now the size of a small shrub, and it contrasted with the lifelessness of the moon. Its greenery stood out like a sore thumb. It'll get faster as time goes on. I also noticed it took longer for me to create a tree, any type of tree, in this environment. That was strange, because I remembered it wasn't that long back on the demon worlds, when my vines and roots snuck through the rifts. This posited a few possibilities. My tree creation abilities through subsidiary tree, or giant attendant tree, or other similar classes, had to check whether the terrain was suitable for trees. If the answer was yes, then the tree could be created almost immediately. But if not, then it'll have to magically terraform the dirt, then only the tree was created. The second possibility was my ability actually tapped into some magical energy in the planet. If the planet, or in this case, the moon, was devoid of mana, then creating a new tree took longer. There were a few other possibilities, but I thought these 2 were most likely. The capital of this kingdom was honestly not impressive. For someone like Lumuf who's seen the best of the central continent and a few others, it's actually underwhelming. In many ways, it was comparable to just a large city. There were scars of war, still seen. Lumuf learnt there was a large battle a few years ago. Even though the Demon King's invasion was less frequent, the demons were still described as extremely powerful beings. We're here, priest. The convoy leader said, and Lumuf gladly made the last payments. The city had a smell, and strangely, there were no identification checks. The guards just waved everyone through. He headed to the Adventurers Guild. There was one, even here in this different world, and noticed it was mostly humans. There were few mixed ones, but they clearly hid their mixed heritage with hoodies, hats or other bodily coverings. Lumuf, through a skill, managed to roughly sense the strength of those in the guild itself. They were mostly low level, in their level 30s and 40s. The stronger few were in the 50s and 60s. Lumuf smiled, and approached the receptionist. I'd like to hire an escort to the biggest city of mages on the continent. Do you know where I should go, and how do I get there? The receptionist thought for a moment and gave a name of a city that I didn't bother to remember. Lumuf sold 2 knives, and then took another wagon to this magic city. It took a month, but it was actually impressive. The magic city was carved out of a large crystal mountain, and Lumuf immediately sensed very strong magical energies. It was extremely raw power, it's as if a part of the core itself was on the surface. Lumuf sensed strong magical defenses, comparable with the best of theirs. Welcome to the magic city of man. Those who greeted Lumuf said. Here, we research the heights of magic and cast spells that the centaurs and sandpeople could not hope to match. An adventurer that traveled with Lumuf immediately whispered, that's not exactly true, but let's not talk about it publicly. More importantly, Lumuf sensed a presence that was within the crystal mountain itself. Was it a spirit? But he didn't sense the presence of a domain, or were our senses mistaken? Here, in the magic city of man, we learned more of the 3 great forces. As it turned out, the Sandpeople had a great pyramid of rock that survived the assault of countless demon kings. It is their ancient relic, apparently inherited and created by their god. It was a fortress and a bunker, and it was said the demon kings assaulted it for decades and failed. The centaurs possessed the great vanishing country, which the great centaurians controlled. The entire country itself could vanish, and the power to activate the great relic was passed down the centaurians. With such strong relics and artifacts, it's no surprise each of the 3 great forces managed to thrive, even with the assault of the demons. The peoples of man worshipped Malas, the centaurs and the non-humans worshipped Gyar, and the Sandpeople and Scorpios worshipped Nair. One god for each group. We immediately wondered whether Gyar and Gaia were the same, but it's hard to say, without actually tracing the lines of heavenly power. Our world lacked such great artifacts. Perhaps, only the great elf spirit could vanish and hide their city temporarily. But if these nations could hide an entire country, they could preserve their strength even with the demon kings. Lumuf said. I thought about the dwarves of Margmar, and realized that may not be true. The Margmarian dwarves had great powers and powerful relics too, but even they died in the end. The ley line lens remained an unusual relic, even if I didn't find much use for it. No, even the dragons with their incredible might. Dragons that managed to even somehow land on the moon. This world just did not encounter a demon king of the right power. All of this could be lost just as easily. Within centuries, if not decades. Such power was no guarantee, even if it did help. At least, Lumuf noted that the rulers were prepared. He noted multiple magical defensive towers, and mages on the lookout at all times. All of them seemed quite relaxed, though. Are you here to learn magic? One of the city's receptionists approached him and quickly asked. Though, given your age, it might be a little too late to learn advanced stuff, but you can still learn a few tricks to impress your kids. Lumuf smiled. Ah, what kind of magic can I learn? Where do I go to know more? The magic city of man, Myelga, was segregated into rings that went closer to the peak of the massive crystalline mountain. The city itself was carved out of the crystal, and most of the academies here actually grew the crystal itself. The mountain was growing, literally. It was so damned obvious in hindsight. In fact, I should have known it was possible when I considered that it was a relatively common activity for children in the more wealthy parts of our world. Children sometimes grew crystals out of sugar or salt. This entire city had large groups that focused on cultivation of these crystals, and parts of it were harvested. The towers were made out of a combination of magic, skill and materials harvested from far away. We saw large caravans that hauled smaller crystals and other materials here. Growing magic crystals is a sacred art available only to the high mage priests of Malas. Of course, that was the first thing we asked. If it's possible to grow magic crystals, which I've not seen anyone in my main world do, then I could totally grow different types of crystals. No, it may even be possible to grow powerful variants of crystals. Wait, was Arya and Icepeng essentially growing ice crystals all this while and I didn't notice to ask them for more details? Lumuf looked a bit sad, and then we approached another group of assistants and administrators. The rest of the magics were mostly normal, like spellcasting, forging and so forth. Then we saw a part of crystal manipulation and crystal forging. I bet Alka could find really interesting ways to use this new knowledge. Maybe it would be better if he was here. Lumuf noted. Yes, but we need to make sure that this is a safe place for someone like him. He's too valuable to just leave him here where others could hurt him. Alka was not a combatant. As a field scientist, he got a lot of skills that supported his research, but he remained vulnerable to combat. Back in Freshka, Alka's always protected by an invisible army of spiders and beetles. Not only that, there's always eyes to protect him. Here, I am not comfortable with that. Maybe once he obtained his domain and gained the ability to reincarnate. Lumuf took on the role of the mature man who came to the big city for the first time, and feigned ignorance at every turn. To do so, of course, he dressed like a villager. We explored the city molded out of crystal mostly unimpeded. Most of the mages just sighed when they saw us approach. We eventually arrived at a large crystal building that resembled a massive nest. This is the Hall of Melas. A guard said. No entry unless invited. We should send spies here. Lumuf said as we rested at an inn. It's nice. They lack the background. They'll get detected. If anything, Stella or Alka fits this place best. Lumuf paused. What about K? This place is a mountain of living crystal. As a bio-crystalline golem she would be of huge interest to the locals. But Lumuf realized the problem. And of course, it'll be a huge mark on her, as many will ask where she had been all this while. Later that night we joined the inn's bar, and gathered a bit more info. It's still about 8 years to the next Demon King, and there are still 2 living heroes, one of the Sand People, and one of the humans. The human hero had apparently started a small kingdom of his own, while the Sand Hero just turned into a hermit. My senses still suspected there was something deep in these mountains, even if I wasn't quite sure what it was. It may be possible that a spirit lived in these mountains, and my gut feel that there must be. Isekai Tree. Year 197. Another otherworldly episode of Lumuf. Lumuf spent time in the other world, making friends and establishing connections, and I redirected my attention back home. Home. Snek shared all he knew about the demons. Since demon kings were not outright creations but were instead grown in these large spawning pools, I wondered whether this meant their power level was usually determined by the world that spawned these demon kings. The core's energy, or the world's energy, was drained to feed the demon king. Essentially, these demons figured out a way to channel an entire world's ley lines to create demon kings. I was amused that this actually meant that some of the earlier accusations against me that I was a demon god could therefore be true, since using ley lines to create dungeons is probably in the same category as creating demon kings from ley lines. No, more importantly, could I do the same? Currently, I am essentially using ley lines to create dungeons, which then translates to experience, to more powerful subordinates. If Snek's understanding is correct, after all, he could still be wrong since he is just an observer of the Demon King's spawning pools. It should be possible for me to grow a Demon King using the powers of a world. Essentially, I could remove the dungeon part, and essentially somehow use the ley line to create stronger subordinates directly. Of course, this is the magical equivalent of me knowing that birds can fly, and then theorizing that I should be able to fly too if I have wings, and now I just need to go about actually creating the wings. I certainly don't know the nitty-gritty details about plane designs at all. Patrick and my artificial minds got down to work and helped consider the issue and possible hurdles I would have to clear. 1. Ley lines are currently difficult to manipulate. The Demon Kings must have a means of manipulating ley lines in order to create more Demon Kings. I believe this is true, because the Forest Rod is one such strange item. On this aspect, I would either have to steal the demon's way of manipulating ley lines, or invade that demon world and see how these strange artifacts are made. 2. Demons have a way of directing energy and mana into creating life or creatures at that level of power. I think it is probably the harder hurdle. For me, I am not able to do so, and yet, I suspect my Soul Forge colors may essentially be the one of the components. If each color of the Soul Forge created a more complete soul, a full Soul Forge should, in theory, create a whole soul. Essentially, I could create artificial souls that possess sentience and sapience above my existing artificial souls, and for them to then function as a vessel of the power from these ley lines. Based on what Snek described, these spawning pools seem to be large, growing things. It may be a good idea to invade a demon world just to gain control over these spawning pools. These demons were also thematic, and that implied that each spawning pool had to be configured differently in order to produce demon kings with different types of powers. I suppose in our world's terms, it is the equivalent of one country without planes that witnessed another country's planes, and now it tried to make those planes by collecting the pieces of the planes and piece them together. Or maybe just capturing the factories that made the planes. It's possible that the schematics are off-site, and the factory is just an assembly plant. In any case, it was an idea I kept at the back of my head. It was just Ken, Snek, Stella, Edna, Kay and Prabhu in the room, when I introduced Stella and Kay for the first time to both Ken and Snek. Lumoof was still in another world. Snek paused and looked at Stella. She has void energy swirling around her. Have you discovered the way of the Zerodans? The Zerodans disappeared from Snek's world. Stella smiled. I was taught by a Zerodan. Snek was amazed. That means you could send me home. Stella shook her head. Possible, but I believe we should first match our astral maps. Snek gladly shared. This snake spirit was incredibly cooperative. The mages of Snek's world did have a map, but their maps were derived from whatever knowledge they stole or spied from the demons. We were able to roughly, using the dragon demon world as a point of reference, to roughly estimate the likely locations of Snek's homeworld. No, your world is too far beyond our astral vision, and so, I sadly see no way of getting you there. Ken watched Snek and Stella interact, but then he asked. Wait a minute, all this talk about going to other worlds is only relevant to Snek. I want to know, is it possible to send us home? Stella shook her head. Sadly, it seems Earthlings and other Earth variants exist in a different layer of space entirely. Only the gods are able to pierce that veil, for now. Could Star Mana do so? Prabhu asked. To the Archmage hero, Star Mana was the solution for everything. In most cases, that's usually right. Kay then added. Unfortunately, Stella's void magic is incompatible with Star Mana. We've seen it react horribly when used together. So your trip is one way. For now, I suppose. They could die and their gods reincarnate them back to where they started. The news that Stella couldn't send him home was disappointing for Snek, but it was not the end. There was a moment of silence as everyone was in their own thoughts. For Stella, and myself, Snek's own stellar maps expanded my own view of the multiverse. We knew, at least, it was located really far away, and somehow these demons are masters of these void paths. There will be a demon king in 4 years. It may be possible for you to sneak through those rifts. If it's the correct world. Each demon king is linked to a different world. Snek was aware of the need of mana modulation and resonance to access those rifts. Alternatively, I could wait until the right demon king appeared. One from my world. With the right items and ritual I could separate from Ken and he would be free to do whatever he wants. Ken, strangely, seemed to have an epiphany of his own. But what if Snek and this tree plots something? It's better wait what I am thinking. So what if they have a plot? Why should I even care? All I want to do is get out of this shit, that's why I gave up the hero class. Does it matter if I live under an autocratic god emperor of the world, so long as I don't have to deal with it? No, if I want to live quietly and retire with a family, that's actually good. Ken's sudden change of heart seemed to make him smile. Yeah, I actually want to just live somewhere safe and quietly for the rest of my life. Maybe it's a good idea for us to separate. No one heard him say it. Well, maybe except Snek. Since no one responded to Ken's statement, I merely continued with my proposal. I think it's best to wait till the right demon king appears and figure out what's the best way to send you back. We will have many demon kings to face over the next few decades anyway, and if it is on a rotational basis as you speculated, then your world will come around. We actually don't know whether the paths to the demon worlds that faded away eventually return. The data of past demon king types has been insufficient to prove that there's a larger cycle in the background that rotated the demon kings like some constellation movement. My gut feel is there's more than just the 8 or 10 lines we see in the sky. The gods said there are thousands or millions of demon worlds. So why are only these few worlds targeting our own? No, what I also don't understand is, why not just flood a world with thousands of demon kings? Is there some rule or perhaps a magical reason why they can't come here directly? Stella came and shouted in one of the rooms where my tree of prayers was. Eon, you must see this. There's a world that suddenly popped into our astral line of sight, and it's moving quickly. We must visit it before it goes away. Awfully convenient, but I suppose before this, I didn't even know they came. We activated the monitor. It's funny that I considered this world home. Actually, I feel it is my home, and it's the same for Stella. We saw a moving shadow, small and barely noticeable. I would not have noticed it. It may have been there for some time. It's lucky that I saw it there. It's thanks to Snek's star maps that I saw something faint that moved. It was far, but reachable, at least from what I understood of Stella's limits. But it moved quickly, and based on what I could tell, it would move out of Stella's range within a year or two. It's very dim, and as with worlds across space, they appeared like little bubbles. It was unique that the bubble was mostly dark, with little bits of light left. The other worlds, like the one Lumoof was in, were bright. It's a moving world. Yes. We should investigate it quickly. Pull Lumoof back and well send him there now. Stella insisted, while I can still reach it. Or send Edna. No. It had to be Lumoof. Lumoof spent a lot of time in the magic city of Myelga. We have a small window of interacting with this world. Given its situation, it may be very different from what we've seen so far. Indeed, I could pull Lumoof back if I am uncomfortable with the risks. All I needed was my seed to be deployed to this strange world. I immediately pinged Lumoof. Lumoof, we have a situation back home. I'll need to send you elsewhere. Lumoof nodded. He hurried off to make arrangements and said his goodbyes. It took 3 weeks for Lumoof to create a story that he would be away for some time. Luckily, no one asked too many questions. I pulled Lumoof back. I shared the view of the strange alien world that we saw. You want to send me there? Yes. Stella said she will be able to send one. It has to be you, because I want to see what's there. Lumoof nodded reluctantly. Stella immediately made preparations. I decided to name the world with the 3 large factions as 3 worlds, and the stray world as the Comet world, since its behavior was comet-like. The fact that it drifted in and out of view suggested it had a path that it traveled through space. I was fascinated, and intrigued by what a world like that would be. But 3 worlds. The Magic City. There's still so much to discover. I could have put my clone tree somewhere just to lock my access to the world, but I decided it was better to wait. I wanted a good location, and I wanted to see whether it's get certain special effects if my tree was located on some extremely powerful ley line. We can return to 3 worlds later. 3 worlds and that other world seemed to be somewhat tidally locked, that our homeworld and these 2 worlds seemed perpetually close by. I think it wouldn't leave us for a while. Lumoof stared. Let's go then. Stella quickly gathered her resources, and prepared far larger quantities of crystals than ever before. The spell strained her energy, and I had to support her with my vines. The portal opened, and my vines went through. Quickly, Stella shouted as she felt her void energies fading. The relatively faster movement of this comet world through the void sea increased the cost and difficulty of the portal. It was essentially trying to throw a line at a moving speedboat. It's land. I saw floating islands. Lumoof stepped through, and I felt searing pain. It was a familiar one, a sensation of being torn apart. No, it's like one was hanging by the side of a speedboat, or one of those tourist things, where the boat lowered a paraglider such that their legs partly in the water. I felt something smash into Lumoof's body, and I tried my best to shield him from it. Lumoof went through. Dash. When we arrived, there were no trees, no grass. Just dirt and dust. The air was hot and burning, but filled with magic. Unpleasant, angry magic. It was as if mana itself took a personality, and it was unpleasant. The ground was unstable, and rumbled constantly. Huge chunks floated in the sky, and the sky was reddish. I felt it instantly. This was a dying world. We saw a light, and it streaked across the red sky and smashed into somewhere off the horizon. Minutes later, a flash of light, and a shockwave of hot wind. There were more lights in the sky. I shielded Lumoof instantly and encased his body in an armor of wood. What should we even do? I activated my avatar form, and Lumoof turned into a massive tree. I spawned trees by the hundreds, and more magical labs. If there is somewhere or something left in this world. I activated a dome of wood. There was another shockwave from another meteor. The red sky was filled with it. The sun was red, and it was large. My sensors tried to sense for any magic, but there were too many of these shockwaves, they contaminated the data. It's like trying to listen for the footsteps of ants when there's a band playing right next door. Boom. Another shockwave. We should return, Eon. There's most likely nothing here. Wait, I said. If Snek can survive in their world, there must be survivors. Even if all I can do for them is evacuate them offworld, that may be good enough. As my roots spread, I felt something touch me from the deepest of my roots. It spoke to me directly. Child of another world, who's that? But before anything, I felt like I was entranced. We are dying, the Sun Father nears its end. Our world doomed. Save our children, they are there. You have received a living map of the Comet world. The map appeared before me like. The ground cracked, and it tore. A part of it started to float. We have to move, quickly. The map instantly marked certain red spots, which I presumed where this voice wanted me to go. Lumoof closed his eyes and then brought out a magical scroll. Greater teleport. We were instantly warped, and I was suddenly on another cracking island. It looked like a city, or at least, a castle. I saw people. No, they were dogs. They had the head of a dog, and they were each a different type of dog. They looked at me in horror. A monster. Kill. A meteor smashed into one of the castle's towers, and incinerated it instantly. People were fleeing, but they didn't know where they were going. We saw another meteor. Lumuf instantly jumped onto one of the walls, and created a wooden shield. The meteor smashed into the wooden shield and disintegrated. My first direct hit from the falling meteors, and I realized, it contained star mana. Within these meteors were star mana. My shield would not have disintegrated so easily. Not to something as simple as falling rocks from space. I turned, and saw more dog people. They looked like mages, with their stone staff and crystals. Back home, Stella was in no condition to send anyone back. She had collapsed after Lumuf went over. How do I know? The clone seed was one of the ways I could save these people. I could exploit the tree of clones to send someone to me. Unlike the moon, which never had any trees, this world once had trees. I knew that from the brief avatar state, and from when my roots touched the ground. Lumuf. Place my seed in the ground. Now. Lumuf leapt off the walls and landed on the dirt. Are you sure? This world is dying. Another meteor crashed elsewhere. This was a world experiencing a meteor apocalypse. Lumuf, are you suggesting we let these people die? I mean, I usually don't care, but I suppose seeing a world dying right before my eyes was something else. This was like watching a movie where someone used a black hole in the center of a planet. I can always make more seeds, but let us not waste time. My seed was planted in the ground, and it absorbed the mana from the ground, and quickly turned into a massive tree. The dog people looked in wonder. I had never used the Tree of Clones transportation ability. I didn't expect to have to do an evacuation of an entire planet, but I suppose there's a first for everything. Our children's die. I felt the voice again through my roots. Lumuf immediately shouted. This world is dying. We will send you somewhere safe. Come quickly. Tell everyone. The dog people talked among themselves, and some walked to the tree. The first dog people to volunteer looked like a warrior of some kind. He had armor and a spear on his back. He touched my clone tree, and a large tree door appeared. I sent him through, and felt it drain my own mana. When he appeared on the other side, Edna had already mustered a group on standby. The dog people looked shocked, and the first thing he saw was the blue skies outside. The skies. They are still blue, he said. I would talk to them later. The dog people looked apprehensive, but Lumuf was persuasive, and more went through the door. More meteors were crashing, and more of the land cracked and splintered. Essentially, this was a planet that was in the process of crumbling. Within months the whole planet would turn into separated chunks. The rest of the dog people of this town went through. I couldn't tell who was what. It seemed some of them were more important than the others, but eventually almost everyone went through. There were a few of them left, who stayed behind. Not out of suspicion, but to help. The dog people had faced the falling stars for weeks. It started with a strange twisting of space, and the stars changed. The sun was once golden, and the skies were once blue, but it turned red, and the world started breaking apart. Many cities have been destroyed by the falling stars since then. There were no demons here, just nothing more than plain old stellar catastrophe. This was no time to hold back on relics, so Lumuf used teleport scrolls liberally and moved to the other cities. The map was real-time, and the red dots marked surviving cities. Each day more of these red dots vanish. I didn't know why, but I felt really sad. Our children's die. Sadly, the interdimensional transportation can only be performed at my main tree of clones. You must go too. We need your portals, else more will die. I told Stella 3 days after we were at the Comet World. By now, the dog people had briefed the rest of my Valthorns of what happened in their world. They were still an official secret, of course, and they never left my Valley of the Unrodden. Instead, the Valthorns set up an entire refugee camp in my valley. It was nostalgic, of course. My valley was once the refugee camp of the surviving New Freakins. Stella, with her portal, worked with Lumuf and opened portals between the continents and cities of the Comet World. Most of these dog people, they called themselves the Canar. Together, for weeks and months, we sent the Canary people to our world. We didn't really negotiate much. It seemed the people there had acknowledged their doom, so Lumuf's presence was perhaps that of an angel of salvation. The Sunfather collapses. We couldn't save everyone. Every day I saw more red dots vanish, either because of meteors, or from the sundered Earth. The Earth cracked more every day, and eventually, the last red dot was gone from the map. Everyone I could save was saved. Millions more have died. 350,000 canary went through those portals over the course of months, and arrived at my valley of the Unrodden. We immediately found an isolated, quiet place on the central continent, and transported them secretly there through our network of underground tunnels. Then, I sent both Lumuf and Stella back, and in the world of the Cometworld, my tree of clones was the last living thing that remained. Stella returned, exhausted, and rested. The next day, she vented her despair. I could have done more if we found them earlier. At this juncture, I thought about what would have happened if I chose Crown of Magic, or Will of the World. With Crown of Magic, I should be able to create more void mana and therefore open those portals myself. Not just that, in theory, I should be able to use those spells through Lumuf. With Will of the World, I'd probably try to move our world closer to it. The comet world's meteor shower intensified, and the world cracked. A huge chunk had separated, and the weather had turned almost unlivable. But my tree of clones was not something so easily destroyed. My roots extended deeper into the ground. There was something I wanted to do. I sought out the voice. I may not be able to reach the core of my world, but I should be able to reach the exposed core of this comet world. Horizon of Trees. Year 197 continued. The comet world crumbled, as large chunks that blanked the red sky drifted apart. I spawned my trees quickly, and my roots spread out through the rocks and dirt, and grabbed the earth. There were still meteors that rained from the red skies above, but thanks to this large chunk of rock that drifted overhead thanks to the loss of gravity, it functioned as a meteor umbrella. I wasn't even sure whether it's just gravity, or just some weird magical forces in this world. I certainly could feel it, as it tried to tear my roots apart. My trees had spread as far as I could, during the attempts to rescue as many of the canary people, and I spawned more giant attendant trees wherever I could. Still, a stray meteor that I failed to block could single-handedly destroy my giant trees. These meteors contained powers that exceeded their size, and it was getting stronger. The sun's redness turned even redder, and it felt larger. The heat was immense, and part of my mana was spent cooling down my entire network of trees as I attempted to reach the exposed core of the comet world. There were no monsters left. No one. Just the pull of some unusual magic tearing the entire world apart. It wasn't godly, either. Magic didn't work anymore. The tearing energies here seemed to interfere with magic, which was why I sent Stella home. I popped my trees as fast as I could, and it was a race against time, before the chunk of earth I was on would be torn away. The meteors smashed into one of the floating chunks, and it split in half. A part of it drifted back to the glowing exposed core. I didn't know why, but I felt drawn to it. A large meteor slammed into the exposed core of the comet world, and large chunks were torn out. The parts that glowed flew up and turned into rock almost instantly, and I saw the core shrink in size. I attempted to reach it. Too late, child of another world. I felt a really strong pulling force on the ground, and even as I increased the number of roots, it ripped them apart. I was trying to hold the ground together with flimsy tape during an earthquake. The path to the core was lost, and I felt a bit weaker. No, my trees in that world felt a bit weaker. The core was smaller, with most of the bits around it drifting apart. I saw the exposed core glow, and then it exploded into multiple fragments. A strange white fragment flew right towards me. It was a white ore the size of a tree trunk, and it flew and dropped close to one of my other subsidiary trees. My roots immediately wrapped it, and pulled it to my tree of clones. No time to analyze what it was, because I sent it back. Once I did, the core seemed to glow again, and then crumbled. A layer in the sky shattered. It was like a protective dome that once existed over the entire planet faded away, and the entire world was blanketed by a burn. All my lesser trees were destroyed, and the ground burned briefly, and then stopped. There was nothing to burn. Nothing left. Yet my main tree of clones survived. The reddish sun continued to batter my tree of clones with searing hot energy, but it did nothing. My tree of clones shared my resistance. A part of me floated in space, and I watched the red sun glow, and grow. It grew even larger, and took up a larger part of space. Meteors now flew at me directly, drawn to me by some kind of magic. I felt the air was thick with a kind of mana and magic that I didn't quite understand. It was like star mana, yet different. I couldn't get my magical sensors to check it, they were destroyed too quickly by the perpetual ambient rays. No, more accurately, everything disintegrated, except me. The red sun grew over the course of the year, and then, in a sudden moment, vanished. Gone. My tree of clones drifted alone in space, in seemingly perpetual emptiness and darkness. The world vanished. Stella looked in horror back from the safety of our home. How? There was nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. All the stars in that world seemed to have disappeared as well. In the emptiness, back home. You've obtained a title. Witness of a world's death. You've obtained a title. Otherworldly rescuer. Dash. The Canary people got a title. Otherworld refugee. Both Lumoof and Stella all gotten the title Otherworldly rescuer as well. Titles seemed mostly useless to me, but the fact that the system awarded them meant there had to be some use. Anyway, Lumoof had to break the news to the Canary directly. Your world has died. The Canary howled and wailed. By now, they had relocated to a secret mountainous area in the central continent. Perhaps one day they will be introduced to the wider world, but for now, there are too few of them. There were secret convoys that brought food to them, while they adapted to the new world. The Canary also had to organize themselves, in order to communicate with me. Edna and Lumoof were both so powerful that to them, they were pretty much living gods. Strangely, they didn't seem to notice me much, and mostly paid attention to Lumoof. But I needed Lumoof elsewhere, now that the Cometworld was lost. I wanted Lumoof back in the three worlds. I had Valthorn druids assist to build temporary housing for them, while their own builders and workers built something more to their own liking. We had a meeting, mostly to discuss the future plans, and also to better understand the past. The meeting was held in a makeshift wooden hall in their part of the world. Their people sounded happy, but I wasn't sure since I couldn't exactly read the facial expressions of the Canary, mainly because I was entirely unfamiliar with them. In a sense, this was a problem I faced with the lizard folks, and tree folks too. At the very least, these Canary had tables and chairs, so this part was normal. How's everything? The Canary split into one large faction that largely embraced this new world, and two smaller factions. One that seemed a little suspicious and wanted to go back, and a third group that strangely wanted to die. These last group seemed to say that they should have died with their world, with everyone else that died. Stella called it survivor's guilt. I honestly didn't know what to say about it. It seemed quite similar to what the heroes and those who survived Great Destruction experienced to some degree. All I could do now was to pop some tree of prayers and keep their stress levels manageable. I know for a fact that the people of this world were hardy, and seemed to take the frequent destruction and death in stride. So, the Canaris was somewhat different, and I wasn't sure why. I also attempted to introduce my priests to them, to help these groups manage their anxiety and trauma, but most of them only pushed the priests away. They didn't want help, even if they needed it. There are people like that everywhere, and all we could do was ease them into their new environment. Some will always cling to their old world, just like how some reincarnated heroes still dream of home. I focused on those who accepted reality. It happened out of nowhere. One of the Canary folk explained to us. He was a level 65 lorekeeper, and spoke of their world history. The world of the Canary had demons, and they came rarely, once in a while, with no real certainty or regularity. Even so, their description of demons seemed relatively weak, that their champions can defeat them. Their best warriors in the high level 80s was enough. I suspected it's the demon champions, and not the demon king proper. That's so strange, Stella said frankly. Why the demon champions, but not demon kings? As the world moved so quickly across the void sea, was it possible that perhaps, the demon kings just could not establish a stable portal? It explained that they had enough time to open a small path that champions could walk through, but not enough for the kings. Our world is usually at peace, and our wars are fought with each other, and monsters. The Canary Loremaster. We don't know why our world suddenly behaved that way. We had wars and we had fights, but nothing seemed to have changed. A Canary astrologer gave a differing view. Other than the stars vanishing from our skies. The gods that they worshipped were based on the sun, the land, the moon and the darkness beyond. They didn't have a notion of otherworldly visitors, other than the demons themselves, which they thought were just nothing more than creations of darkness beyond. So, they didn't even know about Zerodans. As we spoke to more and more Canary, all of them had no idea. They didn't know why. All they could do was observe the eventual destruction of their world. Some posited wild theories that the world was angry. Or that someone offended the sun. The sun was once a different color, and the sky, too. But somehow it just died. I thought of the white ore. Dash. The white ore stood in my main tree, hidden inside my secret hideout. These days, there's no one in my main body's secret hideout. All of them live outside. Lofen lived with her grandson, Lauda in Freshka. Lozan usually teached at the Valthorn Academy when she's not chilling with her friends. I took a good look at it. Shard of a destroyed world. Well, here goes nothing. My vines inserted it into a pod, and I had a vision, and I heard its voice again. Our sun died, for no reason other than age. We are an ancient world, and our world lived for too long. Our sun was never meant to live long, for it burns bright, and burns quickly. I shielded my children for as long as I could, but death comes even for a world like me. I saw a shortened clip, of a sun growing and then fading. The grand mechanisms of fate granted me a final hope, a portal to another world. A hope for my children, instead of the nothingness I offer. For that, thank you. You've received a skill. Canary knowledge and biology. Your astral map has been updated. The world sent me a goodbye memo. That sucks. But I was drawn to a sudden increase in my astral map. I saw, for a sudden moment, wide swaths that were revealed to me. This comet world traveled in a long arc through the void sea, and I understood that these worlds may have moved since then. I felt like a Shentia protagonist, suddenly realizing the existence of the world beyond worlds. Now I realized how large the multiverse was, it truly narrowed my focus. I didn't think it was possible for me to save the thousands of other worlds out there, and nor do I intend to. My goal should be this world. Home. I would protect my home, and I would stop the demons from entering my world. The greater world can be a later problem, but my first and main focus should be to save this world. I may consider reinforcing 3 worlds and the other neighboring world, as a means to properly protect this world. The path of the comet world through the seas also revealed that it came in close contact with some demon worlds. There are way too many demon worlds. There was something else in the shard. A strange mana I didn't understand, and refused to interact with me. Did the shard leave something else in there? But the fact that this world could even talk to me told me something very important. It's possible to talk to the world, and that means it must be possible to talk to my world. If I elected will of the world, did that mean I would merge with the thing at the center of this world? What other kind of power did an entity like that have? From what I've seen, the core has some way of creating shields, since the core shielded their world from the harmful effects of their dying sun, and also has the power to give skills. I remembered that some of the elves and tree folks worshipped variants of the Nameless Mother, and these were likely references to the world itself. Did every world have a will at the center of it all? Greater than lilies. Do you know of the will of the world? Less than. Greater than have you ever spoken to it? Less than. Greater than how do you know of it? Less than. What was the relationship of the gods and the will of the world? Is the will of the world a god? Greater than what is the will? Less than. Great. If it's not a god, then it must have been a creation of the system itself. I didn't understand why there are gods and demons in the first place. Like, our own world didn't have them, but the ancient people invented them to explain the world. But the other world called the canary their children. Did this mean that the will of the world was responsible for the creation of the inhabitants, and thus, all of those who lived here were creations of the will? Wait, if we extend this train of thought, does this mean that the gods needed otherworldly heroes because the will of the world interfered with their meddling of the natives? Or maybe, only some will of the world interfered, so for those worlds, they needed to use externally sourced heroes. Looking at it in another way, from what Sneck described of how the demons used the energy of the core to create demon kings, this suggested that the demons' ultimate goal was to capture the will of the world, in order to create more demon kings. But why? Why create more demon kings? What was the end goal for the demons? What was the end goal for the gods? Lilies answered frankly. Was that a jab at Reefy? Let's assume that Lilies is right. The demons invade other worlds, take control of their world, and then just use it to invade more worlds. If so, they are essentially a virus. Then the gods. Each god is a sentient, sapient creature with its own intellect. So, each of them would have their own goals, but clearly, each god has a limited sphere of influence. If they are higher-leveled versions of me, their ability to touch multiple worlds are clearly constrained but simple practical issues like distance, unless the system allows certain overrides. Stella was also thinking about it, and she posited a fascinating possibility. The void sea was expanding, in the same way Earth's distance between galaxies expanded. A slow expansion of the multiverse, so worlds where the gods could reach were getting less, as each of them drifted further and further apart. Certain worlds, where they are close enough such that they are clustered and locked together by local magic gravity, remain reachable to each other, but those further apart were being ripped apart. The expansion of the universe was an issue over millions, billions of years on Earth. But perhaps here, there is a magical equivalent at play. If so, This implied that each world would eventually be unreachable to the others. Even demons will eventually disappear. Trees and the body thieves. Year 198. Lumuf was back on the three worlds to continue making connections, and also traveled to find a good place to plant my seed. The little incident with Cometworld really made me feel the vastness of the world, that time and some space energies can tear a world apart so easily. But, what was important, occurred back home. We saw the rifts open. One of the pathways had lit up, and that meant the demons had arrived. I was sure I didn't see any of it on the central continent, so that was a good thing. It's in the south, Stella said as she observed the skies from the highest peaks. My tree on the moon was growing well, and was growing faster. At Stella's advice, I agreed to encase my tree in a sphere of roots. Essentially, I created the first wooden biome on the moon. I didn't get any accomplishment for that. Still, it wasn't ready for habitation yet. I thought of converting the moon into a safe space for the Canary folk. They still struggled to adapt to their new life, though most of those struggles were mental and structural, rather than physical. They had to rebuild their institutions from scratch, and come to terms to live in entirely foreign lands. It's not easy to forget one's entire life in another world, and even worse when they remembered that they can never, ever, go back. It's a horrible feeling. I would deal with them later. For now, I focused on looking for the demons. Snek and Prabhu met up frequently, and Prabhu could feel the demons. Snek too. Snek was sensitive to the starways, as a creature that managed to travel into the space between worlds, and he came from a world infested by demons, so it knew what it was like. As it always has. Prabhu sighed. And it will come for me. Chung's already making preparations for the demons. Colette had returned to the central continent to be with Prabhu, and she slapped Ken the moment she saw him. She called him a reckless piece of shit that abandoned his friends. Ken took it like a man, and admitted his faults. So, this Snek is an otherworldly creature that the gods may not approve of. Colette said frankly, but somehow Snek didn't seem afraid. Not this time. Prabhu displayed his work over the past few months and years to Colette. Here, in the central continent, and also in the special tree of the heroic journal, Prabhu made heroic items for the next generation, and for himself. Weapons of war. Ken acknowledged it was a good idea. The strength of a civilization is its collective memory and collective capacity. I wonder why it took so long for heroes to come up with an idea like this. Prabhu answered. Because it leads to nukes and mutually assured destruction. You two are walking nukes. And that's why it's not a good idea. Have you ever wondered whether it's possible to mitigate the effects of a nuclear apocalypse with some global power? Something that Eon has. Ken wondered. What are you implying? Prabhu stared at Ken uncomfortably. I mean, like, could we just nuke Snek's world to death, and then send Eon to fix it back after the world was effectively glassed? Snek glared at Ken. Human, that is not an idea to be entertained. Ken continued, ignoring the snake. Think about it. Remember how the Protoss glassed the Zerg-infested worlds to control their spread. What's stopping us to do exactly that? Especially if we could theoretically fix it back up. You're killing a bunch of innocents too. Prabhu said. I am amazed that such an idea even came from you. Here you are, accusing this continent of being the literal empire, and now you come up with this shit. What did you think this is? The Death Star. Snek agreed. Don't burn the bridge if you think of crossing it later. It's just a thought experiment. In the long run there really is no loss. Especially if we could find ways to evacuate the innocents and then bomb them to hell. It's the only way to be sure. It's not. There are millions of demon worlds out there. You can't bomb all of them. If not, is there a way to just, I don't know, break all these interworld traveling altogether? Interrupt how the demons travel here. Ken said, and of course, he had a similar idea as us. Stella's goal was to interrupt the paths. Snek paused. You're suggesting to destroy the void space, rather than to close the paths. Yeah, it was the Shenxia equivalent of severing the pathways to immortality. Destroying the world tree that linked the 9 worlds. That's absolutely a nuclear option. Prabhu said. But it will end the problem. I don't think it does. Prabhu said as he looked at Snek. It just stops the many worlds from getting help, either from the gods, or from each other. That was something worth thinking about. We finally received reports of the demonic sighting, and it's not good. It was honestly the hardest kind of opponent for my Valthorns. The entire village was infested with corrupted men and women. These demons are all parasites, and they converted the humans into these demon knights. What? Edna said. Corrupted. Yeah, some of them seemed still human, but they had demonic parts on them. They would still behave humanly but would then attack. Many of my Valthorns are powerful, and they have slain many demons. But corrupted men and people were a lot harder. How did they know who was still human? Not just that, it's possible they faked it. We did not engage. Can they talk? Yes. That's what makes them so unnerving. We were not sure whether they were humans or elves or demons anymore. Our spies were really disturbed by it. Around the same time, the churches of Gaia and Hawa both announced an immediate lockdown of the southern continent. They declared that they will handle the demonic infestation on their own. Fuck. That wasn't helping. If anything, we needed everyone on the field to figure out how to deal with these corrupted humans. Can you capture some of these infested demons? Knock them out. Send them to our nearest allied state. We'll try, Commander Edna. The men are quite disturbed by this. Some of them don't have any visible demonic infestation marks. Shit. Edna nodded. This was really the worst kind of demon. We could use some psychic abilities to suppress the demons, or perhaps, in the old priestly way, exorcise the demons from these infested folks. But Lumuf was still in the three worlds. I had to make do with the rest. I called the rest of my patriarchs and matriarches for counsel. Yes, we have some exorcist skills, mainly to remove foul spirits and curses. We could try them out. Matriarch Arcela advised. We will await the test subjects. Our forces in the southern were quite strange. Level 60s or so, but even then they were surprised by how suddenly these demons attacked. Perfectly normal-looking towns could hide a demonic infestation, and they would spawn randomly. In actual combat, my Valthorns could easily defeat the demons. The problem was the morale took a real hit. It was really something emotional to see a demon pop out of a perfectly regular-looking commoner, and a lot of the spies were emotionally affected by it. It made them paranoid. Every single living being could be a demon. A cow could have a demon hiding in it. A playful cat. A friendly innkeeper. My former heroes were all stunned by it. How? It's safe to say that any place where the demons appeared are likely to have been completely corrupted, even if they appear outwardly normal. Our lords reported, and the council was somber. It was a difficult thing. At least, if they died, it was a clean, clear death. This group of demons took the alien route. They manipulated the hosts. Is there a puppet master? Kay asked. Most possession stories have a puppet master at the back, someone that holds the strings. Can we use our magic to find it? We were still struggling to get samples. Also, what if it's like a virus? T corrupts people by touching the demonic flesh. Kay added. At that moment, I wondered whether my guys could be corrupted too. The senior Valthorns frowned as she heard the briefing. Rune, Edna and Johann all shared an uncomfortable look. They would face hard choices in the future. How do we know who is safe? Matriarch Hoya, one of the Dakarchas, asked. We need a group to smuggle ourselves there, and see for ourselves. This corruption is not suited for spies. We should go and see. I assume that you are volunteering. A lord said, and Matriarch Hoya nodded, albeit a little reluctantly. I mentally pinged Edna. Domain holders have some resistance to corruption. I think you should go and see for yourselves. Edna then nodded. I will go with you. Matriarch Hoya looked relieved at Edna's offer. If Edna couldn't protect her, very few could. The meeting ended soon after, and the two met up for a chat along the hallways of the Valtrian keep. Thank you for offering your protection, Lady Edna. Hoya said. She was, like Lumuf, far older than Edna in appearance. But, in reality, she was not much older. Edna achieved her high levels in domain, so her aging has ceased. Hoya, on the other hand, was a priest of Hawa before she switched over. Some of her skills carried over, though she did suffer a small penalty for her conversion out of her faith. It's nothing, Edna said. It is a matter of national interest, and as one of the domain holders, I should see it for myself. Eons said as domain holders have increased resistance to corruption. I see. Hoya frowned. I hope it is corruption or possession we can remove, and not body consumption and assumption. You mean body snatchers? Yes. Because that's the most horrible outcome. We have individuals that look like us, but cannot be saved. It's a real hit to morale. Kay and Stella were in the hallway too. If it's body snatchers, then we are truly fucked. Hoya shook her head. Not quite. As his Eonic priests have access to Eons familiars, and we have access to a lesser version of Eons spirit vision. One of my theories is if these are body snatchers, there should be no souls left, and we should be able to pick out who the demons are. Oh, Stella nodded. Infrared goggles, essentially. Kay tapped Stella lightly. They won't get that. Edna and Hoya both nodded a little. Greetings Lady Stella and Lady Kay. My concern is, if the demons are in the process of consuming the souls, and we need to decide who can be saved, and who can't under battle conditions. Hoya continued her conversation, and both the former Earthlings squirmed uncomfortably. I'd imagine being eaten inside out may not be the most pleasant sensation, and for us, we'd have to wield the scythe of judgment on people who look very much like us. Edna nodded. It's a task meant for the most heartless of us. I thought back to Ken's earlier idea of glassing the entire world. Would I have to order the glassing of entire villages with this? I'd rather hope we not get there, so I'd first like to gather some samples and observe these demons in action. Hoya said. I would prefer if Alka goes with us. His remote labs would be very useful. Edna smiled and shrugged. Alka's staying put. But we'll have an army of mages and his other assistants with us. There was a huge clampdown on trade and movement of people in the southern continent as the temples combated the demons. They began huge inquisitions, where entire villages were captured and interrogated. The temples took different approaches, and what happened reminded Stella of our own world's history with witch hunts. Entire villages were torched. In cases where the temples employed judgment, it led to a whole lot of false accusations, especially in larger cities. Those who were strange, had different hobbies, or were of an entirely different species were outed and accused as demons. I sometimes forget that I am in a medieval fantasy world. Stella said. Sometimes. I thought here, in the central continent, I saw something that resembled an early modern society. But then, this just really reminded me that outside of this place, it's all fucked. That even with magic, the nature of people is just, those who use such a thing to accuse those they don't like as demons should be punished too. It was hard to tell who was a demon, and who was not. Partly because, well, the demon possessors bled like normal. At least, at a first glance. So, Edna, Hoya and a delegation of my Valthorns snuck into the southern continent. It was easy to do so with Stella's portal ability, and I also used Stella's portal ability to temporarily extend my trees to the south. A repeat of what I did in the northern islands. Edna's report came a week later. We located the demons. Hoya's suspicion is correct. Spiritual vision is able to fully discern those that have been fully corrupted by the demons. Our problem is really with those in the process of corruption. Exorcism works to a limited degree, but is more likely to cause the demons to trigger some kind of self-destructive behavior. Hoya was injured from one interrogation incident. We may require Eons' dedicated interrogation chambers. The biolabs would be very useful here. We may need to request Lumuf to return. An assessment I agreed with, but it still annoyed me that I needed Lumuf everywhere. If I could spread my roots everywhere in this world, then I wouldn't have to deal with this restriction. But oh well, what's done is done. I'd have to improvise. Stella could only maintain the portals for a few days before she needed to rest, and she rotated with her other void mages. Her other void mages were gaining levels, but somehow they still lagged behind her. With some coordination, Edna and the priests honed in on one village that had been confirmed to have demons, and Stella opened the portal. I placed my roots through it, and then my trees. We had to work fast. I spawned my biolabs, and Edna moved swiftly to capture a few of those where we saw had vanishing spiritual presences. In those where there were no more spirits, the entire inner organs had been converted into a demonic hatchery. There was a demonic creature that controlled the flesh, and it crawled and swam through its host. They made these small, circular baby larvae, and they attempted to infest my biolab. But my mana was too overwhelming, so they were swiftly crushed. They were like little leeches or maggots. With my trees, I also managed to observe it in action. It attached itself to a person's leg, and often the person did not notice it at all. Its bites had a numbing effect, such that the person did not feel pain for the first few minutes. Demonic parasitic leeches that possessed people. With those that had been fully converted, I was able to have a conversation. You're a demon. The infested woman denied it. No. I am Larry, a housewife. The demon often left the brain untouched. Instead, the demon had functionally attached itself to the brain such that the brain supplied the knowledge and the information. Don't lie to me. My vines wrapped around its leg. I can see you wriggling in this person's body. I wish I had Patrick's offensive psychic abilities here in the south. I could use it on the demon. Hoya came and used exorcise. It hurt, but the demon was so firmly embedded in the body and flesh that it was pointless. The woman screamed, "Kill!" Its arms exploded and transformed into a whip. It attempted to attack Hoya. My wooden shield parried the strike, and my vines wrestled the demon's appendages. She's no longer a half-elf. Hoya took out a staff and then manifested a root. The root pierced through the body. The body wriggled, but the demon was not dead. We had to hit the parasite exactly. I see why the temples and the spies are having problems. We need to hit this thing. My turn. My vines pierced through the lady's body and my vines entered. Then I dug out, through its severed neck, a hairy worm. This is the demon. It struggled and wrestled, the female body collapsed like a puppet. Hoya frowned. It can move in the body. Yes. And it's not easily visible, even in spiritual vision. Spirit vision told us that it's a demon or demon possessed, simply by the extinguished soul. But it did not tell us where it was located within the body. I needed something that was the magical equivalent of battlefield X-ray and MRI. Else, it's possible that this larva could even infect someone directly. I cut the body of the lady up, and more larvae appeared. They were in small blobs. I took some for studies. Even in their small size, they could leap and hit someone. Edna frowned at this. The temples are just burning entire villages to the ground. I am afraid I see merit in their approach. Me too. There had to be a better way than glassing a continent. TreeTree. Year 198, Part 2. One of the junior Valthorns developed a simplified process to check on demons, especially when demons were not available. Something that apparently, a few other places had independently developed. If a demon consumed or destroyed a soul, essentially, that is just a body, but without the will in it. A person's skills and abilities were tied to the soul, so the theory was, most of these lesser demons would not be able to copy skills. Accordingly, they may appear like a person, but if they are unable to use any of their skills, they were quite likely to be demons. It was quite clever. Of course, it's likely that demons were still able to copy some skills, especially the champion class. So far, we have not seen any of these champion class parasites, and honestly, it kept me awake. What could a demon king that's entirely focused on possessing people do? Could it even possess a hero? I thought back to Mila and Alexis, and wondered. Was their demon king a corruption king too? Or at least, a variant of it? Why else was Alexis consumed by the flames of the demon? That batch even had those talking demon knights. That was at least 100 plus years ago. Have we finally looped the cycle? I would have to approach them and ask them for more info. I recall Alexis didn't have much knowledge of the demons that possessed them. Also, these demons were able to read memories of the bodies they captured. From this alone, I immediately considered Stella and Kay as very high risk. If they were captured by the demons, that would be a really, really bad outcome, especially if the demons are then able to share their memories back to where they came from. I also wanted to know how these demons spread. They seemed to jump from person to person, and we noticed that they invaded drains, gutters, toilets, and other naturally dirty environments. We also found them in the waters, where they were, strangely, eaten by fish with little consequence. They were able, with surprising adaptability, to infest traveling merchants and somehow remained dormant or at least, non-hostile within them, at least, until they reached a new area. All these observations suggested each of these parasites had intelligence, one corroborated by how they responded to my abilities. How do we fight them effectively, while minimizing deaths? Ken, Prabhu and Colette met up in Freshka, and by now, my Valthorns have shared a dossier of the demonic body snatchers with them, and a rough summary of what we've discovered so far. I wanted the heroes to live, at least, if they could gain enough levels. Both Prabhu and Colette have accepted my familiars as part of the deal to allow them to live here, and it was advantageous for me to keep them at a high level. How does the trope normally go? Body snatchers Ken said. There should be a kind of magic that should be specifically effective on them. Prabhu shrugged. And what would that be? I don't know, we'd have to run some experiments. The common ones are usually electrical shocks, or some strange foods. Maybe we could get some antiparasitic drugs. Or maybe just some strange rare chemicals. Ken said as he tried to approach it from a trope angle. My Valthorns were already capturing these demonic larva specimens to conduct my own tests. We wanted a widespread way to hit these demons, and we wanted to know their weaknesses. They had weaknesses for sure. There was one very immediate sample that worked really well. Using Stella's gateway, we sent 3 possessed individuals to Freshka, and Patrick blasted the possessed individual with his psychic power. It worked really well, since the person literally convulsed, and the demon actually crawled out of the possessed individual's mouth in an attempt to avoid the psychic blast. It was pretty much nightmare material as everyone squirmed. Well, almost. Only the knights are those who usually had the still heart, or calm mind, or horror resistance, or other similar passive abilities didn't react to it. Luckily, as long as the person's not dead, they do not spawn additional larvae. In order to make a person into a living hatchery, they'd have to fully convert the person, so in such cases, it's straightforward. Kill anyone who doesn't have a soul. Since they are just demons that had the appearance of people. Sneck suggested that it should be possible for certain classes to fight off such parasites, usually through boosting their own spiritual power. Their world, at least, prior to the conversion to the demon lands, were filled with naturally occurring parasites and body snatchers. But this was like multi-generational adaptation to parasites, not something that's possible for the people of this world to acquire on a widespread scale. Wait, unless I massively distribute skill seeds with these skills. But I would need these skills in the first place. No, I'd need to know which skills work best against these demonic body snatchers. Stella was extremely fascinated. This is essentially planning to develop some kind of anti-demonic possession vaccine, and now you're in the concept phase of testing which skills work best. I had a lot of skill seeds, and with them, I could make class trees and skill trees. These were old abilities that I still used on a smaller scale, but if this worked, it would essentially create safe villages. How are you proposing to test the effectiveness of the skills against the demonic possessions? No one here is going to volunteer themselves, and where do you get the demons? You'd have to have a hatchery. On a high level, the idea was really rather repulsive. It meant I'd capture one of these demon-possessed persons and keep it alive as a hatchery for demonic larvae, and then test out the demonic larvae on different individuals of different skills, and monitor them. Not just that, it's essentially a test that I can only perform in Freshka, since Patrick's psychic mind blast could effectively sterilize anyone infected with the demons. Stella, of course, wondered. Could we replicate this psychic attack on a smaller scale? The heroes, on the other hand, went in a different direction. A good solution, too, but not one I could apply on a large scale. It worked well only for them since they had the star mana. Chung, the archer in the south, asked for help. In fact, the idea even came from him, since he was on the ground. We know demons don't like star mana, and star mana is effective against them. Can we inject the villagers with star mana, as a wave essentially? Is there a spell like that? If there is, can you make that spell into a hero item and give it to me? I really hate having to kill all these guys that look like humans. I didn't fucking sign up for this shit. Prabhu and Colette, the two archmages, went to work. They end up with a kind of star mana electromagnetic wave, essentially star mana X-ray guns. It tingled for us, but it killed the larvae and demons effectively, and got to work to make large quantities of them. They also planned on creating large versions of the weapon. Something large enough to cover entire cities, so that they could clean the entire city and areas in a single blast. It was possible, but they needed time. Time that meant more cities were getting infested with demon-possessed folks. The temples of the South Continent, however, publicly rejected all offers of assistance and claimed they had it all under control. They didn't. Instead, they torched entire villages once they realized it wasn't helping very much. The larva was able to remain dormant within a body, so just because one passed a skill check didn't mean it did not carry the larva. Entire cities became infested with demon-possessed individuals, even with the skill checks and spell checks. Chung had to essentially sleep alone out in the wilds, surrounded by multiple force fields, because he got so paranoid with people and animals. Anyone could be possessed by demons. Anyone. Then, the kingdoms started going to war with each other, and the temples. Trade and travel essentially slowed down to a halt, and cities that relied on food from trade had no choice but to go to war. Look, the cure is worse than the disease. Glassing entire cities, and it's not even effective since the larva could still be in the waters. How is the cure worse? They've become demons. They should die. We don't know who can still be saved. We're not taking that risk. Paranoia, suspicion and madness turned nations to chaos. Kings, mages and healers tried their best, but when anyone could be possessed, it was not easy to even compel anyone to work. Some cities enforced massive lockdowns, banning visitors outright. It took 3 months before the heroes all moved to the south, and Prabhu and Colette had finally completed the first version of their new star mana emitters. The emitters could even kill dormant larvae. They were greeted by feral monsters, as the emission of star mana on a wide scale merely triggered the possessed to run wild. At least, now, they resembled demons. The heroes killed the demons. The only problem was, emitting star mana on a large scale drained huge quantities of star mana, and the heroes could not be everywhere at once. There were too many infested cities, too many infested towns. Even if they methodically cleaned cities after cities, the demons could still return. They needed something to hold the fort while they pushed their emitters outwards. Skills that helped resisting demonic parasites and body snatchers. Edna made an observation while in the south, covertly. We were unannounced, but the temples knew we were there, but they were too busy fighting their own fires to give Edna's delegation trouble. The demonic suppression aura weakens the larvae and slows the rate at which they take over individuals. We could plant my giant trees everywhere, since those suppressed the demons. I wasn't particularly fixated with using my clone seeds on other worlds. Edna shot down the idea. No, your clone trees should be reserved for the Demon King. We should NT deploy it yet. We can handle it. Well, just need to deploy more Valthorns and higher ranked priests to suppress the demon's presence. But the aura fluctuates, especially for creatures that need sleep, and true enough, the demons were still able to return. We needed a better way to spot them, especially since these parasites have incredible natural camouflage and infiltration abilities. An entire village attacked Edna's delegation when she approached. The team had to kill them all, and they all needed a pep talk. Then, we saw a man who seemed to be surrounded by thick demonic energy. A champion. He looked every bit human, well, other than the armor of demonic flesh that gave him wings. To think that the natives still resist. Hoya saw and was bewildered. He still has a soul inside. It didn't consume it. Consume. Why consume when we can enslave? Is that not our role? The demonic champion fired a beam of fire, and Edna immediately stepped in to create a shield. Fire didn't work. Let's see. This human can do this. The demon charged ahead and swung its sword. Double cut, the sword blurred into two, and slammed into Edna's shield. Yet, at that moment when they were close, the demonic flesh detached from the human, and latched onto Edna. It attempted to infiltrate Edna's body, and then, just as suddenly, Edna's body made a glow of light. The demonic champion was incinerated by the power of her domain, and turned to cinders. Edna frowned as she later reported back. This is not good. Demon champions can use possessed skills. Luckily it went for me, instead of the others. Everyone was horrified as they tried to imagine the champion possessing them. This meant that Chex Dun could still miss the demon champions, since the demon champions were able to go beyond physical control, and even turn the possessed person to a puppet, and use its skills in conjunction with its own demonic abilities. Could a demon king, therefore, possess a hero? You can't be serious. Prabhu vented as we shared the news of the demon champions with them. I feel like we've just made a few steps forward and this demon champion sent us all back to square one. Ken didn't join them as he, without his hero class and without any star mana, was pretty much sitting ducks. I don't think you need to panic. The demons clearly are designed to attack heroes wherever you are. So, even if you miss them, they can't help themselves and will attack you. Snek agreed with the assessment. Our own records agree with that. Demons can't help but attack heroes. It's in their very nature. So, it's almost confirmed that you did not miss any champions so far. I am not convinced, but alright. Prabhu said. Anyway, can you arrange a shipment of snacks? That's not critical at this time. K answered. It is. It'll work for 5 years if you can send snacks here. Help me negotiate with the order, please. Ken and K shrugged. Ken sighed. Prabhu, you know, if you keep doing this snack thing, you'll be relegated into the disposable joke or fodder character trope, and you'll die. Don't play that part, please. Fuck that trope shit. I want my snacks. We had a few spies infected by the demons, and we brought them back for further investigation. My familiars apparently helped to detect the demons, and because my familiars also occupied a link with the soul, they contested the demonic parasite's attempts to possess my spies. My spies received regular familiars, and the demons won, 2 out of 3 times. But, even though they won, it took them longer to gain control of the spy's body, and this gave the others time to get help, or, in our case, put them into a magical coffin for further studies. It had to be done, and we captured more and more of these demonic larvae. With sufficient samples, we sent them to Freshka for further studies in my biolab. I also created a small section in the Rotted Lands, secretly, to attempt to breed these larvae in non-human bodies, such as hybrid demon monsters. It created a few rather strong monster demons, but nothing we couldn't handle. We needed a solution, as our news in the south indicated the infestation spread really, really quickly. The heroes literally could not sterilize cities faster than the demons can infest one. Worse still, some of the Templars and warriors of the Gaia and Hawa temples were infested, and against the backdrop of a full rebellion by the kingdoms, it was getting really out of hand. Lumuf continued his time in Three Worlds Magic Crystal City. He played the role of the charming, affable and clumsy old man wonderfully, and some of the local mages were quite smitten with him. He spent quite a lot of time gathering information about the world generally, but the knowledge of magical crystal growth remained elusive. Those who held the secrets gave it in bits and pieces, and never the whole picture. Perhaps that was how it was structured over the years, that all these little pieces were separated in order to prevent total theft. Sir Lumuf, this way. A mage was more than happy to introduce some interesting types of magic to Lumuf. To the locals, Lumuf seemed to be a wealthy but foolish old man, and they were happy to make money off him. It was small money for us. After all, his expedition is pretty much funded by the entire central continent, which was, on an overall level, more developed than this world, even if this single city was pretty unique on its own. They demonstrated some magical formations and ice spells, all tethered to crystals. They had slightly different magical formations, and they were really good at using some of the natural properties of these magic crystals. What do you think, Sir Lumuf? It's nice. I've never seen it. How much would it cost? This formation would cost 344 gold coins. Or we would be happy to trade for an artifact of sufficient quality. Lumuf nodded. I see. He retrieved another magical sword from the inventory, made by a level 50 plus magical smith. I was told this was worth about 450 gold. If you can throw in another few more manuals. The mage stared with greed and nodded. Certainly. Alka and a group of high-ranked mages assisted Alka would receive all these scrolls and they would study them. They were aware of our expeditions to another world, even if they didn't know of the full details. Anyway, once they studied the scrolls, they would proceed to replicate the spells and formations back home, and this added to our body of knowledge on magic and formations generally. It was a very laborious process, but it worked. I hoped this would allow me to unlock the knowledge needed to truly comprehend the Demon King's core, but from what I could see, progress remains very, very far away. Even with a platoon of researchers and mages, it's a very long process. The journey to get from the Iron Age to the Space Age is long indeed. Parasitriac relationship. Year 199. The war in the south intensified, and by now, it felt like everyone was fighting everyone else. Yet, the two temples continued to enforce the blockade on the southern continent. Only, this time, to keep the people in. The temples did not want the demons to spread to the other continents, so they called on the other continents to reinforce the blockade. This is ridiculous. Edna spoke to us in the council. We need to act decisively. The temples are not doing a good job, and a lot of the kingdoms have openly gone against the temples for the recent madness. This demonic parasite is going to spread, and it will spread quickly. Madness, as in, glassing of entire cities because of the suspicions of corrupted men among them. The champions also were more crafty than normal. They were adapted to the minds of men, and were able to hide. My spies tell me, some are already on the other continents. It was a matter of time. I don't get it. The heroes are clearing up cities. One of the lords considered the facts. The heroes met a few champions too, and they made short work of them. Every time a city gets cleared, refugees rush to it by the thousands, and inevitably, the demons return. Edna explained. They only managed to build one single large-scale star mana emitter so far, and that only cleaned up an area the size of Freshka and its immediate surrounding areas. Even that caused huge political conflicts that the heroes clearly missed. The heroes were rather oblivious to the politics of where they placed their miracle cures. Cities and kingdoms wanted it, and so, the city that possessed such an artifact had to protect it with their lives from the other kingdoms who wanted it. Matriarch Hoya, who was also on the call, said with every previous demon king, the worlds generally agree to drop their arms against each other and support the heroes with the demons. Not this one. There's not even a semblance of unity against the demons, and everyone seems to think that someone else is a demon. I thought to myself then, that this is what it will be like, in a world without demon kings. Everyone is fighting each other for the slimmest of advantages and wealth. Felt like an absolute shitshow. No, it felt like Earth. It was a sad thing to think about, that, even if we stopped the Demon King, the world would just revert to its natural state. So, I didn't. I focused on the larvae that we cultivated in our little patch of rotted lands, and we experimented with them to a great degree. It was really easy to kill them when they were outside. We could squish them like maggots. The problem was still, how do we kill them when they are already in a host, without harming the host? Anyway, As we researched, rather than actually gain the ability to create a similar larva-type parasite, I instead gained a different type of parasite. You've gained the skill. Normal tree parasite creation. You may now create tree parasites of your own. These parasitic trees take the form of vines that grow on the skin and flesh of living beings. They leech on the life force of their hosts. I checked. They did nothing else. What the fuck? All that and these parasitic trees did nothing else. It doesn't even let me gain control like the demons. I need to upgrade the skill, then. Is that it? Anyway, we conducted more experiments on the larva, with different kinds of materials and injections. It didn't yield much. Maybe we're not doing it correctly, Alka suggested as he helped to run another separate batch of tests on these demonic parasites. He didn't ask questions where the parasites came from, of course. We should be testing a response on live persons. Why? From our earlier knowledge, we know certain skills and abilities can delay and stop the demons from taking control, but this is not very useful since we can't give skills on a large scale. But, we also know that mental attacks work very well on these demonic parasites, as they are attuned to thoughts. I allowed my field scientist to complete his thoughts. Can we drug it to death? Not to kill it, but essentially turn it useless by overwhelming it with stimulation. With psychedelic sap? Yes, Alka said. We should try it out. A dose of strong psychedelics on someone possessed by demons. I ran this through my council, the Earthlings and my leaders in the south, just for their thoughts. Overstimulating the demonic parasite could be worth a try. Stella said. If it's better than killing the host. One of the lords theorized. There's always been a drug trade, even in the south. If this theory holds any water, those kingdoms where there's higher use of these psychedelics should see lower demonic possession. The south doesn't have that kind of data. Another lord countered. Not everyone has a bureaucracy that tracks everything. I felt like that was a jab at me, or at us generally. We can send a batch to Matriarch Hoya and let her test it out with our forces there. Edna nodded. The idea is these things should essentially drive the demons wild. Matriarch Hoya had another view. What's our goal here? Even if the drugs work on the demons, we still can't get it out. Once the drugs go away, will the demons return? We don't know, but some studies would be good. Alka said. These demons are really fragile things, even if they have some ability for self-repair. I'd like to know if these drugs could at least destroy their ability to interact with the body. Our tests on the larva itself so far seem to cause it to convulse and then die, but outside of a host these demonic parasites seem to die to everything. If it doesn't get the demon out of the body, I really don't see the point. But I will conduct some studies. Matriarch Hoya answered. At the same time, I wondered, could I use my Dream Academy or similar skills offensively on these demons? Psychic or mental attacks worked, but I rarely see those in this world. In fact, outside of Patrick, I really cannot remember many other instances of psychic attacks. Then we had our first instance of near attacks, from a nearby kingdom. It was only through Hoya's priestly abilities that an actual pointless conflict was avoided. Demons. These guys are here to spread the demons. Hoya immediately used one of her priestly skills on them, one of her strongest pacification abilities. Each patriarch and matriarch developed slightly different skills. Like Lumuf seemed more towards devotion and empowerment, Hoya was more of the peace and calm type, so her ability at level 100 was something called Hour of Calm, which gave the entire mob present an hour of peace and calm. Hoya and Edna quickly used that moment of sanity to have a conversation with the generals. Sadly, these abilities don't seem to work on demons, since, well, demons can't actually be reasoned with. As it turned out, some of the Templars were infected by the demonic parasites, and they have been spreading the parasites. Accordingly, they suspected Edna and Hoya to be the same. Truth was, out in the fields, we are not sure either. Hoya and Edna both could use some level of spiritual sight due to the court of the TreeTree, but even that's not foolproof. It's possible that some of our guys had dormant demonic larvae in them, and if we wanted to check this, they had to go under the biolab regularly. Using Stella's portal, we did these checks every 3 to 4 days, and so far, so good. But it is possible for demons to infest my guys over those few days, especially the weaker guys. I only had faith in Edna, due to her domain. But even then, what if a demon king tried to possess her? My only saving grace is that, if anything happened, I could revive her with my tree of life. Not so for the rest of them, who are lost if they can't reach the domain stage and join my pantheon. The kings are paranoid, and rightly so. Everyone was a suspect, and the demons are quite adept at stealth since they like tunnels and hidden parts. These larvae were pretty much parasitic pests and they were very good at crawling through hidden places. Across the continent, mages created various barrier spells, and these were pretty successful at keeping out the demonic larva itself, but not if these demons were already inside someone. We needed something to force the demon larva out, and so we experimented on more types of drugs. Some of them worked really well, like my dose of psychedelic drugs seemed to trigger the demons, but their side effects were rather terrible on their hosts. We wanted something milder that still caused the demons to show themselves. Then we stumbled on one little part of the solution. Well, we stumbled on it over a cup of thick coffee. Edna and Hoya traveled to a town in the south that was really big on coffee production, and through Stella's portal, I also extended some trees there in order to help scout out the terrain. At first, we didn't notice anything. But then Patrick and the group of artificial minds noticed that the demonic larva was strangely absent from the coffee factories and cafes. Most of us were not trained to think about what was missing, instead of seeing what's there, so we started doing some tests. Moderate quantities of coffee confused the demonic larva's tendrils, and the confused larva tried to escape the coffee-laced environment. It would then be ejected from the body, usually through poop. The host had to consume moderate quantities since a small amount was insufficient and the larva could still endure the mild level of coffee, so this was not picked up in our earlier observations. In fact, we didn't test coffee as a possible solution initially. So we need to mass-produce coffee shots and make everyone take them. But kids can't take it. Small victories are better than none. This solution, sadly, only worked on humans, elves, centaurs and dwarves. We still did not have a solution for demonic infestation for other races such as lizardmen, drakes and treefolk, though both treefolk and lizardmen infestations so far have been rather mild. Interestingly, there's also a race that was very resistant to the demonic parasites, almost to the point of immunity. Minotaurs. Their bodies produced certain kinds of liquid that regularly flushed out parasites, and the pulses of energy throughout their body seemed to interfere with the demon's ability to control them. But minotaurs were an extremely small group in the south, and they are wary of all humanoid races. I had yet to introduce the demonic parasites to the canary, since, well, it didn't seem right for me to subject them to the horrors of our homeworld. With the discovery of coffee as a possible solution for cleansing the body of parasites, we had to quickly grow large quantities of coffee. As it is, the central continent already has some coffee plantations, and we had some existing coffee stockpiles, but it's certainly insufficient if we were to push for a wide-scale consumption of coffee. As we pushed the kingdoms that were affiliated or in a hidden alliance with us to consume more coffee, the temples seemed to have discovered our solution, and they too started widely promoting the consumption of coffee. As a solution for the south, which had a large population of humanoids, the coffee worked for a few months, since it essentially forced the larva to make a choice. Infest or leave the body, rather than remain dormant or hidden. The widespread consumption of coffee reduced the demonic parasite's hold, and brought about the end of internal wars, and an odd tradition of visitors and travelers having to down a dose of coffee before entering new towns. I believe this would probably be a new tradition unique to the south, since they bore the brunt of the demonic infestation. The temples, of course, began touting the discovery of coffee as their success, a claim, which we disputed, but did not strongly pursue. What's the point, anyway? Also, the demons adapted, and took a more adversarial stance. Once possessed, the demons immediately infested and surfaced, rather than remaining dormant. This helped clear the confusion and fog on who were demons, and who were not. The kingdoms continued to struggle with the demon champions, since these champions were still very powerful, but it was easier when one didn't have to watch their back all the time. The heroes, thus, continued to push towards the demon-infested nations. There were large swaths of the south where the demons have fully conquered the kingdoms. The risk, of course, was that there were some that have yet to be infested by the demons, but the heroes advanced with their star mana serving as a beacon. They burned brightly, and the demons were moths drawn to the flame. 2 more years. The demons were slain 8 years ago. At least 2 more years to go. Year 200. Coffee didn't work that well on treefolk, drakes and lizard people. This was a secret, of course, but we couldn't keep it for long. Once news of infested drakes and tree folks went out, it only resulted in more speciesism, as trade and deals with the tree folks, drakes and lizard people essentially dropped to zero. They were pretty much the pariah in the southern continent. That sucked. We needed something that worked for them, and it was partly because of how their bodies processed coffee. The caffeine that overwhelmed the demons were absorbed by certain organs unique to these three races, and thus spared the demons. Strangely, even minotaurs got ostracized even though they were close to immune to the effects of these parasites. The Hawa Temple, which counted humans, elves and dwarves as the majority of its believers, outright commanded that these other races be banned from all of its allied territories, and led to large refugee camps as these races were forced out of their homes and villages. It annoyed me very much that our solutions amplified racial issues. We tried stronger doses and so on, but it didn't work. We needed something with caffeine that the bodies of these races didn't absorb. So back to the drawing board. I tasked a few lizard people and tree folks to lead the research, since, well, I sensed that some of the human and elven researchers didn't give the issue the same weightage as before. That also annoyed me. Meanwhile, the heroes attacked more of the demon-infested kingdoms. The demon champions had already taken over as the ruler of the various kingdoms, and they ran the kingdoms with their stolen skills. It was annoying to fight them, because the demons were already strong with their own abilities, which augmented the basic strength of their hosts, and on top of that, they were blessed by the stolen king class skills, or general or strategist skills. Some of these king skills gave these demons usable skills. They
could steal skill. They could even stack the skills and make the regular demons stronger than usual. It didn't occur to me to think about how to exploit the demon's natural abilities, until Alka, who was still busy with Lumuf's purchased otherworldly research, offhandedly suggested. Capture one of these demon champions. We may learn how to use its power against the demon king. Huh. That made so much sense to me. I felt like an idiot. I always was, of course. That's why I rely on those smarter than me. I immediately pinged Stella and Edna. Stella, to open one more portal, and Edna, to tell me where the nearest demon nation was. I would like to find one of these demon champions, if not more. We don't know. It's not as if the demons say they are demons. They just somehow know that they are demons. That was also a good question. How do these demon parasites identify each other as demons? If there is a mechanism, can we copy it, and alter it such that the demons identify us as demons? With such an ability, we could essentially smuggle ourselves into the demon worlds, and explore it without fear. Actually, taking that to the extreme, if everyone in the world was identified as demon, could we pretty much coexist with the demons?
Triple agents. Year 200. It wasn't very hard to identify the demon-infested kingdoms, since, with the recent events, they declared themselves quite publicly. The demons as a whole was not a functional kingdom, since the citizens, comprised of possessed demons. They, sadly, cleverly used the population as a meat shield. The population all had demonic larvae in them that were not fully infested, such that these populations could still interact and talk like normal, though, with some mental controls. Those who struggled or resisted the demonic control were quickly fully infested, or killed. When I started offensively expanding my trees into these demonic parasite kingdoms, I noticed a glaring weakness. The demons could not detect my presence. They had some sense of their own, but as parasites, they mostly leached off the senses of their hosts. And if their hosts did not notice me, they didn't either. That meant, with Stella and Void Mages, I could observe the demons without outside intervention. First thing I noticed was how absolutely ordinary some of these villages were, except for a few villagers who clearly had demonic appendages throughout their body. No one reacted to it, even those we could still detect the presence of a soul. Even as a dormant or larva form, the demons were clearly able to alter or change minds. There was no other reason why these people, who clearly retained some of their own cognitive abilities, accepted these demons so easily. I therefore classify the demons into three categories, though the line between the infested stage and transformed stage is very thin. The larva possession stage. Demon is embedded within a living person, and the demon parasite controls the host via some kind of mind control. At this stage, they are able to use skills, and they can still be saved. Multiple larvae can actually be inside the same body, so the larva possession stage can still infect others. The infested stage, where the demons have killed the host soul and the body started to breed other larvae. At this stage, they are essentially demons, but with the appearance of regular people. The transformed stage, where the demonic presence can be visibly seen. On top of these three stages, we have the demon champions, who are at the larva possession stage, but are able to either steal, or mind control and simultaneously merge it with their own demon champion abilities. Those who were still in the larva possession stage continued to live relatively normal lives, though they focused on eating. Now that they did not have to keep up any semblance of a society, they abandoned things like paperwork and trade. The demonic parasites reorganized their society such that the larvae possessed collected food centrally. That said, they continued to produce weapons and equipment, which these demons used. These demons were able to use equipment, including magical equipment. Could they use hero items? As we continued to observe, we noticed the transformed demons taking charge. We kept spreading our trees, and noticed even more cities infested with demons, and finally found the prey we wanted. A champion. No. There were two of them. We knew they were champions, because the transformed demons deferred to them. The way all these humanoid demons obeyed their commands. Both the human king and queen had a champion in them, and if we strained our magical sensors a little, we could pick up their masked magical powers. Their strength was self-evident, it rippled outwards in little motions. These human bodies are so fragile. The possessed king said to the queen. Would you rather possess a lizard, then? If it is a big one, yes. The king laughed, strangely human. How did they speak? Or are you referring to the lizard folk? The queen did not respond. No matter. Let us wait for the true king. We knew, with certainty, that these champions could not possess me. I saw how the champions were torched by Edna's soul. I wanted to capture these demon champions, and so I asked Stella and the Void Mages to rest for 2 days. I needed them at their best when I pushed my powers through their portals. It wasn't hard to find them after the 2 days. The two champions were incredibly confident. They walked about their kingdom with no guards, no defenders. Not necessary, when the demons as a whole respected and obeyed their inherent hierarchy. I initially tested the concept on the demon parasites, the lesser larvae, to the effects of my mana. It killed them. They were just fragile to most things when not in a host. But I had a feeling it would work on the champions. Alright, be ready, because I am going to attack a demon champion. I told Stella. I had my labs and everything on standby. Ready. Stella understood my plans to study the demon champions, though she didn't quite agree with having a war of the parasites. The two champions were apart. One was with some of the possessed, and the queen was with a small battalion of demonic knights. These knights were no longer human, though they looked every bit like it. I readied my artificial minds, and went for it. Somewhere nearby, I immediately created 2 giant attendant trees. These helped amplify my aura and power. Then, at the same time, roots shot out from the ground, and immediately wrapped the 2 of them. They reacted quickly, but their response was to attack my roots. The 2 demon champions both released a huge burst of flame that burnt the entire city, taking down a huge number of other demons with it, but it failed to burn through my trees. Heroes. The king yelled as it transformed, and the demonic appendages fought the hundreds of vines and roots that spawned from the ground. It was like 2 masses of snakes or eels with different colors wrestling in shallow waters. They were no match for me. Not with my current levels of power. They struggled hard, and they resisted. But I didn't mean to kill them. I flooded them with my mana. The eyes of the possessed king widened in fear. No. It was time for the corruptor to be corrupted. It's time for reverse Walalo tilde. Stella struggled, but she worked with a team of void mages to stabilize the portals as huge amounts of mana was pumped through the portals. A few fainted, and they had to swap. But now, her school of void mages numbered in the hundreds, and this was within the same world. My mana flooded the demon champions, and in the end, one of them decided to self-destruct, then to submit to my influence. The body of the king splattered into mush. The champion that inhabited the queen was not so lucky. My roots and vines penetrated the body, and found the champion's true body. A large hairy worm-like creature lived in the husk, and my mana flooded it. The champion struggled, and I sensed its panicked flailing. It killed its host at that moment, but the body was still alive. Shit. Was it going to run? A chrysalis of wooden vines and roots emerged around the captured body, a vessel for the conversion. The demons in the surrounding area and the nation, who were not destroyed by the demonic flames, went wild, and they ran towards our location at full speed. I spawned beetles by the hundreds and thousands, and blocked them off. Horns went through, and helped lead the defense of the wooden shell. The demons rushed by the thousands, and the beetles fought off the demonic hordes from the surrounding nations for hours. My artificial mind supported the battle, as I focused on capturing the demon champion. It took hours, as my mana gradually worked its way through the demon champion's real body. Strangely, no demon champion came. Not even from the nearest kingdom, which hosted more demon champions. Just more regular stuff. The demonic larvae attempted to infiltrate the beetles, and some succeeded. But the beetles had extremely strong, demonic-resistant carapaces, and it was easy to tell which beetle was infected, since we would lose control of the beetle. Horns, for example, couldn't be infested, simply because my artificial minds were all linked to me at a fundamental level. My domain powers maintained the link with them, and that link burned any attempted infestations. The battle lasted for 2 days, and Stella was exhausted. She didn't sleep for 2 days, as my own trees and vines back home supported her. The demon champion finally caved. Natural mana overwhelming has converted a demonic infestor champion. You converted the demon into an Eonic infestor champion. The skill natural mana overwhelming has been upgraded. The wooden chrysalis opened, and revealed that same human queen, but different. Her eyes were green, and her voice ethereal. She retained some of her demonly features, but there were parts where it was clearly wooden. Her skin now had a greenish tone, instead of the original dark red of the demons. The infestor kept the host, though the host changed as a result. Stella was already at her breaking point, it was only my own energies that kept her awake. Since it was done, I allowed her to rest. Another group of void mages then took over, and opened a portal to let the converted champion through. The champion seemed to understand instinctively, and stepped through the void portal. It was now in Freshka. The infestor looked around, and the void mages stared. They were visibly afraid. 2 of my Valthorns were there, ready for any eventuality. Rune's bow and arrow glowed, ready to fire. I felt it was safe, as Patrique's psychic power descended on the infestor. Nothing. It bowed and knelt. Greetings, Eon. I am your humble slave. Rune stared, still worried. Stand, and speak. Who are you? I am nameless, Eon, but this vessel was once named Queen Ali Ardiason of Erat. I was once an infestor champion from the demon world of the infestors, spawned from the powers of the infestor king. I felt my mana permeate the converted demon. So Ali, then, if you so will, I will be Ali. The former demon answered, and at that moment, I had more questions than ever. Do you remember where you came from? Not much. We are created by the infestor king, or what the people of this refer to as the demon king. The demon king created us as lesser versions in his image, with his powers to corrupt and to control. What is the infestor king? Ali stood, unsure how to reply. I know little of its power, save that it has corruption and the ability to control others through its tendrils. What do you know, then? We are here to infest, spread our kind far and wind. We are to use the knowledge of the people against itself, prepare for the king's descent and kill the puppets. The puppets. I repeated. Yes. Heroes. Puppets. Same thing. Ali answered. Rune and Johann stared at the infestor. Eon, this is not a demon. No. It's a converted demon. It's possible to convert demons. Rune asked. I've forgotten most of them have not seen my attempts to convert the demons. Yes. Hytrerion was made from the shell of a demon walker. I added. It was quite strange that Ali didn't need any of that, despite being a demonic champion. Or wait. Ali, are you able to infest anyone or use your powers? Ali wanted to, and then stopped. Eonic infestor champion requires a power source. You may attach a titan soul or an artificial soul to power it. It is currently relying on residual energies stored within its body, and will need to rest near a tree to recharge. While in this low power mode, it is unable to infest anyone. Oh, darn. The infestor champion had a memory box and thought unit, but still needed a power source. Now that I robbed it of its original power source, it needed something from me. This sucked, since it meant I couldn't scale this operation. But I realized this infestor champion essentially was a spy's greatest weapon. I could deploy Ally to other worlds and help me gather information that I could not gather myself. In a way, Ally's even better than Lumuf, since, well, Ally could seamlessly blend into the existing folk. Ally, do you kill your hosts? Do you want me to, master? As infestors, we have 2 modes, possession and infestation. Infestation kills the host. The only problem was, I couldn't see what Ali was doing. Tell me more about how you steal powers. As infestors, we attach to the soul springs of our hosts, and hijack it. We are all innately able to confuse the soul spring, into thinking our commands are the soul's commands. We exist on 2 levels, at a physical level, and at a soul level, we can inject ourselves into the soul. This injection process, of course, drains a lot of magical power, but we also simultaneously steal power from the soul springs of our host. When we kill our hosts, we grab hold of the pieces of their soul spring, and attach them to our own. But it doesn't always succeed, and using these powers require mana like normal. Wait. Get into the biolab. Ali nodded, and got into the biolab as commanded. I saw a constantly shapeshifting, blob-like creature that resembled a jellyfish. It was hollow in the middle, like it was waiting for a power unit, or a soul spring to power it. There were smaller rocks that floated in between the multiple blobby tentacles of the Infestor champions, and realized these were the stolen skills. Skills taken from the queen. I couldn't see how it interacted and inserted into another soul, because, in its current state, it lacked the means to do so. The tentacles and the blobs moved constantly, and there was no permanent form to the body. This was unlike how the others had a defined shape to the lake of their soul. I doubt the shape was what gave it the ability to possess another, and I probably would have to insert a Titan soul in order to fully understand what these demon champions could do. That, of course, sounded like a waste of a Titan soul. Well, maybe not, because from what I observed, Titans are most useful in a utility role. Patrick's usefulness has exceeded Hyperion by a lot, so to use Titans for combat roles was frankly a waste of time. In that case, would using the Titan soul on Ali, an Infestor, be a waste? Do I have other, better uses for the Titans? Meanwhile, the kingdom which the champions once ruled turned into a frenzy, like a Zerg swarm without their cerebrates. Wild, primal, and they rushed towards us. This was strange behavior, as each parasite is able to some degree of thought and self-regulation. Surely, they did not require a champion to function. But it did. While the war against the parasites continued, Lumuf was still in Three Worlds. Sir Lumuf, this way. A merchant led him to a large room that displayed one of the largest, most detailed maps of the Three Worlds. Lumuf had a sense something was off, but he wasn't worried. No. If anything, he wanted them to bite. It was something he had planned for a while. The three merchants gathered and started explaining the map, and Lumuf looked at it intently. This was helpful, at least, to strategize where to plant my clones. There were dungeons, magical ley lines marked, to the best of their knowledge. It was a commission that took the past 2 years, and a lot of our treasures. Lumuf nodded, as the merchants started to furl up the map. It was made with some kind of magical cloth, and with shrinking spells such that it shrunk to the size of a regular scroll. The merchant passed it to Lumuf. Payment, Sir Lumuf. Lumuf nodded, and withdrew a magical sword from his pouch. The other merchants all stared, some seemed to be mouthwatering. The goods exchanged hands, and the merchant stared at the magical sword. They used some inspection abilities, and some kind of merchant valuation ability. Yet, at that same moment, the doors slammed open, and about 40 mages walked into the room. Lumuf quickly held the map, and in an instant, it vanished, sent back to Freshka. The merchants looked around, and they were all clearly puzzled at the mages. They stared at each other. What's happening? We've known something was up, especially when we detected a few failed inspection-type skills. Lumuf had a cloak that confused such skills, but it wasn't perfect. So, it was a matter of time before the Mala's priests sensed something was up. In fact, I was surprised that they took so long to even attempt to arrest us. Here's an old man walking about asking for information, learning spells and so on. The mages were armed, and one pointed his staff at Lumuf. Lumuf, on the orders of the Council of High Priests of Malas, you are to be detained on the suspicion of espionage. Lumuf lifted his arms. We were ready for this, and we would go along with the capture. The mages used a kind of crystal shackle, and shackled Lumuf. But all that happened was detecting attempted skill control, domain overriding. The crystal shackle shone, and then, like a whimper, it crumbled. The mages stared at each other. One of the high mage priests immediately walked over, and took out another shackle. The second shackle crumbled too. That's not supposed to happen. Lumuf smiled. Anyway, gents, it's fine. Come, let me. The mages stared at each other, unnerved at how easy Lumuf went along with the capture. No, we wanted to be captured, because it was a convenient excuse. From what we know, the high priests questioned their suspects within the depths of the Crystal Mountain, where they keep their strange artifacts, and that was somewhere we wanted to go anyway. The mage priests were shocked, of course, because it now seemed like they were escorting Lumuf, rather than capturing him. Don't worry, I have no intention of resisting. Eventually, we entered a cave, high up on the Crystal Mountain. Here, we took a look, and it was beautiful. Can I just appreciate the view for a moment? Lumuf paused. The mage priests looked at each other uncomfortably, and then glanced towards the high priest for guidance. The high priest nodded. No more than 2 minutes. Lumuf nodded, and just looked at the view. It really was beautiful to see the entire city of Myelga, with crystals everywhere. It was part crystal mine, Hard Magic Academy, and the glowing magical crystal lights paired with the faint fog and haze from the dusts only gave it an eerie, mystical aura. All right, let's go. Lumuf nodded, and we went into the mountains. Hatri. Year 200. The depths of the crystal mountain were magical. They had a magic lift, and the walls, the crystalline walls glowed in many colors. It was beautiful, and the ambience truly seemed magical. This is quite beautiful, Lumuf said to the mages, who all seemed a lot more afraid of him than the other way round. Something about the shackles crumbling seemed to remind them that Lumuf was not just any old man, even though he had kept his domain in check for the entire period he was here. The High Mage tried his best to play along. It is. Everyone who stepped into these lifts for the first time remarked how beautiful it is. Even the heroes. Lumuf nodded. Ah yes, the heroes. They came from another world, right? The High Mage gave Lumuf a suspicious look. You seem familiar with them. I have met a few. Lumuf nodded. Are you from the nation of the Sand People, then? No. Lumuf smiled, and the High Mage just gave him a stare. But Lumuf was used to such things. The lift eventually stopped gently, like it slowed down on a very measured drift. They hardly felt it. The door opened, and they were led into a chamber made of crystals. The entire chamber was shaped by the crystal growth, and for me, looking through Lumuf, this chamber reminded me of ice palaces and chambers carved out of ice. Only crystals, and it wasn't cold. In fact, it was quite warm. The chamber led to smaller hallways, similarly carved out of ice. There were crystalline lights, embedded into the crystal walls. This way. Lumuf nodded, and he was led to another chamber with a chair. Sit here. Lumuf complied. This seemed to be an interrogation room, but the High Mage looked at the shackles, and hesitated. The mages stared at each other. Should we use the shackles? The High Mage shook his head. No, we've wasted two already. Just call the interrogators. The mage scurried out of the magical door. They used wooden doors, embedded with crystals. We could see that it was some kind of mixed item, part wood, part crystals. I wondered whether I could grow crystal trees, like how Kay is a crystal golem in the shape of a lady. Maybe I could experiment with that dryad body I had stored all these time. The interrogators, despite their fearsome name, were three skinny-looking humans with long crystal spears, and many smaller pins and needles, all similarly made of crystal. They had different colors, and from a casual glance, I sensed that each of them was imbued with a different type of spell. A torture set. Interesting. A far more elaborately dressed woman came immediately after, and I sensed that she was higher level than the rest. At least level 80. Let's make this simple, Sir Lumuf. The lady started. I have my interrogators with me, and I want to know, who are you, and who do you work for, and what do you want? You've been buying magical spells, collecting various locational information for the past few years. Who are you sending it to? The Sand People, or the Centaurs? Lumuf merely smiled. Can I get your name? The lady shrugged and laughed. I am the fourth archpriest of Malas, Yada. There was an air of magic around her, strong, but nothing particularly impressive. Not when she was compared to my near-domain level mages. Well, since you asked so nicely, I am Lumuf. I serve the Temple of Eon, and I came from a faraway place. We've checked. There's no such thing as the Temple of Eon. Oh, there is. Lumuf smiled. Now, if you want the juicy details with all the fruits, I would like to meet the true ruler of Myelga. I would happily explain then. Yada stared. You wanted us to come to you. Lumuf smiled. Well, it's hard to get the bureaucracy to pass a message, isn't it? What better way to get direct access to the top, by making you come to me? I could kill you here. Lumuf shrugged. I think you know well enough that you can't. In fact, maybe only the true ruler of this living mountain can hope to even hurt me. Yada's fists glowed with magic, and she punched. A wooden barrier emerged and blocked it. Vines instantly absorbed the magic in her fists, and those vines quickly wrapped around her arms, and she stared. She flinched as she felt magic drain away from her arms. Who are you? Were you listening? My name is Lumuf, and I serve the Temple of Eon. The vines let her arms go, and Yada staggered backwards. The interrogators stared dumbly. They were not used to their subjects being able to use their skills. Lumuf didn't move and just stretched his legs. It really does annoy me when young ones don't listen to what us old folk have to say. Yada stood, but she realized the power gap. So, now that I am here, deep within the mountain, I want to talk to the true ruler of this mountain. Can you get me an audience? I certainly hope we can have a friendly meeting, rather than one where I am forced to go on a warpath. Yada dusted her robes. I see we have invited the snake into the house. I am not a snake. I am just a priest of Eon. I don't bite. Yada looked at her team. Stay here. I'll go call the crystal holders. The interrogators looked afraid. Milady. Lumoof immediately interjected. There really is nothing to worry about. Can I have some tea while you sort out the details? Yada looked at the interrogators. Well, go get some. She pointed a finger at Lumoof. And you don't get too smug. You don't know who you're dealing with. My priest just stretched and yawned. But the interrogators looked at Lumoof again, and decided it was better to just get him some tea. The tea was not bad, and Yada came back about 3 hours later. The interrogators kept watch, but they felt so uncomfortable around Lumoof that they decided to wait outside the door. The crystal holders will meet you now. Yada said with a commanding tone. Then you'll know better than to offend us. Oh. They led Lumoof through more narrow crystalline pathways, and down more crystalline stairs, and then, another lift. A lift that went even deeper. Then deep underground, we walked out of the lift into a massive cavern, with glistening crystals on the roof. The crystals had many colors, and around us, we saw giant crystal golems. These were massive things, and they looked like these golems could open up to be even larger. There were a few more pathways that led to this cavern, clearly the way we took was not the only way in. Feeling scared yet? Yada smirked. Lumoof shrugged and she couldn't believe her eyes. You're acting. We've fought demon champions. Golems are just creatures in the same class, and then we arrived at a platform. There were 8 large crystals, and 8 individuals seated right before them. Archpriest Yada, this is the individual that wants to meet us. Lumoof looked around, and here, I felt the conflicting presence of something. It was that something that hid underneath the mountains. It was here, but it darted everywhere. Hopping from crystal to crystal. These 8 men were just spokesperson. The equivalent of my Valthorn councils, but not me. Where are you looking, spy? One of the individuals said. The voice was feminine, but here in the dim cavern, where the lighting came from the glow of crystals, it was hard to make out her features, unless we activated our skills. My spiritual sight identified her as human. Lumoof looked around, and we tried to follow the presence. Looking at the real power behind all of you. One of them slammed the crystal table. We are the real powers here. Lumoof smiled. All of you are just like me. The hands and legs. The executors of divine will. Lumoof paused briefly, and then said. Minions. 3 of them glowed, as I sensed them gather their magical power. Still, our eyes focused on that presence, and at that moment, a 9th crystal, one larger than the 8 others, rose up, out of the crystal floor. The 9th crystal was shaped like a throne, and a golem sat on it. We felt that presence gathered in the golem. The golem was just a puppet of the spirit of this crystal mountain. Yet, the golem looked incredibly lifelike. No, at a casual glance, the golem seemed every bit human. The 8 immediately bowed. We greet the immortal Crystal King. Yada knelt, and she gave Lumoof a smug look. You fucked now, old man. Lumoof smiled, and respectfully clasped his hands together. We didn't kneel. Greetings. The presence was similar to Lily's and Arya. Maybe just a bit stronger. The golem radiated his domain, and the aura of the Crystal King's domain closed in, and attempted to smother us. All of them cowered in its presence. This was nostalgic. I did the same thing to my Valthorns. The Crystal King stopped, and stared with its purple eyes. The 8 cowering minions immediately attempted to explain. Your Majesty, this is a spy. He claims to be a priest of Eon, but we've checked and it does not exist. No. The king answered, and he sounded human. This was some really good puppetry. Who are you? His domain did not pierce through Lumoof's skin. Instead, it was pushed back. Lumoof gave a nod. Greetings, immortal Crystal King. I am Lumoof, a priest of Eon. Finally, we have been hoping to speak to the true master of the mountain. The king narrowed its eyes. Lumoof nodded, and I descended. My domain pushed against the Crystal King, and everyone, including the other minions of the Crystal King, cowered. What? Greetings, Crystal King. I am Eon, and Lumoof is my avatar. I spoke as Lumoof's eyes glowed green, and my presence was clear for all to see. A greenish glow of light, shaped into a tree, appeared around Lumoof. The golem narrowed its eyes, as our 2 domains met. The usually quiet and motionless air of the cavern was twisted by our energies, and it whipped it up into a small, twisting gale. Yada, the Archpriest and the 8 crystal holders were all horrified. I have been meaning to speak to you, though, it is hard to get you through all of your institutional red tape. I bet those who want to talk to me feel the same way. The Crystal King's face was serious. Speak. You have my attention. I come from another world, just next to yours. I come in search of allies, in my bid to defeat the demons that plague my world. Is that not an affair of the gods? At this point, all 9 other humans dared not speak. They were all quiet. This was not their stage. The gods will abandon us, in a century or two. I said. The Crystal King looked. I do not care of the cause. What do you want exactly? Knowledge and skills. Cooperation. Friendship. The king glared, and stated bluntly. Denied. I have no reason to cooperate and share my knowledge with those of another world. Every creature or beast of other worlds eventually attempts to invade us. Even the summoned heroes are not much better. No. We are an insular world, and we will remain so. No trade with outworlders. Friendship with another existence from another world. Impossible. ... And what of trade? I asked. Inward I was shaken by the immediate refusal. But Lumuf kept a stoic face. No. I refuse. The Crystal King said firmly, and I felt my spirit sink. What was this straight-out stonewalling? Any guarantees I can offer? What can I do to change your mind, and work together? I certainly come in peace, but it seemed they didn't believe me. No. There is no negotiation to be had with other worlders. I reject your presence in my lands. Leave and return to where you came from. The human lands of this world will not receive you. I felt angry. Why? What was the cause of this selfishness? What's the word for it? The immortal Crystal King was blunt. I shall apply the full force of my powers should I ever see you again after today. I do not accept foreigners from another world. Leave. The Crystal King flexed his domain, and his energies strengthened. I wondered. Why? You accept the heroes. They are part of a bargain we struck with Melas. I felt there was an undercurrent of fear. Must it be this way? Yes. The Crystal King said. Go. We are not friends. No. Friends do not exist for existences like us. There are those stronger, and those weaker. The strong take, the weak obey. Is that a challenge? Should I just take it, then? Darn. There seems to be something at the back of all of this. Some history from long ago. No. Conflict should not be the first thought, especially when we have no reason to be enemies. Lumuf's attempted capture was a small matter, really. Nothing was really at risk. Let's talk this through. It is not my intention to come and occupy your world. You will learn, and eventually, you will occupy. That is how it is, that is how it will be, and I reject your attempts to plant a seed here. Go. Leave. I shall entertain you no further. Leave peacefully, and that is the end of it. And if I don't, then it will be war. Our eventual outcome is war. It is the same with the others, as with the demons, and as with those before us. War is inevitable. If it's inevitable, why should I just raise war right now? But no. I calmed myself and focused. What is my goal? My goal is to end the cycle of heroes and demon kings, not for all worlds, but at least, for my homeworld. War with other spirits and forces are unnecessary, unless it leads to the end of the cycle. This group of people seem to have knowledge of crystals, which I can use in the future, but do I want to go to war with them just to have this knowledge, which may or may not lead to breakthroughs? Would a war here, with this mountain, be a worthwhile investment of resources? I stared, and for a moment, the entire cavern shook as our domains clashed. My power radiated outwards like a wave, and met the opposing force of the immortal Crystal King. My greenish energies lit the dark cave with my mana. The human minions stared, with their jaws wide, and 2 of them had fainted. I knew for certain I was stronger overall, but even then a battle would be hard to predict, since this is their home base, and this Crystal King most likely have more combat abilities. The strangely human immortal Crystal King squinted his eyes, and took a step back. Fuck. Why the fuck is this damned crystal so irritatingly aloof? What was the word I was looking for? Lumuf mentally responded to me. Let's go, my lord. There really is no need to wage this pointless war. We can have other means. Or find somewhere else. They are not the only masters of crystals. I sighed. Very well. We will leave. The Crystal King looked to its cowering minions. Escort this otherworlder out of my mountain. Don't let him in ever again. Notify me if he ever dares to appear at my doorstep. Such arrogance, but I had no real beef with this guy. I wanted knowledge, and there really wasn't any need to destroy this mountain just because he refused to cooperate. In the end, my end goal was the demons in this cycle. Focus on the end goal, I told myself, using that to calm myself down. I did not have to destroy other functional civilizations to get there. I tried to relax, and reminded myself that not everyone saw things my way, and that is alright. It's normal that some people are just not cooperative. It's normal. Perfect. Perfectly normal. I tried to convince myself, really, because I felt mad. Maybe mainly because I got rejected. It's fine. It's okay. I am a salesman, and I don't have to make every single sale. Not everyone is like Lilies or Arya. The minions stared at Yada, and Yada gulped. She had been commanded, and so she did. She escorted Lumuf, respectfully and quietly. Not a peep. Year 201. Back home, it was a game of whack-a-mole, as demons kept popping up despite the efforts of the heroes. Temples and us to clamp down on the demonic parasites. We were generally gaining ground, as we discovered more and more ways to detect them, and counter them. The food makers and coffee brewers around the world made condensed caffeine sweets and caffeine pills. The coffee makers and sweet makers even gained unique skills. Anti-demon coffee, and demon-preventing coffee sweets. It was really cute that those who made food actually contributed to the war effort. I suppose this was a feature of the system, that the system does respond to changes, but it took a while for it to hit the necessary threshold to award a skill. Anyway, with foods and consumables that deterred the demons from infesting, the tide was somewhat shifting, and it was slowly returning to good old conventional demon warfare. Normalcy. How I missed it so. At the same time, I also granted one of my Valthorns a class Lovies once had. Eons Demonslayer. I suspected that it'll help to sense demons, and it did, but its effectiveness was linked to the person's level. It wasn't very useful on a large scale, since, like the heroes, it was tied to a particular individual, and so was largely local. But it was good for interrogation and detection of demons among areas previously cleared. Despite our progress, we knew it meant nothing if the Demon King wasn't killed. As the 10 years deadline slowly passed by, we waited for the Demon King. I really wanted to know the kind of Demon King we would face. Visitations of the Demon World. Year 201. The Demon King took its time, and we waited. So, I went on the offense, and wanted to claim a few more demon champions for myself. Just like the Forest Rod, which I clearly wish I had more, I wanted more of these infestors. I could find uses for them. Someday. Ali stood like a machine back in Freshka, and I quickly commanded it to sleep in one of my biopods, safe in the valley. I didn't want an infestor like her walking about the city, mainly because I felt such abilities were more suited to be hidden. A spy is most effective when no one suspects a spy. Thus, only Stella and a few others were aware of it, and I made it a point to make them know it. What are your weaknesses? I asked Ali. I tried my luck whether it's possible to directly ask a former demon the answer. I don't know. It wasn't so easy, sadly. We watched the star ways with great interest. One of the paths glowed bright, but it wasn't yet ready for the Demon King. There were telltale signs when the Demon King was about to cross, and so far, we have not seen it. Down in the southern continent, we continued our great game of demon parasite whack-a-mole, and eventually, I managed to catch 2 more demon champions. One was a general of a destroyed kingdom, named Genid, and another was a king, King Roma of the Sandeya Kingdom, which is no more. Since everyone alive was infested and incurable, these 2 demon champions did not reveal anything new. They were similar creations of the Infestor King, and had no memories. As our reach expanded in the south, I finally managed to catch something I was looking for. A rift. What are you doing? Stella asked as my trees approached a rift. She sensed some unusual magic fluctuations, a little more drain than usual. Another demon champion. Not exactly. While waiting for the Demon King, I've decided to go on the offense. Stella's eyes squinted, and then widened as she realized what I've just met. Wait, you need the entire team here. My roots and vines approached the rift, and slowly tested out its magical resonance. Like the previous demons, I needed to know the exact mana frequency to confuse the rift, such that it would let me through to the other side. Why? Stella asked as she felt the energies passing through the void portals. I have nothing to lose, and I realized, with my seeds, that I should use them offensively. Playing defense is tiring. I have 2 seeds left. From what I gather, it does take a while for any destroyed tree to respawn as a new seed, but with both 3 worlds and the other world remaining close by, I was willing to do it. It's my first attempt at launching an offensive attack. From what I learned from Snek, I suspect that the demons most likely do not have means of communication with other demon types, and that each demonic world is largely independent, though there were some means of coordinating invasions. I needed a solid presence in one such world, if I wanted to know what exactly happened. I couldn't learn about the demons without seeing them in one of their controlled worlds. The last time, I needed the forest rod. I wouldn't use the forest rod now. With the seed of Eon, I could use my clones as disposable scouts. My only risk was if they possessed my clone bodies, but I suspect that's impossible. I spawned more artificial minds, just in case. I needed the backup. We don't know what our homeworld is like. We were created, and before we could see or sense, we were flung to this world through the rifts, sent to infest anyone who feels strong. I also learned that my infestors used to have some kind of ability to see strength, that's inactive as they are currently unpowered. Could they infest something like me? I suspect probably not, since a soul tree like myself should be invincible in its native domain. When asked, they seemed to answer, "We don't know, but we are programmed to try." That was rather strange. I soon found the resonance needed to get myself through the rift gates. My roots and vines went through. Stella immediately winced as my roots went through. The first thing I attempted to do was see a gate. I saw a gate. The gate was on a platform, and around the gates were those same void crystals. There were some other demonic structures around those void crystals, and this time, I was able to sense some magic flowing through it. But immediately beyond the dry platform was water. This demon world was not dry. If anything, it was more of a corrupted world. There were demonic trees and large gigantic monsters that would not be out of place in the rotted lands. I saw large blobs, filled with hundreds or thousands of those demonic parasites being hauled by large demonic creatures. They were pushed through the rift gate, and they appeared on the other side. The blob didn't survive the transfer, but the parasites did. I immediately extended my roots and my vines into the water, and I felt the pollution and dirt. No, this was some kind of muck. I'll have to analyze the details later. The last time I sent my roots through the rift, some demons saw it and immediately cut us off. I wasn't going to let that happen to me now. I immediately deployed my seed of Eon right here, right next to the rift gates. I felt my seed sink into the water, and then little roots extended out of the water. I sensed my seed's root searching for dirt and earth. Barren. Even though there was water, the ground or dirt felt lifeless and weak. It was a little like the moon, but different. The moon was just naturally empty, its surface covered with moon dust that needed to be rehabilitated gradually. This world was drained, as if every bit of life that once was, had been sucked out by the demons. I knew through my clone that the demons did this to their captured worlds, and that meant, Sneck's world was on a timer. Eventually the demons would drain the world until it had no ability to support life. Was that how it always went? I had to check with Lilies. Greater than we do not recall the exact time as we were dormant, but from what we know, it was not very long. Almost 100 years. We hid within the depths of the lake, and time was lost to us. It was then we heard the will of the world, once. Less than. Greater than the gods summoned their chosen. Less than. That didn't quite answer the question. We didn't know how long Sneck's world has. It could be hundreds more years, or thousands. Or maybe it's already lost. Either way, my seed spread roots into the lifeless soil, and rather than gathering nutrients from them, I attempted to sense magic. These demons were not as alert as the previous ones. I suspect this was because the parasites themselves seem to have rather strange senses when they are not in a host. In a way, they are quite blind. But eventually one of the demons that carried those blobs noticed the little roots and vines coming through, and they immediately closed the rift. I felt a jarring sensation, similar to how a livestream would get stuck when switching from a wired connection to a wireless connection. It came back a short while later, as my seed now supplied me with my senses. I was already on the other side, and my vines, now connected through my seed, continued to observe the demons. I decided to take advantage of my past hybrid demon tree knowledge, and changed my roots to appear somewhat demon tree-like. I had to support my seed from the system, and I could feel the seed grow when I feed it mana. It's not getting enough mana from its ambient surroundings, just like my tree in the destroyed comet world. Luckily, the moon tree has grown sufficiently that it is no longer a drain on my overall mana, even if it still depended on my mana to grow outwards. In short, even though I have clones, each clone still needed to generate its own power. If it doesn't, due to the poor environment, it would then draw down on the primary reserve, which was my own mana pool. I would have to develop plants able to collect mana in this polluted demon world. My roots moved through the dirty waters, and we sensed the presence of metals I've not seen back on our homeworld. As my roots spread out from the gate, I noticed that the demons were actually quite concentrated in certain areas, and there were still vast swaths where there was absolutely nothing. Just plain dirt. Lifeless dirt and polluted waters. The waters were shallow, and that was good. It'd be a pain if I encountered oceans in a demon world, since that was a problem in itself that I have yet to solve. I spawned a few discrete smaller trees in these sparse places. In doing so, I limited the number of beetles each of them could support, but no matter. I wanted to see the demon world for myself beyond what I could see from the gates. I didn't encounter any resistance, and my roots found the dirt. The parasite world had a single, bright blue sun that was really small. It was probably further away than our normal sun, which meant the weather would have been cooler, if not for the thick smog that seemed to coat the air. Even with these small trees, I sensed the presence of strange minerals in the air. I wasn't sure whether this was native to this world, or whether this was an output of the demons. I didn't manage to collect such data from my previous incursions to the other demon worlds. With more and more discreetly placed trees, I was able to spawn some labs to begin analyzing the magic in this world, and the first thing that immediately stood out to me was how little magic was in the air, and there were no ley lines. That was weird, and it reminded me of the moon. No, even the moon wasn't so empty. Are ley lines essentially magical blood vessels of the core, and ley lines essentially supply life to the world? I thought of the strategy demons, and their demonic rods. They were essentially using the world's ability to create life to create demons. I was doing the same thing with dungeons. The world did it normally too, through the spawning of natural dungeons. I know, from my own experience in Treeworld, that ley lines are rare. The moon, too, doesn't have any noticeable ley line, but I initially suspected this was because I have not expanded much on the moon. That's because I still detected some faint magic that moved in the depths of the moon. But here, in this demon world, there should be ley lines, or very faint inklings of them, especially once my roots started spreading really far and wide. What's happening? Back home, I immediately summoned Sneck for an audience. Tell me about the lines from your home. Are you aware of them? Yes. These are the magical energies of the world. Have you observed any change in the magical energies of the ley lines since the demons took over? Sneck frowned. I am afraid I don't have information on this. We are aware of some changes in these magical strands, but I did not look into it. Didn't you say you were an expert on your world? I lied. Oh great Eon. The little snake spirit prostrated on the floor. I merely have a high-level knowledge of it. To have knowledge of everything in my world is not something one snake can achieve. I spread my roots and trees more and more, and eventually stumbled on something I've seen in the dreams of the heroes. Pillars and spires, filled with dark red blobs, and looking at it for myself, I saw the spires were linked to large pillars and spikes. These were embedded into the ground, like stakes. There were also large vats and pools right next to the pillars filled with some kind of colored muck. The blobs on the spires themselves all seemed to contain smaller, almost like baby demons. I felt a draining effect in the land itself, and thankfully, I was resistant to it. It felt like a vacuum cleaner sucking on my toes, and it didn't really hurt. It was just slightly irritating. It wasn't the only one such structure I saw. As I spread my trees as far and wide as I could in this new demonic world, I saw many more such structures. I was looking for the thing that created the demonic champions. I soon found other rift gates, and as my trees spread, I realized there were at least 10 of them. Each of them had a whole bevy of void crystals around them. I watched the rift gates open, and the demonic parasites were sent through. This part was not new to me. What was new was what happened after the rift gates were closed. I saw demons that replaced the crystals, and they replaced them by the hundreds and thousands. Each rift gate was supplied, continuously, by a supply chain of these demons who did nothing but carry these void crystals. So, I followed this supply chain. It took some time, at least a month, since the supply chain was very, very long, and eventually I came upon what was the largest spawning pool I've ever seen. The waters were different. They were black with streaks in them, like a very thick soup. Around the holes were massive spires that joined up at the top in the shape of a ring. From my viewpoint, it looked like a supermassive rift gate that was exactly above the hole. My roots sensed something lurking within these lakes, and here, that sucking effect was extremely strong. But, more importantly, I felt its focus that went deep underground. I felt it draw energy from the depths. I spread my trees around this lake, and noticed some parts where demons emerged from the lake, hauling smaller void crystals. This lake produced void crystals, or were they mining them from deep underground? I tried to dig underground, like how I dug back home, and I soon found that this hole stretched
downwards, and I sensed pain. A pain that came from the world itself. I followed the pain, and kept digging. The demon's hole was still there. How did they manage to dig so deep? As I went deeper, and deeper as I could manage, I sensed a powerful presence, wrapped in a shell. I knew it was powerful, because its energy was like a constant hum and it pressed on my roots. The hum became a constant grinding noise as I went deeper, and I realized it was the nascent Demon King. It was further down. Much, much further down. The core of the world was the womb of the Demon King.
Beneath the tree's shade. Year 201 continued. We saw the path through the void sea lit up, and this time, I tried to see what was happening from this side of the world. I saw a massive tower emerge from the ground, right next to the huge hole that led to the world's core. The tower was pitch black, mixed with little bits of other colors, and I felt huge amounts of strange magic being pulled through that pillar. It was absorbing something, from somewhere. The smaller spires around the massive hole glowed, as if it stored the energy that was being pulled. I switched to my astral sight, and I saw a dark blob appear right above the demon's world. There was a black pillar of energy that linked to that physical tower. I felt a huge, splitting headache and Patrick immediately stepped in. As I concentrated on the sky above the demonic world, I saw it. A huge black sun of void magic. It had many other little pillars that I couldn't quite see, like, easily hundreds or maybe thousands. What was this? The demon's power source for void magic? Or is it an actual demonic god? That pitch black tower seemed to pull void mana from the black sun, and I felt the air tense with void energies. It was void mana, the very same void mana that Stella used. At the same time, my magical senses were attacked by a huge surge of power that came from the core itself. This part wasn't void magic, but a different kind of energy. It was also familiar, like the one I saw from within that shard of Cometworld. It surged out, and then, alternatingly split to the smaller pillars around the hole. One pillar was void, another one was this core energy. Void mana from the black tower was then transferred to the pillars, again, in alternating patterns. The ring above the hole started to float into the sky, and expanded. Then, I watched as the spires formed pairs. One spire that contained the core energy, and another spire that contained the void mana from the black tower, mixed together to form this weird mana. The pairs glowed and then the floating ring in the sky spaced out. The pair of spires each shot a beam of energy to the ring in the sky, and I felt the world bend. From the center of the circle, a huge rift opened. The ground rumbled, as the Demon King moved out of its cradle deep in the core of the world. It rumbled for a long time, the Demon King didn't move very quickly. At that very moment, I saw the Tower of Darkness glow again, and there were 3 astral paths in the skies above. One that led to Treehome, where my main body was. Another one that led to that black sun. This path was filled with a constant flow of void mana, and this third one was another black object. It resembled. I wasn't sure what I was looking at. It looked like a constant moving blob. Maybe it looked like a lava lamp. I wasn't sure what it was. At first, I didn't know they opened a path to this blob. But there had to be a purpose, so I watched. No one opened a pathway to this faraway place, bending space and dimensions for no reason. There had to be a purpose. The ground rumbled, and rumbled some more. Then, this formless blob that constantly moved separated a small, tiny droplet of pitch black darkness, and that darkness went through the pathway. It came out of a rift right above the ring, and I saw a black and dark red crystal descend and fall into the deep pool that led to the core. But this crystal had a familiar energy. It was a part of the Demon King, I was sure of it. The crystal descended into the pool, and the rumbling intensified. I felt the Demon King's body stop somewhere, and then, I tracked the 2 energies approaching each other. The crystal and the body, fusing somewhere along that massive hole. The pathway that led to that blob closed first. And now there were 2 left. One that led home, and one from that black sun. The black sun continued to pump void mana through the path, and I noticed that even though I could very visibly see this astral path, it had a far more robust structure. I needed Stella to see this. Maybe she could learn how to reverse engineer this portal. Just then, I felt the 2 separated energies of the Demon King, the crystal and the Demon King's body from the core completed its fusion. It was noticeable, and familiar, as I felt the fabric of the world bend to the presence of this emerged being. The gestation period within the cradle of the world was over, and so, a Demon King was born. The ground vibrated strongly, and I felt it rupture. Massive chasms emerged, as the Demon King suddenly shot upward. The ring in the sky burned, and through my astral sight, I saw the path to Treehome lit up. The Demon King shot out of the boiling sludge and straight through the massive rift. The rift immediately started to shut down, but the chasms around the hole to the core continued to widen. The pillars around the hole to the core started to collapse and break, a few even exploded, from magic overload. The draining sensation I felt a while back vanished entirely. Instead, all I sensed was pure emptiness and nothingness. Even in my deeper roots and trees in the little subterranean tunnels, there was a real sense of emptiness. Like all life had been sucked out, all value drained. This absence of magic and life seemed to cause the dirt and the demonic spires to start collapsing, the earth itself breaking apart. That didn't make any sense. The pillar of void energy was still there. Maybe what was holding this world together was. Wait, it's like Cometworld again. The core energy holds the place together, and does that mean the core generates some kind of stability mana that allows the rifts to travel such great distances? Was I looking at this wrong this entire time? That void mana may be the liquid or the juice of interplanar travel, but the core's energy is what allows for stable travel. It was something I had to test out, but we had a demon king to fight. Back home, the path lit up, and Stella watched with great interest as the path opened, and the demon king descended on the southern continent. Demon King Execont has arrived. This demon king wasn't hiding at all. The rift opened, and the sky rained with demonic larvae. On the parasite world, the rifts opened and larva was dumped through them by the hundreds and thousands. Even if coffee afforded some protection, the larvae were now able to resist the coffee's influence, since these larvae were empowered by the demon king's presence. But the demonic parasites also exhibited a strange behavioral weakness. They all wore their demonic presence publicly, no longer hiding it. I wonder whether this was a conscious decision by the demon king, or just something out of instinct, or just driven by their new state of power. Even the simple larvae now could take a punch, and their bites now had power. In their transformed stages, they were at least 3 times stronger than before. Which was pretty weak, since I have all my anti-demon buffs, but it still caused them to attack. The reign of larvae happened mostly in the southern continent, but it also happened in the lower parts of the central continent. Thankfully, together with my artificial minds, we were able to spot where the rifts opened and target those areas specifically, blocking off entire areas with large domes of wood. This meant the raining larvae slammed into my wooden barriers and then was quickly picked off by my spiders and beetles. The overwhelming presence of my giant attendant trees meant my anti-demon auras also significantly weakened the larvae, such that their threat levels remained low. The southern continent had it rough. The star mana emitters still worked well, but for those less protected areas, it was honestly really bad. Families would wake up to someone in their family transformed into a demon. It's like a zombie apocalypse, with demons. A few of the allied nations where I had discreetly placed giant attendant trees, protected by camouflage, fared slightly better. The effects of my aura continued to suppress these parasites, which slowed their ability to spread throughout the population, and protection to be raised against them. The priests and the healers were not entirely stagnant either, and they were able to invent an ability. The sheer existential threat of a demonic parasite seemed to strike fear in the priesthood unlike the other demons before them, and the priests, somehow, managed to invent an internal, holy fire. Strange that my own priests attempted to create something similar but didn't manage to achieve it. I suspect it was the lack of fear of these demons and a lack of conviction. Apparently it was invented a year ago, but it just took a while for the skill to spread, due to how sensitive and important it was. Essentially, it allowed priests to protect themselves and those not yet converted to a demon with a flame that protected their soul. My spies managed to bribe a priest who possessed the skill, to demonstrate the ability to us. It was not hard for me to understand, since it's essentially a derivative of a soul-ish ability. Matriarch Hoya immediately learned it just by watching it. For priests, they are generally able to tap into this pool of power that sits in the system. There were 2 types, a generic priest pool, and a more specific god pool. Each priest, depending on their levels, rank and relationship with their god or patron, withdrew from this heavenly pool into their own local pool, within their body. What the priest did, was essentially draw on the generic pool, and just ignited it around the soul as a barrier. So, instead of using the heavenly powers as god mana, they pretty much burned it. It's a waste of power, and in a way, the equivalent of burning money. But it protected their souls from the consumption of the demons. The parasites are forced to attack them and are unable to consume them. The problem was, this meant the lower level priests couldn't use their other abilities, and did not offer any protection to the normal folk. With this knowledge, I experimented on my familiars and was then able to create soul protection familiars. These were able to go beyond my earlier familiars, which only gave resistance and slowed down the demon's infection, and, using the familiar's connection to the system, battle it out against the demons. A few tests indicated it was successful, and I rolled it out to the Valthorns operating in the south. It meant they would have to lose their normal familiars and the generally more useful generic abilities. The Demon King immediately raised armies to war, along with champions, but my trees had spread really far into the demon lands, and I spotted them Demon King. In any case, I called up Edna. She knew that the Demon King arrived. She could feel it in the air, anyone with a domain could. Yes, Eon, I found the Demon Kings. There were 3 of them, each slightly different from one another, but I saw a thick web of magic that tied the 3 Demon Kings together. They were one and the same, and yet separated into 3 bodies. How was that possible? He saw only one that left the parasite world. Did they separate once they landed? Still, the 3 Demon Kings each resembled humanoids, but each of them had large wings. It seemed to me like poor design. I expected a parasitic Demon King called the Infestor King to have far stronger powers, instead of typical demon knights. Or was that their trick? Take the form of humans and lull the heroes into thinking that these are just normal Demon Kings. In any case, I observed their powers, and was prepared to share my findings with the heroes. I liked Prabhu and Colette enough that I feel they were worth saving, and the fact that Prabhu could, at least, have a reasonable conversation with me was something. These demons did not destroy the trees I planted in the area, nor did these parasites, and that was another strange thing I observed. The earlier demons were far more destructive of their general surroundings, and I just wondered, could we coexist with these Demon Kings? If, say, I was able to construct a pool where these Demon Kings could remain sleeping. But I didn't know whether keeping a Demon King would stop the other demonic worlds from noticing us. Did the demons identify our worlds by some form of scanning mechanism? That each Demon King emitted a signal to the other worlds that said to the other demon worlds that this world was occupied. Actually, on that train of thought, could it be possible to mislead the demon worlds on this? Find a way to fake the demon signals, such that they believe this is a demon-controlled world. If I could do that, I could buy time, both for recovery post-invasion, and to build strength. I didn't learn anything from watching the 3 Demon Kings. They didn't move much, and seemed to be waiting. I wondered whether this was normal for Demon Kings. That said, I wondered whether it was time for me to disrupt the reign of larvae from the side of the demon world. If I could cut off reinforcements, I could make it a battle on 2 fronts against the demons. There were still many other demon spire spawning pools throughout their world that continued to pump out demonic larvae. I haven't tried anything drastic yet, as I was also trying to find where the champions were made. My hope was to capture one such spawning pool, and see whether it's possible to make my own champion from scratch. My gut feeling is that it is possible to create the body of the champion, but it'll still need Titan souls to fuel them, but no harm trying. Anyway, the southern continent's war against the parasites had some good developments, again, by sheer necessity. The world's citizens are more resilient and inventive than I gave them credit for, and at the same time, it also reminded me that just even with the best facilities, and all the money a continent can throw at a problem, sometimes, it is those who truly needed such things that found ways to invent something that worked. The heroes made more star mana emitters, and that helped keep certain spaces safe. Add to that, the soul protection developments made by the priests, and even stronger variants of anti-demon coffee-based cooking, condiments and sweets helped the southern continent nations to endure the demonic wave, and slowly began their counterattack. The Valthorns also felt more confident to operate in the south, now that they were no longer afraid of the demonic parasites. New skills and spells, such as Inner Fire, Soul Sanctuary, and Soul Guard, all invented by and stolen from the Southerners in the past 1 year, helped protect many from the demonic parasites. So, Edna finally moved to the front and joined the heroes in their push towards the Demon Kings. Rune and Johann joined her too, as they were both on the verge of their domains. Both, with my court of the TreeTree familiar, in case of any emergency teleportation. I also deployed more Valthorns to support that final push, though most of them would sit out the battle. I pulled Lumuf back from the 3 worlds, and readied for another battle with the Demon Kings. Together, we made a push into the demon-occupied kingdoms, where the Demon Kings awaited. Interference. Year 201 continued Part 2. I didn't look forward to battling these Demon Kings again. It felt like just yesterday I sent both Lumuf and Edna to the battlefield. Don't say anything, I said to both Rune and Johann. No death flags. They nodded. I was superstitious. These Demon Kings did not leave the general area where they arrived, which was a large capital city that had been entirely infested with transformed demons. They didn't speak either, and the demon champions that served them also did not speak. It seemed they gained some kind of telepathic ability, which I vaguely sensed, but could not interrupt or crack. All right. I lost 3 senior Valthorns 4 decades ago, and I was not prepared to lose more. Even now that wound felt fresh in my heart. Each demon king had a gimmick. What was this demon king's gimmick? The split bodies. Or an ability to regenerate. Ken, at least, understood our intention to rehearse our game plan. It made sense to him that if there are gimmicks, then those fighting the demon kings should be familiar with the tropes. If it's split body, it's likely to have some kind of kill all 3 or the rest will regenerate type of ability. Ken said. This is common in games. Prabhu nodded. So we have a small window to deliver enough damage to all 3. Yes, essentially a DPS check. That means damage per second, and we're trying to deliver sufficient damage within a short time frame to overwhelm the regenerative ability. As a former game designer, I was familiar with the phrase, though both Kay and Stella never heard of it. Alright, so what's our game plan if that's the case? Should we test it out? Ken thought to himself. You could hold back, destroy one body first and see what happens. If it really has that sort of function or skill, then only unleash hell on all the bodies. It's also likely that each body has a unique ability. Or maybe not. I'm not sure how deep their scope of powers could be. There's 4 of us, Colette said. There's 3 of them, and they should be weaker with their separated bodies. We have gained levels since the last time. We should be able to bring this demon king down faster. Ah yes, that's a common trope too. They might fuse and have some final form. Ken paused, and then continued. Usually parasite-type demons can copy or replicate their enemy's ability to some extent. So we should field as few combatants as possible. Prabhu asked. Wait, are we safe from possession? Ken frowned. I think the answer is likely to be a no. Think about it. These guys were designed to kill us, and they've taken up a parasite form. We are their number 1 enemy. They must be tailored to possess heroes. These guys must be able to do so. That was a good point, and it was Snek who gave a good suggestion. Then you heroes should find ways to store a soul bomb. What the hell is that? Ken looked at Lumuf. I hear the priests are doing it already, but their skills and spells are at a far lower level. Can Eon deploy something far more powerful? I am not sure, but certainly worth trying. Snek pointed it to their type of reinforcing blood magic. There are some aspects of blood magic that reinforces the soul. The heroes were chosen because of their strong souls, or more correctly, they were enhanced such that they had strong souls. I remember looking at Mila's soul a long time ago, and noted how much stronger it was than the others. But would this help against the Demon King? In the case of Edna and Lumuf, their souls have changed since they gained their domain. Both of their soul springs had a building that now surrounded the spring, like a water fountain located within a temple complex. If I looked at my own, it's possible that the building that now surrounded the spring is essentially my domain. It protected my soul from outside forces. Snek's type of blood magic essentially collects the rocks and bricks from the dead souls, and uses those materials to reinforce a person's soul spring. There has to be a way it can be done. I tried to remember all the past times when I defended myself and then remembered about Alexis' attempted possession of my own body. What had I done then? Nothing, actually. My soul just protected itself. But there had to be something that can be done such that some similar strength can be embedded into the heroes. I will be safe, Lumuf said. If the Demon King ever tried to possess me, all you gotta do is take control. That's true. Lumuf was likely to be safe, and I knew it, because there was a very strong link in his soul realm to mine. He was my avatar, and a demon attempting to possess Lumuf competed with that. Edna, Lumuf and the Valthorns caught up as I mulled more ideas. Lumuf spoke of the 3 worlds, exploring the centaurs and the land of the sandpeople. But that was a story I would catch up on at a later date. I decided to experiment on Prabhu when he managed to teleport back for a short while. One of his snack collection trips. He agreed to a dip into one of my Soul Forge-linked biolabs. I am going to try and give you some anti-demon king resistance. It will hurt. A lot. Okay. Prabhu agreed. You sure? Yes. Alright. I remembered that time when I tried to fix Jura's soul, and attempted to stir the waters around Prabhu's soul spring. What's happening? He asked through our magical link. I am attempting to reinforce your soul. Unlike the domain holders, the heroes have these large jugs that floated in their sky, pouring star mana. These added to their own mana from their soul spring, and again, the size of the springs were massive. Lumuf and Edna may have the domains, but in terms of star mana, these heroes have us beat. No contest. Maybe because Prabhu's a mage, so his mana was also higher than normal. It was possible for me to manipulate the space outside of his soul spring, and I attempted to do so. With the experience of the priests with their soul protection, I called on my domain powers, and injected it into Prabhu's body. It really drained me, and it was painful for him, but soon I saw a small plant emerge right outside of his soul spring. It sucked quite a bit of his mana, and then stopped. A grafted soul tree's presence. I immediately sensed it forming a link with the familiar I've previously given to Prabhu. I knew that this was only possible because I am much stronger than before, and because of that strength, this chunk of myself could survive the turbulent, star mana flooded world of a hero. Planting something in someone else's garden takes far more energy than my own, at least, an order of magnitude more than taking out a foreign object. This much was obvious. This was why it takes a lot less energy to heal or remove something foreign. This tree was a foreign object, and was still tiny, because it's weakened by the eroding forces within the body itself, instead of nourishing it. Unless I could mislead the body into thinking it's not foreign. Wait, I should be able to do that, from my experience meddling with Juris' hand. The soul clearly can forget what belonged to it, and what didn't. If I messed with that, I drew more power from everywhere, and just like trying to convert Ali and the demonic infestor parasites, I tried to alter Prabhu's soul realm to accept my presence. He was a hero, and previously, they had resistance to all sorts of powers. But with my second, focused domain, the barrier and protection of the hero was tough, but not invulnerable. I just needed more power. His body shook. And on another continent, I could hear the other heroes wondering what took Prabhu so long. The fabric of the world bent around us, as I conducted this little soul surgery, both from the power deployed, and the actual warping of the hero's soul. But it was successful. I've planted something in his soul, and now, the tree that was once tiny, transformed into a thick bramble of thorns surrounding his soul spring. The energies of the star mana and his vast soul flooded the tiny tree, and made it grow. It transformed into living wall of the soul tree. It should suffice, I suppose. Prabhu rested for a day, and went back. I also wanted to experiment on Ali, but at the same time, even if I gave Ali a Titan soul, who do I test her on? I made a note to come back to Ali some other day. The Demon Kings launched their attack once we got close enough. That was our plan, actually. Like with the earlier Demon Kings, we wanted to bait it somewhere rigged with our crystal bombs, and soften up the Demon Kings. The first hit using these stationary traps would also help to give us insights into how these Demon Kings operated, and test out some of Ken's suspicions. Perhaps he was right, as the demons did tend to conform to story norms. We rigged an entire area with our crystal bombs, and waited for the moment when the Demon Kings got near. We expected it, at least. We knew that the Demon King cannot resist attacking the heroes. It's just how they went about it. The Demon Kings entered into the blast zone, and an entire area the size of a city, rigged with crystal bombs flashed. These were more powerful bombs, the result of incremental improvements in Alka's methods over the years, and studies from Lumuf's purchased magical items. From afar, the heroes and my senior Valthorns watched the sky lit up, a pillar of blue light. It's powerful enough that our magical sensors all the way on the central continent detected them. The heroes watched keenly. I still feel them. No notification, that should be obvious enough. Chung responded as he charged his hero items. They were all stronger now, closer to level 130s instead of the earlier level 120s when they faced their second Demon King. This would be their third Demon King. Colette's hero items floated out around her. They were all magical staffs, wands and rods of different shapes and sizes. They were all stronger than before, but even they felt the gaze of the Demon King. Prabhu's hero items were two massive staffs packed with more gems than a jewelry store, and Hafiz was one large silver shield. The three Demon Kings took the hit directly, and even despite the amount of power packed in them, it did not deal lethal damage. The three Demon Kings were merely surrounded by a charred sphere of flesh. Two beams burned through the skies and smashed into the spheres, and the spheres exploded. Good shot. Chung nodded as his bows glowed, and arrows flew towards the Demon King. The arrows stopped midway, as Chung made a gesture with his fingers. He activated some kind of magical vision. At that very second, I felt something just blast out from those spheres, and it touched everything. It was very familiar. The Rotted Lands bomb, just a smaller, but more focused one. Lumuf immediately had to step in here, or this parasitic demon king would infest the terrain and use it against the heroes. Lumoof immediately went into avatar mode, and I soon found I had my own battle to fight. One of the demon kings had fused with the ground itself, and transformed into a parasite and corruption emitter. We spawned trees as fast as we could, and I already had artificial mines readied for the task. Multiple giant trees spawned and my roots fought the corruption in the ground itself. Lumoof winced when I pulled mana from the central continent and emitted it through his body into the roots and trees. Some parts, already infested by the demon king, emitted noxious gases and waves that melted whatever came in contact with it. Ken, Stella, Kay and the Valthorns that sat out the direct conflict watched the spectacle at home through Dream Academy. Oh, so the demon king infests the land. Doesn't that mean it can infest Eon? Stella asked. I don't think it's stupid enough to try that, though. Ken said. A part of me felt it was funny. This was just a repeat of the Rottedland's corruption, with the exact same methods. I called on my first domain power, Roots of Life, and also my Tree of Life, and pumped my mana through the roots. This time, I pushed back. A tactic that put me into a coma for 2 decades wasn't going to work twice. Not when I fought it for 20 years. My trees gained ground quickly, and I quickly stopped the Demon King's noxious gases from saturating the place. That Demon King in the ground started to attack directly, once it noticed its corrupt energies were dispersed easily. It formed black tentacles that shot towards my roots, and one of them stabbed it directly. I felt it push its corrupt energies into the tree, and I pushed back. Likewise, I spawned more trees and my roots rushed towards that body. Underground, my roots and the demon's tentacles fought an intense battle, as both of us attempted to overwhelm each other with our respective energies. Above ground, the heroes engaged in combat with the other 2 bodies, and they defeated one. Ken was right, somewhat. There really was a gimmick, as the remaining body would split and regenerate the second body after a short while. Edna found herself mostly fighting demon champions, as the 2 demon kings seemed to be mostly airborne, zigzagging in the skies and dodging the 2 mages and Chung's arrows. Hafiz played defense and protected the 3 heroes as they launched their volleys. Rune and Johan tried to assist too, but like Edna, they focused on the demon champions, and only took a few pot shots at the demon king. It was hard to keep up with the 2 airborne demon kings that seemed to shapeshift at will and move like it's not subject to gravity or the rules of motion. For a brief moment, each of us fought our own battles. I fought the infestation in the ground with Lumoof, the heroes against the 2 airborne demon kings, and everyone else dealt with the mobs and demon champions. I internally felt it was a little easy and predictable, but I knew this wasn't it. There had to be a trick. They always did, so I was always on the lookout. I was expecting a trick. The demon king that infested the ground then did something that I immediately thought was stupid. It manifested itself out of the ground, and then threw itself at Lumoof. I launched multiple barrages against the demon king as it barreled towards Lumoof, who was bound to the ground in avatar form. No, it essentially charged at us. Really, I couldn't stop it. I didn't have enough power or damage to really make the demon king stop, even if I hurt it quite a bit. I placed barriers between us, and even activated all my offensive abilities. The demon king took the damage, and continued to charge at Lumoof. It smashed through the walls and shields, slowing it down only by a little bit. My vines appeared and wrapped around it, but it still pushed through. The heroes were too occupied with the 2 airborne demon kings, who had summoned even more airborne demons to counterattack. I felt that demon king slam into Lumoof, its spiritual presence colliding with my overlaid presence over Lumoof. Strangely, rather than possess Lumoof, I felt like something immediately reached out into my soul. Domain detected soul intrusion. Activating soul defenses. At that second, I felt my mind go hazy, like a massive migraine. In a flash, all my potato storage and tubers were emptied, and even Dream Academy temporarily went offline. The entire central continent suddenly felt the equivalent of an electrical short circuit. With mana, beetles stopped. Magic seemed to briefly just went out of commission over the entire central continent as my trees sucked up mana from everywhere. Dungeons temporarily flickered, their ley lines wobbled from the sudden spike in mana demand. Lumoof's body then suddenly flashed like a supernova, and the demon king that wrapped around Lumoof was blasted with this strange multicolored light. The power that was released at that moment was far higher than anything I've ever felt, and comparable to the strongest of the hero's attacks. That demon king body was incinerated instantly. I was stunned. How was this possible? Demon kings were not meant to be insta-killed. In my mind, I wondered then, how the fuck do I do that intentionally? How do I repeat this? This was an ability that could break the balance of the game. I realized maybe I was a little too excited. After all, this wasn't really a full-strength Demon King, since this was a Demon King that had split itself to 3. But if I could one-shot 1/3 of a Demon King, I somehow felt that was actually an encouraging sign too. Even if I didn't know what exactly happened. Lumuf immediately fainted, and though he was alive, that single attack flushed his body with too much mana, and the pain was too much. My sensors immediately detected extreme pain throughout his body and realized he had signs of extreme mana sickness. I instantly teleported him back to Freshka for healing. This was too much for him. That meant I lost track of the battlefield for a good 15 minutes. Stella, I shouted to her mind. With Lumuf back in Freshka, my connection to the south was lost. Portals. On it. Void portals immediately opened and my roots reconnected to all the trees I planted in the south. Rune. Johann. Retreat. If only Domain Tier could resist corruption, that meant they were vulnerable to the Demon King's possession. There was always another Demon King for them to fight if they survived this one. There's no need to go all in. I could send them to the 3 worlds or that other world to fight other Demon Kings. I thought of pulling back through the court of the TreeTree's teleportation ability, but that was a one-way trip. What if I needed them for something else? Thankfully they retreated quickly without much issue, and I focused on fighting the other demon champions. But as that happened, I vaguely sensed a gathering pool of energy where the Demon King was incinerated, and I saw a small, almost ethereal presence. It's not physically visible, but I definitely could see it, because it's like a spiritual template. I saw the heroes destroy one of the Demon Kings then, and I noticed something similar gathering in the air, where the other Demon King's body died. The heroes wouldn't be able to destroy this thing, not unless they had some soul-linked powers. This is a spiritual template. I knew then this was the foundation for the Demon King to rebuild its own body, and I saw energies leaking from the last remaining body that channeled to the other 2 destroyed bodies. I immediately understood how the Demon King would have regenerated itself if all 3 bodies were not destroyed. Too bad the Demon King were clearly not prepared for my presence, and my roots touched the spiritual template, the foundation of all healing, and summoned my soul forge. It would be a pain to use my powers through the portal, but if I could destroy the template, it would eliminate the Demon King's ability to regenerate its split bodies. We need time to gather our mana. A lot of mana was drained to blow up the Demon King. Shit. I could see the Demon King regenerating but I couldn't stop it because I lacked mana. How long do I need? A few hours, at least. I thought, if I couldn't destroy it, then I could at least interrupt it. That wouldn't need that much mana. It would increase the time needed to gather mana. But better than facing 3 Demon Kings. I noticed the heroes were gradually getting tired, and essentially the parasite Demon King with 3 bodies was playing a game of attrition. If the Demon Kings could survive until the heroes were exhausted, they would be able to kill the heroes. I injected my soul forge energies into the Demon King's soul template, and though the minuscule amount was not able to destroy the template, I was able to easily interfere with the energies that attempted to gather there, and quickly dispersed the energies. I think I've just bought extra time for the heroes. This, of course, drew the attention of the last remaining Demon King, and rather than continuing its constant airborne dogfight with the heroes, it turned, and bombed the roots and trees that interfered with the regeneration. I blocked with my shields and my barriers, and they withstood the first attack. Barely. The second attack destroyed them, but it's alright. I was prepared to regenerate my trees as long as necessary. Your opponent is here, Colette said as her array of magical weapons zapped the Demon King. It turned, and lunged towards the heroes. The Demon King turned, and then pulled the remnants of the Demon King's energy back to itself, instead of regenerating. The spiritual templates themselves folded into the main body, and then the demonic parasites all around us immediately went wild. This was a pattern repeated throughout the world, as all the parasites all over the world simultaneously attempted to transform, or take over their host, and then, they would attack those around them, attempting to repeat the act. It was a stupid thing. Why show your hand? Though I clearly noticed that the demons were learning, their learning and improvements were disorganized and random. It's almost as if they were some kind of self-learning network that just tries things and attempts to figure out how it performed. Were they just trying other strategies randomly? In any case, this stupid move merely allowed the rest of the world to kill the demons and end the parasites once and for all. I would have ensured that the parasites remain hidden, but I suppose I should count my lucky stars. Back with the Demon King, it immediately went airborne and transformed into this massive floating blob. Demon champion parasites attempted to latch onto the heroes, and a few bit them, but they were not infested. They had sufficient levels and protection for it. Edna decided to retreat, as she had limited airborne powers. I too had limited airborne powers. At this point, I merely decided to stay back and provide any defensive support, but with Lumuf out of commission, I wouldn't be able to deploy my full strength. It's all up to the 4 heroes now. The Demon King used more conventional abilities then, but I noticed it was weaker than the earlier Demon Kings, and the heroes successfully whittled it down. Chung's magical bolt slammed into the Demon King, and it shattered, revealing a tiny blob. It's either going to blow. The tiny blob charged forward at incredible speed, and I barely blocked it with my wooden shield. It smashed through my shields like it was nothing, and then slammed into Prabhu and Colette's protective magical shields. It then expanded in an explosion, and transformed into a big purple blob around the heroes. The heroes attacked it repeatedly, but it somehow pushed through the magical shields, and stabbed the heroes. It did what a parasite was always trained to do. Possess a hero. It had inserted itself into the 4 heroes, and now it was up to them to resist it. All 4 heroes were in pain, as I attempted to help them. I knew, somehow, all 4 heroes were in a mental battle with the Demon King. As Ken put it, this was the cliché of heroes fighting from the inside. My roots and vines emerged and wrapped around the blob, and drained its power. It was a lot of toxic, dirty power, just like that previous time I tried it with the heroes. I knew the demon core from this Demon King was likely to be corrupted as well, but now that I've seen how the Demon King was created, I may not need to fight it directly. The Void Mages were trying their best to support the portals. I was pushing as much power as I could, but I didn't have much anyway. Most of it was used. But then, a ray of light shot through the purple blob, and then, an explosion of light. The blob was vaporized. Demon King Exicont has been defeated. All over the world, a kill switch went off in the demon parasites, and they all died instantly. The 4 heroes fell, and my roots immediately reached out to grab them. They were alive, but weak. My roots and vines cradled them, and immediately injected them with healing abilities. At the same time, the rest of us felt a surge of relief. The era of demonic parasites was finally over. Repercussions. Year 201, end of the Demon Kings. The parasite war finally ended, and almost everyone was glad. Our contribution to the final battle meant we had levels. Naturally, it's the best part. You've gained 6 levels. You are now level 214. Multiple skills upgraded. Root or vine-based attacks now gain the ability to attack, touch and damage souls directly. You've obtained the level 210 domain skill, Tree of Life's evolutionary push. You are now able to inject a skill of your choice into a person, and this skill will be inherited by their offspring for 2 successive generations. Subsequent inheritance depends on luck and individual performance. The skills are collected through skill seeds, and/or harvested from the dead. You gain the ability to create a special tree, Tree of Evolution. The Tree of Evolution is the site of your evolutionary experiments. That first ability to attack the soul directly seemed immediately less useful against the demons, maybe, except the Demon King itself. No. Actually, that made it super useful since, if the demons used the spiritual templates as their basis for multi-body forms and regeneration, I've now gained the ability to disrupt directly, so it could work together with the Soul Forge to deal more damage to the soul. I'd probably have to figure out how to abuse that touch the soul part later on. As for the second ability, it didn't take long for me to realize that it's probably meant to stack over multiple generations. That meant if I could insert one skill into person A, another skill into person B, and another skill into the offspring of A and B, I could have 3 skills in the same person. The offspring of A and B's offspring, meaning the 3rd generation could inherit a total of 6 skills, plus 1 of its own. If the amount of skills I could inject was more than 1, this could get out of hand really, really quickly. This was pretty much genetically enhanced soldiers that we have already been indirectly meddling with, taken to the extreme. I would have to start injecting skills and matchmake. I mentally slapped myself. I should meddle in the love choices of my followers. I would let them choose it themselves, and must spread the skill to everyone in the Valthorns. I also wondered whether I could use this on domain holders, and I would try this out once I checked in with the rest. Master, I don't think it's that much of a problem. Patrick intervened. I believe the tree folks would be more than happy to procreate with anyone of your choice since they don't have rigid customs on marriage. Same with the lizard folks. Genetically engineered supersoldier tree folks and Lizardo LKS. Let's start this with them then, on a smaller scale. There were also the canary, which also didn't really marry and seemed to rotate mates over decades. It's weird, but I suppose that's just their biology. Got it. Patrick acknowledged. Both Rune and Johann got their domains too, and I felt their presence in the background. Theirs, due to their nature, were naturally more subdued and hidden, unlike Edna and Lumuf's more easily detected powers. They leveled to exactly level 150. Rune got the domain of Sniper, and the first ability, Shot from the Stars, was a rather nifty ability that allowed Rune to effectively shoot a bullet or projectile of their choice into the sky, that can land anywhere in a continent-sized area as he so desires. Effectively, it's like a portal with an arrow or a bullet. It does mean that Rune could effectively shoot anyone anywhere on the continent. It seems like a rather pointless ability, but surely there's a way to abuse it. Maybe with a nuclear bomb, or together with Alka's bombs. It seemed like there were no real limits, other than some distance-scaled mana cost per shot, so, maybe the trick was to repeatedly fire bombs over a distance, essentially a continent-wide fire support and a superweapon delivery method. Johann got the domain of Ranger. The first domain skill he got was really quite weird, I suppose. Immortal sentient companions. Essentially, Johann's ranger buddies like his hunting dog and his bird would not die even if their bodies were destroyed, and they gained the ability to level on their own, like a beastmaster with its tamed beasts. They both were immediately offered and accepted their membership to my pantheon. How do you feel? I asked both, as they came to terms with their new power. Strange, but powerful. I didn't feel that different when I received my first domain, but then again, I wasn't human. Or maybe it was the cloud of demonic mana that made it hard to feel like I was different. Lumuf did describe it as a sense like they were now connected to something else, and Edna said there was something in them, like a power source within them. For me, I wasn't exactly sure what it felt like. I suppose each one had a different relationship with their domain. I also think it's very possible to have the same domains, which made me wonder, what happens when two folks with the same domain meet? Perhaps the domain would just nullify each other's power, and they would have to rely on non-domain powers. Lumuf and Edna were more than happy to have more join our ranks. Well, now that Eon's pantheon protects you from permanent death, you too can join more of the otherworldly activities. Lumuf seemed particularly happy to have someone who could accompany him. Johann stared. Really? Yes. Come with me and let's visit some sandpeople. Lumuf laughed. Scorpions people. Johann rolled his eyes. It won't be that bad. I highly doubt it. Johann said. If the human faction hated us. Edna patted the two on the shoulders. Today's a time for celebration. Here, a drink. Edna gave both a mug of what was supposedly the best beer on the continent. Its title is heavily disputed, of course. Welcome. You've, finally made it. Both Johann and Rune let out a long sigh of relief, like they've been holding this tension in for a long time. I am just relieved I've finally made it. It was Rune who first answered. We've been working at this for decades, and I am just so fucking glad I've earned the right to stand at this level. I almost thought we were not good enough. Indeed, both Johann and Rune have been in my service for more than half a century. Their names were known to me personally about 50 years ago when they participated in the Alvin kidnapping project. It's been a long time for them. Lumuf tapped Rune on the shoulder. Your efforts have not been in vain. The system rewards effort. Constant, persistent effort. I almost felt like we were never going to make it. Johann said. We were at the edge of it. Level 149 for so long. It's like edging for so long and never actually getting there. Edna chuckled at the sexual innuendo. Well, you can go beat yourself out after this. But really, levels are really sparse once we cross that line. The things we must achieve to gain a level increases. That's because they don't have hero fragments. These stupid hero fragments are clearly overpowered as hell. So, we truly begin our duty to end this conflict of heroes and demons. Rune said. Lumuf smiled warmly. This is just the beginning. Johann stared at his hands. They trembled. We were so near to the demon kings, and even with my power now, I feel like it's still not enough. Edna answered. Oh, trust me, it's not enough at all. The domain merely gives us the right to join the battle as participants, but we are still lacking the heroes and their God-given powers. But it's all right. That's not how we really want to end this war. Then, Lumuf tapped them on the shoulder. This war rages on multiple worlds. Eon doesn't intend for this to be a direct conflict. Not if he can avoid it. Eon's intermediate goal is for us to gather more like us, across the many worlds. Oh, come, let us retreat to Eon's main body in the valley. Lumuf said. Now that the two of you have the protection of your domains, there is a lot to share about the world, the gods outside, and the full extent of our plans. Rune and Johann looked at each other. They knew the powers of the domain at a general level, and Lumuf merely repeated it. They then walked to my main body in the valley, and Lumuf repeated my earlier discussions with them. I informed them of divine-related matters, such as the divine wooden stump that we retrieved, and the shard I took from the core of the Comet world. About what I've seen on the Comet world, and the three worlds. I also gave them an audience to ask me anything. Anything at all, and I repeated my emphasis on ending this cycle. About why the world and the gods are just stuck with this makeshift solution of playing whack-a-mole with Demon King. I've once theorized that the gods are just like me, still limited by space and time, but just significantly high up on the power level. Perhaps due to age, because they have been doing this for multiple millennia. Of course, as I shared this, it truly dawned on them that they were now on the path to divinity. I wondered how many humanoid gods there were out there, and I concluded probably a lot, since the gods so far seemed to prefer humans more than others. Johann was just quiet the whole time, as we shared almost all that we know of the demons and the gods. Details that we may have mostly glossed over. Rune stared, nodded and just said at the end of it. I need some time to soak all that in. They both needed time. They've known they were on the path to be gods, but they just didn't expect how pervasive the influence of the gods are. That gods could be reading their minds and they didn't know about it. As a result of hitting level 150, both Rune and Johann's Ionic variant classes vanished and were subsumed into the domain. The domain was both class and a rank, and it overrode the classes. All their classes vanished. A few days later, once they felt better and more in control, they took a dip in the biolabs for further investigation. I did the same for Lumuf and Edna too, as they gained some levels from the incident. Edna only gained 1 level from the battle, partly because her contribution was really not much. Lumuf on the other hand gained a bit more. He gained 5 levels, and an additional domain ability. The additional domain ability was Empowered Faithful, which enchants 5 non-hero, non-domain individuals to gain exceptional temporary powers. He also gains the ability to see through his Empowered Faithfuls. Both Rune and Johann's souls were now similar to Lumuf and Edna. Their souls possessed a temple-like platform that supported their soul spring. There was also a large boulder-sized stone around their soul spring. The 4 heroes took a few days to recover from the battle, and then the mop-up of the demon parasites started immediately. The temples took the chance to quickly proclaim their victory over the demons and started a big propaganda campaign on their exceptional contributions to the war effort. The temples sacrificed a lot for this war. The parasites cost them a lot of manpower, and eroded a lot of trust in the institutions. Naturally, they needed this propaganda win to reinforce their own positions. Within the central continent, naturally we spoke of our achievements and contributions in the south at length. After all, it is our home base, and the people who live there should feel that we've done our part. As for the southern continent itself, I decided to let the temples have their win. They were already politically unstable and I felt that adding my propaganda to the south wouldn't really help us anyway. I didn't need their resources, and I didn't want to trigger a continental war so soon after this one ended, by fueling the already brewing discontent. Colette and Prabhu, naturally, returned as soon as they were able. Snack withdrawal was quite a thing. The 2 heroes requested an audience within days. What can we do for you? Edna asked. We wanted to discuss Lumuf and Eon's abilities during the battle with the Demon King. Oh, we saw that Eon used some kind of vaporization ability on the 3rd Demon King's body. What was that? Edna shrugged. Simple. Have you seen how a demon champion attempted to possess me? No. Oh, then you wouldn't know. A domain protects the soul from possession, and it also protected Lumuf from the Demon King's attempted possession. Of course, that simplified it significantly, but these mages do not possess the ability to see soul-type magic, so that was sufficient. Is such a thing possible? Colette looked at her partner. Prabhu shrugged. I suppose. The mages left it at that, but I could tell they were still thinking about it. It wasn't something they accepted so easily, since the power to vaporize a Demon King body in a single blast was really something else. At the same time, I told Patrick and my artificial minds to figure out how to replicate that power. If I could do it again, it would be a trump card against the Demon Kings. The destruction of the Demon King caused the energies that maintained the path between the 2 worlds to collapse. As it collapsed, it seemed to generate a shockwave of energy through the dark forest. I didn't see this from our world, but it was visible here, from the demon world. This shockwave traveled slowly, and it took months for the energy carried by the collapsing void path to hit the demon world like a really bad solar flare. I watched as the skies itself turned dark abruptly and blue bolts of lightning descended from the skies. These lightning blasts vaporized most things that it touched, like spires or some of the rift gates. I immediately attempted to protect the rift gates from these lightning, and spawned my trees around them to deflect the blue lightning. The lightning zapped my trees instead, and was powerful enough to cut one of my subsidiary trees in half. It even sent a bit of pain through the root network, and I realized these lightning storms were made from the same energies as that void core mana mixture. These lightning destroyed vast quantities of the demon's structures, and also killed the demons easily. Each blast of lightning came with a shockwave. We then noticed that these lightning were concentrated around that deep hole that nurtured the Demon King body, and that black tower filled with void mana received the brunt of it. The lightning smashed into the void tower and the other smaller towers. I also immediately attempted to capture some of these towers by spreading my trees around them. Some demons noticed and started attacking my trees, and so, I spawned my beetles on the demon world and commanded them to defend my trees, and also some of them to attack. But I noticed the beetles performed badly on that world, even with the research I've done over the decades. No, more accurately, the demons were just stronger there. This was their world after all. So, I decided to send my artificial mind commanders to the battlefield. I teleported Horns, and a few other beetle commanders to the swampy demon world, and began an intense war of attrition to conquer some of the spires. The spires spawned demons to fight back, and here, the spires themselves contained demonic energies. Even with the vast destruction from the blowback lightning, the demon world still had defenders. Horns, and along with the other beetle commanders, empowered the beetles and led them to war. I felt secondhand embarrassment watching him sometimes. Trees for the tree god. New soil for the new worlds. Come my brothers, let us liberate this world for our Lord Protector Eon. For the TreeTree. The worst thing was the beetle commanders all seemed to be carbon copies of Horns, and mimicked his behavior in strange ways. Horns even stylized himself, first of Eon's beetle lords. I just prayed I didn't get a nascent rebel on my hands. Their additional auras helped the beetles fight at a stronger footing, but I had to deploy giant attendant trees when faced with the defensive demon champions. Here, they did not deploy parasites. Instead, the demon champions were large four-legged walkers that resembled the demon walkers, but their bodies were made entirely out of the hardened crystalline spires. This was when I realized I made a mistake. I deployed my tree of clones too near to the rift where we first opened the gates, but not near what I wanted to capture. That meant, in the future, I needed to keep at least 2 or 3 seeds, so that I could deploy one closer to where the key demonic structures are, so that my tree of clones could directly exert my power. Instead, even though I am in the demon world, after a certain distance, my power weakened and now I couldn't fully exert my power. I needed my full strength to attempt a capture of these structures. I thought of using the seed I planned for the 3 worlds, or withdrawing that tree that still floated on the remnant comet world. Would it be worth it? The recent levels did not give me more seeds. As I needed more firepower on the demon world, I also called Hyperion, and teleported him to the demon world to help suppress the defending demonic champions. All because of my initial poor main tree placement, and now, we have to wage a long battle, as the void thunderstorm continues to batter the surface of the demon world. I've even lost hundreds of beetles to the storm. I was able to capture multiple rift gates closer to my main body, but most of them suffered some damage from the void lightning blasts, and would need some repairs. The one nearest to me was the one I was able to wholly protect. Still, I also managed to capture some of the nearer spires by flooding them with my mana. Each spire took a lot of mana, since they were really dense with demonic mana, and flushing all that demonic mana out took a long time. Is it worth it to use my other seed here? I asked Patrick and my other artificial minds. I wanted the black tower and that structure that opened the rift, because they felt powerful. These things were used to store void mana, and also create those large rifts. What do we aim to achieve by capturing those structures? But did I have a use for them, even if I did capture it? I suspect that a large ring-shaped structure may contain star maps that would expand my knowledge of the astral realm, or the void tower would allow me to learn how to create such void mana. But was it worth it? I've used 1 seed on the demon world, 1 seed on the moon, 1 seed on the comet world. I have 1 left, and I feel I should keep 1 as an option, should something like the comet world appear once more. I could withdraw 1 of them, but that's also a recharge timer before I would get a usable seed. Or, deploy Lumoof to the demon world. I didn't like that very much. I preferred Lumuf to be out mingling with these foreign civilizations, rather than toil on the Demon worlds. I had to weigh the opportunity cost of not having a seed of Eon, should a rare opportunity appear, versus the capture of these structures. But these structures may not be unique. Patrick said. If these structures are similar structures on all demon-possessed worlds, we do not really need to capture them now. We merely need to collect sufficient seeds, and claim it later. As it is, we can learn from the structures that we have already captured. That's true. For now, I focused on the assets and structures that I did control. We captured about 6 rift gates on the demon world, and I needed to study them. The Forbidden Fruit Bomb. Year 202. I am going to a demon world. Alka said, his face absolutely horrified. He wasn't the only one, of course. A battalion of his research mages would go with him. Stella too. Yes. Thanks to my trees sprouting around the rifts, I noticed that some level of life had returned to the demon world. Very minor, but much better than none. My giant attendant trees also made the place around the rift gates far more hospitable. Am I going to die there? Alka asked. No, certainly not. I assured him. If anything happens, I'll send you back. There is some of my forces there. In truth, there is an ongoing, prolonged war on the parasite demon world, all thanks to my poor main tree placement. Horns, my beetle commanders, and a small platoon of artificial mines were still helping me run the multiple battles happening at the edges of my territory on the demon's world. It's also Hyperion's longest ongoing combat experience, and it proved that a large mobile forward base actually had offensive value, since it didn't get much of a chance on our homeworld, where we are the defenders. How did Eon get to the demon world? Kay and Ken asked. I snuck him through the rift. Stella said. Kay rolled her eyes at that. Seriously. I thought those portals don't last that long. Ken asked, but he was not aware of my seeds, and that was fine. Sneck seemed particularly interested, and wanted to know whether this meant there was a way to help retake his world. Personally, that sounded plausible. It would help me greatly if there was a native force I can rescue, but the thought of facing airborne demon dragons on their homeworld didn't sound like a good idea. I was horribly outmatched on the aerial front. Ken and Sneck nodded. It's smart to take the battle to the demons, but it's not the only demon world. We all know that. So, my presence on this demon world is unlikely to affect whether another demon king would invade my world. Alka mumbled, and they all wore suits of armor meant to protect them from most eventualities. Some druidic and magical equipment too, just to ensure that they can still breath, if anything happens. The void storms have mostly subsided. Alka immediately went to Lumuf. Why not you? You have things to study, and the skills needed. Eon has a presence there. Naturally it's you. Lumuf laughed heartily. Time to take to the field scientist. Alka seemed somewhat panicked. I did not imagine I'd be going to a demon world in my job description. This is hazardous. Not any more hazardous than working with bombs. Lumuf assured him. It's fine. Eon had already said this is in a safe zone. How are there safe zones on a demon world? Alka seemed surprised. Stella shrugged, as she awaited the use of my inter-tree teleportation ability. Alright, move it. The squad was ready. This would take some mana, but not more than when I sent Hyperion over. I felt mana drain from my network of trees. And they were all sent to my clone on the other side. It wasn't far from the rift gates. Alka, the group of mages and Stella stared at the greenery around my main tree. My own clone had already begun terraforming this segment of land into something habitable. This was far easier than the moon, actually, because there was something here a long time ago, and the world's energy seemed to be recovering once the spires and all that collapsed. The moon base was growing, but the speed of the terraform was significantly slower than the demon world. The beetles soon led them to the nearest rift gate. I've left all of them untouched, as I wanted some of the mages to look at them before I start flooding them with my mana. This doesn't look particularly alien. Stella said. There are trees. I've been transforming the land for a few months. They stopped and stared at the structures before them. This is a rift gate. The demons use this to open gates to our world. There are many others like it throughout the world, and a super large one that's partly destroyed. Stella immediately looked at the gate with far more interest. I'd like to know how it works, whether we can rebuild it for our own purposes, whether we can use them to amplify the portals of the void mages, and whether there is a star map contained within. Alka walked up and used some kind of skill on the rift gate. It's not some unique material for sure, but there is some really complicated formation and rune work within the structure itself. Which does raise the question, how did the demons build it? Or they didn't. Stella proposed. This was stolen from somewhere. Or they did, and the demons possess intellectual and crafting abilities higher than what we've ever seen. Alka said. Are all the others like it? Huh. I am asking because I want to know whether they are all exactly identical, or just similar but not exactly identical. Because the second implies the work of a craftsman, while the first implies the presence of a replicator. I suspect it's likely to be a replicator. So, do you want to see the second rift gate? I asked. There was one nearby, but that site was occasionally attacked by demons, so it's heavily defended by beetles and spiders. Since I've started my invasion of this demon world, I've set up dedicated research labs on creating better beetles. Demon world compatible beetles. In order to better fight battles against the demons. The second rift gate was not identical. There were subtle variations, but Alka could tell that the inner inscriptions were almost the same. We didn't stay long, since this location was a little more risky. Of course, the revelation that they were not identically copied suggested that the demons possessed mastery of this level of craftwork. I thought back to the 2 demon cores I possessed, and tried to check them. I wondered how this knowledge was transmitted across worlds. Were they embedded inside each demon king, such that each demon king was a walking colonization module on top of an invasion force? If so, they must come from that black blob in space, and then be inside this core. It could be written in flesh, too. Patrick naturally challenged my view. We previously did extensive comparative analysis, using the 2 demon cores to map what was damaged and try to see if we could somehow build a complete whole from the incomplete 2 halves, but we still did not understand what exactly was happening. Now, with the patterns collected from the rift gates, we attempted to see whether there was any relevance, mainly to see whether there were similar patterns we could then extrapolate from the rift gates set of patterns. There were some relevant parts, but as a whole, it didn't really give any significant breakthroughs. Is this part of the Tree of Life's set of powers? Alka asked Stella while she did her own analysis of the rift gates and the surrounding demolite crystal structures. She came accompanied with a small group of her students. Other void mages who were amazed, perplexed and afraid all at the same time. Yes, I answered on her behalf. Damn, Alka said. You all are one of the first few non-demons to ever step on this demon world. You're all pioneer space tourists. There was a loud bang, and they instinctively ducked. Demonic champions at the front lines, and some of the stray magical projectiles blasted across the skies. Stella smirked. Very funny. Alka complained for a while, but he continued to conduct more tests on the structures. How frequently can we go back? Alka asked. Once a month. I could probably send them back every week or 2, but that would leave my mana drained. Alka looked at Stella, and Stella shrugged. Don't look at me. My void portals don't reach this kind of distance. That's really comforting. So Eons are only ticket out. Alka complained a little more, and then continued to test. My field scientist seemed to be a perpetual grumbler, but I suppose that dissatisfaction with everything comes with intellectual prowess. Of course, Prabhu and Colette were very interested to go, but I wasn't very comfortable with it. I even hesitated on telling them about it, because I knew the gods were listening, one way or another. But I still told them, because I wasn't the weak tree I was a few decades ago. With Tree of Life, I felt a lot more comfortable with being more transparent and open, at least with those whose powers I use and rely on. Even if things go south, I now have my clones in 3 other places, even if 2 of those clones are in rather vulnerable locations. With the benefit of hindsight, it was clear that I needed to invest in my team, and build trust. Even if that trust could go south. Since Rune and Johan both gained their domains, I gathered my 4 domain holders, and then brainstormed our revised combat strategies. We needed to figure out how to best exploit our domain powers, especially with future demon kings. Rune and Johan also received the full briefing on what happened with Ava, and my own history as a former Outworlder. In their entire career, they've lived to serve me, and the domain is their ultimate promotion. The point where they grow up and now can stand for themselves. The path is still long, of course. But the forest is strong because there are many trees, and this is a journey for all of us, together. Their domains gave them additional power and stats, so they would continue to play the role of providing cover fire. In terms of pure damage, both of them were just slightly ahead of Edna, who had a higher level, and additional domain skills. They could move quickly, detect enemies from afar, and shoot high-powered projectiles. Ever wonder who would win if we had a test fight? Rune looked at Johan. Edna just shrugged. Edna would be on the receiving end of their attacks in any spar, but her defensive abilities meant she could endure their attacks almost perpetually. Johann frowned. Actually, even with our new abilities, we can't even get past Eon or Edna's shields. I think that's our first goal. Oh come on, a casual fight will be fun. It would, but, actually, if you two would like a test fight, why not compare kill counts on the demon world? Lumuf smiled and proposed. Make yourselves useful for a change. Johann and Rune looked at each other, and Edna laughed. Oh darn, that's a good idea. Dash. Lilies noticed. Naturally. They were very attuned to the powers that thread through the world. Greater than sort of. It's been a while. Less than. Ah. Greater than we've reached the demon worlds. Less than. Lilies was silent, as I shared about what I've seen on the demon worlds through our root connection. I shared scenes of the Demon King, the portals, the spires. After a long while. Dash. Alright, we're ready. Turn it on. Alka said, after 2 months of studies. Rune and Johann had a swell time hunting demons and keeping them away from our magical researchers and the captured structures. There were also some demon champions that appeared, and they also helped to push some forces closer to the intact spawning pools. I have not actually tried. I don't know how to. I admitted. I may have captured the Rift Gate, but I certainly did not know how to operate it at all. Did you manage to figure it out? Alka rolled his eyes. I mean, we've been studying its structure for 2 months without actually turning it on. Stella, if you would do the honors. Stella laughed. Certainly. She started on a monologue. The rift gates buzzed with activity, as it drained void mana from the void crystals, and we watched it open, charge up, and then just as abruptly, close. It's like starting a car engine that just cranked, roared and went dead. Alka and Stella's eyes were glued to the gate, and Stella frowned. These rift gates piggyback off that central path built by the main gate. They are just links to that same void space tunnel. There's only one main highway between this demon world and ours, and these rift gates are like little feeder roads linked to this main highway. The main highway collapsed. That explained why the demons stopped coming after the Demon King got killed. But this does mean that if the path didn't collapse, the demons could perpetually invade. Not just that, if I could recreate these paths, it would mean permanent paths to other worlds. It would essentially enable the worlds to travel to each other, and if I could control them, it effectively functions as an escape route for the inhabitants of the invaded world. But these rifts are the first to appear. How does the demon find which world to invade? Alka wondered and then immediately asked. No. There should be signs. How long does it take? What's the gestation period for the Demon King? I don't know whether it's consistent. According to Sneck, his world seemed to take about 20 to 25 years per Demon King. But, I would suspect the time spent also depends on the type and design of the Demon King, the amount of magical energies available in each world, and perhaps many other unknown factors. Alka frowned. A sample of 1 or 2 tells us nothing. But let us assume that on average it takes 25 years per Demon King, which would mean that there are twice to thrice as many worlds that are linked to us. Stella retorted. If we use the number of worlds linked to us by those faint astral paths, and presume that all of them are currently carrying a Demon King that would be sent to us once it is ready, which is at least 8 to 10 of them in the sky, it actually suggests that it takes about 70 to 80 years. That's a wide range. There were no astral paths in this world. Not after they collapsed, but there were many paths still from Treehome. Those faint paths that grow brighter with each year. If these rift gates were like feeders into existing astral paths, could these rift gates be used to open a rift to their world, by exploiting those linked to our home world? I predict that the paths will return to this world, but I would really like to know how that was done. How did the demon worlds find their targets? Could we mess with that interplanar world finder, and add Treehome as some kind of do not disturb world? What if we move these rifts back to our world, and try to use these rift gates to tap into those astral paths? Stella and Alka thought about it. Alka's eyes widened, and I could almost see the gears turning in his head. It's worth trying. Can we move this rift gate back home? Of course. I can move objects too. Naturally, I could move these structures back to Treehome. Stella then considered. It does mean that Eon may invade them, even before the demons open a rift to our world. And, it would force the demons into a defensive battle on their world, by taking over all their rift gates. We would need to figure out how to activate the astral paths, or reinforce it to some degree with the core mana. But it's possible. The possibilities are so interesting. Alka laughed. Stella smacked the madly grinning Alka on the shoulder. You just transformed from being afraid of coming to this world, to proposing a preemptive invasion on a demon world. Eons already invading one demon world, what's a few more? Eon would have to use a seed though, and Eon don't have many of those. It's still a good idea in the long run, but I think there's a lot more to study. Alka laughed. Details. Let's focus on the final outcome first. An offensive battle would be greatly beneficial for us, since, well, we have bombs. A lot of them. I am proposing we bomb the hell out of the demon worlds before they even invade us. We don't even need some sophisticated targeting. We need an air force, and then open a portal, and just keep sending bombs through it. Stella stared at the mad scientist, who once lectured me on the morality of bombs. And I thought you said you wouldn't go that far. Eon noticed that there's a big tower of void mana when the Demon King was about to appear. And Eon's teleportation ability does not require the use of void mana, so large quantities of star mana can be transported through it without destabilization. Okay. It's also right next to the Demon King. Star mana and void mana goes boom. Eon's expeditionary force. Year 204. Snek proposed that we dig underground, in the demon world. For the same reason as Snek's homeworld. In Snek's world, they, the snakes, migrated underground to avoid the demons. If there were survivors, they'd be hidden underground, or in places where the demons could not reach. That's a decent idea, and from what I know, digging underground seems to be the archaeological equivalent of traveling back in time. So, we started to dig underground. The first month we found absolutely nothing, at least, around where I started to dig. This process of digging drained more mana too, since, underground, my trees don't produce mana. My subsidiary trees and normal trees produced more mana when there were ambient sources of mana in the ground, water, or some kind of light source, either sunlight or starlight. Once again, in the mana-starved worlds, like the moon or the demon world, their production is curtailed. The first few layers we dug through felt no different from the surface. In fact, due to the poor quality of the soil itself, my root tunnels were a higher drain on my mana than normal. Alka wasn't here to help, since he was really laser-focused on developing star mana superbombs, so he sent some of his assistants instead. Well, these assistants were still high-leveled mages and magical researchers, and they explained that they couldn't tell the difference in the soil, so we had to go deeper. It may be due to our lack of the right set of skills to properly analyze soil. Which is kinda silly, because I am really good with studying the soil's nutrition, magical qualities and mineral content. But looking at it from an archaeological point of view seemed to be a related, but different skill set. I wonder what would happen if a geologist reincarnated to this world. Could they find magic oil? Would we start an era of magic oil freedom? Maybe we're digging the wrong place. The mages suggested. In truth, I just decided to dig right underneath my tree of clones, since that seemed to be the easiest place, and after that, we expanded sideways, with horizontal tunnels. So, the researchers requested for historians and cartographers from our world, and attempted to use our own history to make a map of the demon world, at least, the part of the demon world that was under my rule. With their aid, we made an estimate of the places where cities were likely to exist. This was sensible, of course. Earth's cities liked to be next to rivers, and this world, while swampy, didn't have oceans. It was just a vast world of shallow lakes, small rivers, marshes and swamps. With our new set of estimates, we decided to dig underground, in a few of these places, where the rivers met the lakes. Our initial findings were bad. We found nothing. There had to be something, and I went to my other advisors for advice. My 4-domain holder Valthorns didn't have any idea, magic research really wasn't their forte. Stella suggested the use of some shamanic or land communion power, which seemed to make sense, but it'll have to locate a person with the right skill set, that could be trusted with knowledge of the demon world. So I went and spoke to Lilies. Lilies, having survived the longest of us all, must have seen the changes in the soil over the generations. Perhaps they could give us a clue. Greater than yes. Calculate their age. Less than I wanted to say carbon dating, but I haven't the slightest clue how that actually works in practice. It's one of those things that I know scientists do, but I wouldn't be able to do myself. Wait, it should. If the world of the Demon King went through periods of growth and death, the soil itself would feel the effects of the rising and fading of the mana density in the land. But this affects the entire world, not just a certain layer of soil. But new soil, if created by acts of magic, are subject to fewer such wave-like mana patterns, would we be able to tell? Maybe most types of soil are essentially indistinguishable. We would have to locate the right type of soil or stone, which could retain the effects of such waves. Greater than I do, but I am not sure if there's the right type of soil or stone in the world that behaves in that manner. Less than. Greater than yes. I'd like to see how long it has been, and if we could tell whether a planet supports the birth of demon kings indefinitely, or at diminishing rates. Less than. Lilies didn't answer that, likely because they never experienced that part of the end of the world. From Lily's explanation, even if the demon king won, there's still a period of time before it actually takes over the world, and during that time, the gods could try to challenge the hold. This suggested that so long as heroes are continuously summoned, demons would never hold the planet. Eventually one hero would break the demon king's kill streak. Taking this thought further, it also meant that worlds only truly become demon worlds if the gods lose access to the world, and they could no longer defend it. Essentially the equivalent of taking life support off, and the world either finds a way to defend itself, or the world dies, consumed by the demon king. In any case, I also asked the Valthorns to speak to miners and stone collectors whether they are aware of such stones. It would be easier to find something if we knew how they looked like in our world. We're just grasping at straws. The mages new to the process of research said. That's what it's like to be at the forefront of magic research. We're trying to imagine or figure out how things work, with whatever clues handed to us. The researchers laughed. Many of these clues are misleading. But it is very, very intellectually stimulating. Occasionally. Most of the time is really a lot of boring cataloging and data collection work. One of the good points of Stella Ken's influence on the magic researchers was the introduction of more robust data collection methodology, mainly using our own world's logic of statistics and data. I just hoped we didn't draw the wrong conclusions. I wasn't very good at statistics, so my own guidance was very high level, and could even be wrong. A layman's comprehension of statistics and the conclusions they draw from the data may not be correct, even if they seem logical from a layman's view. Still, more data is always welcome. Patrick and my artificial minds could easily shift through the data. In fact, one of the things Patrick suggested was a physical avatar for Patrick and the artificial minds, such that they could interact with the reports and data directly. As it is, my artificial minds can mentally communicate with each other through my roots, thus forming a network. My subordinates, like horns, were also connected to the network, but their connection was not through the roots, but through telepathic speech, and telepathic communication was inherently slower and more prone to misunderstandings. In short, our current data collection method required either someone to read the data, and that data gets mentally copied by Patrick, or the artificial minds borrowed one of my regular eyes, which were capable of regular vision, to read the data directly. Useful, but could be expanded. They were able to collect sound data directly, but because my artificial minds views the world mostly through my senses, i.e. my spiritual vision, sound and also a vibrative sense, reading documents was out of the picture. They were already able to manipulate vines in my biolab, focused artificial minds and get readings from them directly. Again, the demon world itself was more prone to magical disruptions. Demons have been consistently attacking my trees throughout the demon world, sometimes with those demon spire walker champions, and these champions had some type of magical interference. At this point, I estimate the ambient mana in the demon world to be about 5% of tree home. From Patrick's initial estimates, the break-even point where the mana cost of supporting the subsidiary trees was equal to the mana generated by the trees themselves on the demon world was somewhere around 25%. Could the blowback be detected? Patrick asked. The collapse of the astral tunnel through the void. That collapse carpeted the entire world with a single but very noticeable wave of magic energy. So rather than rely on the wave-like pattern of the declining ambient mana in the world, use the collapsed astral tunnel's energy as a time marker. That seemed possible, but I would need to find materials on the demon world that would show the effects of such things. Again, I would get the guys to pay attention to their surroundings, but if there's nothing, there's nothing. For my artificial minds, I needed a new kind of mobile artificial mind that also functions as a laboratory, for their research functions, with a direct link to the root network through their legs. At least, they would need to stop and connect with the network directly to upload the bulky datasets. With my evolutionary powers from Tree of Life, I started looking at creating smaller versions of Hytrerian, crossed with the qualities of the treefolk. The treefolk could connect to the rootnet. In fact, that was one of their unique selling points, though we blocked them from the network. This part of the process wasn't exactly hard. Modifying existing things in order to fit my need, and growing them in my biolabs. In fact, they were quite cute. Like little takekomas made of wood and trees. It would take about a few months to properly form them. 3 World. This time, Stella asked. She's been working on the Rift Gate, but it involved huge amounts of reconfiguring the runic patterns. She said she'll get better with time, but for now, she'll need another year or two. In my experience, there's bound to be hiccups, so if she completes it within 3 years, it's considered a success. Lumuf shook his head. Nope. The other world. Unless there's something else. Nope. Skies remain unchanged. For now. I scanned the skies from my lone tree that floated nowhere, in the remnants of the Comet world. So far, nothing. Stella paused and looked at her notes. All right. Just you. No. I decided not to send Lumuf alone this time, so I got one of the higher-ranked Valthorns to accompany him. One of Edna's juniors and disciples, a level 110 Eonic Battle Knight named Aben. I figured that I would gradually rotate my level 100+ Valthorns on these adventures to other worlds to let them learn from the other worlds. I suspect the system seems to recognize and give value to a wider perspective, and thus rewards those who have seen other worlds. It may also be partly why I gained levels faster too, on top of my heroic fragments. Or maybe just a different perspective just gave a more holistic comprehension of powers, thus recognition by the system. In any case, I would send Lumuf to the other worlds, as part of my many other projects to get core mana. I also had miners dig into the depth of the world from the already deep depths. I had mages and others attempting to create a portal into the core itself. I will have core mana. Then we will take this battle to the demons. Dash. The portal opened, and both Lumuf and Aben walked out to what appeared to be a massive battlefield, with the stench of rotting corpses and blood in the air. Back home, Stella and her team strained a little more than usual. Weird. Felt like I was trying to push through mud. The battlefield was littered with corpses, some still looked relatively fresh. This battle wasn't very long ago. Maybe a week, or a month. Ooh. Yet, the first thing I wanted to see was the sky. Lumuf then looked up, and we both saw the glowing, bright astral path, through our shared astral vision. Lumuf's expression paled instantly. The Demon King is here. Here? Aben asked. Immediately he started to look around anxiously. No, I mean, he's in this world. Lumuf clarified. Oh. Aben relaxed. He immediately started to survey the surroundings. If the astral path is open, then the invasion is still ongoing. We should spot some heroes, then. The corpses were humanoid, at least, some looked like elves, and dwarves. Lizard people and drakes too. Where should we go? Aben asked, returning from his short walk around. I see their equipment's rust is quite early stage. This battle must have been just about 2 to 3 weeks old. Strange no one raided their equipment. Demons don't need equipment. Ah yes. I forgot since we had the parasites. Aben answered. Lumuf paused, and I briefly entered the avatar mode. I felt my senses extend through the ground, and the world around us. There was a loud explosion in a particular direction, carried by the winds, and there were very visible magic flying through the sky. Lumuf and Aben exchanged glances. If there's fighting, there's people. Lumuf answered. Aben nodded. Lumuf activated his domain skill on Aben, and Aben's body glowed, supercharged. He ran, his speed almost as fast as the heroes through the battlefield. It was quite far away. Both Lumuf and I could see through Aben with Lumuf's ability, and we saw an army of lizardmen, at least 2,000 of them, battling an army of at least 10,000 humanoid demons. These demons were armed with reddish demonic weapons. They were awfully familiar, like the ones that gave me the forest rod. Was this a rehash of the Demon Walker champions? The ones that triggered the huge calamity of the central continent? I felt a little tingle of fear through my senses. The lizardmen were outnumbered, and we saw the very familiar demonic knights and demonic generals. Lumuf. It's the Demon King Sabnok again. Lumuf was a baby when the Sabnok incident happened, but it was mandatory education for the Valthorns, on the origins of the Rotted Lands. Sabnok. Here. Maybe not Sabnok, but those demons are from that generation of demon kings. There will be Hytrierian-type champions. Ah. This world was faced with a large-scale invasion of demons. Lumuf ran as fast as he could, which was really fast, but it still took him longer to arrive into the battlefield. The lizardmen were already fighting the demons, and they were the ones unleashing their magical spells and projectiles. Aben smashed into the center of the demon army like a descended god, and his large gladius glowed green from power. Aben, for the purposes of this battle, received one of the court of the TreeTree slots, which complemented his close combat battle skills with my own wide area abilities, like rooting fields. The lizardmen clearly didn't expect the assistance, and the sight of Aben as a single, supercharged individual able to easily defeat tens of these normal demons per swing seemed to raise their morale. Aura. Lumuf mentally spoke to Aben. Activate the demon suppression aura. He had a weaker version, but it helped slow down the demons a little bit, such to give the lizardmen army some breathing room. The demon knights and general types clearly noticed Aben, and they charged at him. But if Lozan at level 30 could fight a demon knight, Aben at level 110 could kill a few of them in a single swipe. They really were not much now. Only champions could give Aben a challenge, so Aben slaughtered the demons like the worthless things they were. When Lumuf arrived a little bit later, the victory was certain. Once in avatar mode, the demons were killed quickly, the full strength of my demonic suppression aura flooded the battlefield, and they were as good as motionless statues. The lizard people then easily cut down the army of demons, and the battle was over. A group of heavily armored lizard people immediately approached Aben. We, the army of the Alderi city, thank you for your assistance in the battle with the demons. Aben, who was in heavy armor, nodded in his helmet. Lumuf moved to join Aben. This is Lumuf, my superior. I am Aben, a knight. Greetings. Lumuf said. I hope we did not interrupt much. One of the lizard people laughed awkwardly. Their leader stared at the laughing lizard person and he immediately quieted down. Ah, in fact, we were prepared to fight to the death to hold the demons back. Our reinforcements were delayed by a few days. Lumuf nodded. All right. Would you mind filling us in? I must admit I am new to the region. That made the lizard person leader's eyes twitch. I am afraid I don't understand what you mean by that. Lumuf smiled. We teleported here. From a really, really far place. So I need a briefing. Everything. Really? One of the lizard person immediately asked. Are you the heroes? That lizard person was promptly slapped by the one next to him. Are you stupid? Heroes are always young teenagers. These two guys look like war veterans. The leader stared and the two bickering lizard persons immediately quieted down. I am afraid I will have to invite you back to our city and let the proper person answer you. Please. Their city was really a fortress. A huge structure with thick, multi-layered walls meant for siege battles. Magical enchantments covered the walls, and there were magical formations and traps scattered around them. They were clearly geared for war. In fact, the guards were hugely surprised to see the army returning at all. The doors flew open and a group of elves and lizard persons came out to greet them. General, how? You've pushed them back. One of the elves hugged the lizard leader. He patted the heavily armed young teenage elf on the head. Shush. We have honored guests who came to our rescue. I must take them to meet the council now. But, the elf looked tearful. The lizard general said firmly. I live, son, when I was meant to die today. It is already a miracle, so wait. Let me take the guests to the council. The elf nodded and the general turned to Lumuf. Please, Lord Lumuf and Aben. The council was a group of humans, lizard persons, and elves. About the same as the corpses we saw from the previous battlefield. Everyone was heavily armed. The general gave the introductions, and the council was blunt with its questions. Where are you from, exactly? There are no known individuals with your type of combat abilities left. Lumuf thought for a moment, and decided to go for the truth. Another world. But we are not heroes. Just a neighboring world. There was an audible gasp from the entire council. How? Lumuf smiled. Classified information. At this point, I can see that all of you need help. But, first, fill us in. What exactly is going on in this world? One human leaned forward. We really do. Are there more individuals like yourself? Maybe. Lumuf answered. The human counselor looked at the rest, as if waiting for something. The lizardman counselor nodded and spoke. At this point, we need everything we can get. If there are no objections, I'll do the walkthrough. We listened as the council lizard person explained that the demons arrived 16 years ago, and the heroes went to defeat the demon king. At first, to the people of this world, it was business as usual. But the heroes that went to defeat the demon king did not do so, and it seemed like all news of the heroes had since vanished. The demons then resumed their expansion, and the entire world turned into a battlefield. Their priests attempted to divine the nature of what occurred, and they discovered that the heroes were defeated, and almost all of them killed, except two, who were somehow captured by the demon king. Captured, and not killed, so no new heroes were summoned to the world. At that point, I suddenly wondered what would happen if Alexis was never killed. This world was a world with many high mountains and mountain passes, and so most kingdoms and nations had easily defended choke points. Thankfully, the demons did not have many flight-capable creatures, and even their demon generals were only able to fly a short distance. Thus, for the whole of the last decade and more, it was a continuous and never-ending battle against the demonic armies. The world's nations stopped fighting, as every combat-talented person was drafted to join and defend the world against the demonic armies. What of the Demon King? Lumuf asked. The Demon King appears to be a large stationary castle. Lumuf cursed. It's Sabnok again. Sabnok. We had a Demon King that created these demonic armies. It was called Sabnok. This Demon King is called Aquila. How do you respond to champion-class demons? Lumuf then asked. Our relics. The hero items. The Joint Command of Elite Forces handle these items and move them to where the champions are sighted. Ah, there's a regional Joint Command that moved these things around to help push the demon champions back. The hero items need time to recharge. The counselors nodded. Yes. So over time, we still lose ground. The demons can outnumber us, and field champions repeatedly. Our warriors can gain levels, and we do have strong elites from those who survived multiple battles, but it's a balance that's not in our favor. Lumuf nodded. So everyone who can fight, fights. Yes. Our old luxuries had to cease. There really was no other way. Our people must fight, make items to support the war effort, or produce food and supplies. One counselor interjected. Are you able to bring us to your world? Are you thinking of leaving already? Another counselor immediately stood up. Lumuf smirked. There are demon kings in our world too. That same counselor paled. Surely with powerful individuals like yourself. All it takes is one demon king with the right skill sets and we're still doomed. Lumuf didn't let him finish. The entire war council nodded in agreement. The human continued. We must report of your presence to the Joint Command. Lumuf thought about it for a moment. What if I just decide to go back? The human immediately paused, and he prostrated on the ground. Please. Please help us. Our people have been fighting this war for a decade, and there's no end to it. We need hope. Something to buy us time. Buying time for what? Lumuf asked. A miracle, probably. The councilman did not answer, but then eventually answered. Buy time for us to live a bit longer. The general too, immediately knelt. Please Lord Lumuf. Your presence and abilities on the battlefield would help us greatly. Lumuf sighed, and I could sense the dilemma in his heart. It is not what I am here for. Well, give you anything you want. Tell me, is there a place where the planet's core is exposed? The counselors shook their heads at first, and then immediately nodded. Lumuf could tell they were lying. Desperation. Exhaustion. Lumuf looked at Aben. Well, let's leave this for later. I am tired from that battle, and we need a place to rest. One of the counselors immediately ran out to make arrangements, and they were given the finest rooms they could manage. It was clear it had not been used or cleaned for months before this. Walking through the streets, everyone was focused on war, but the exhaustion and sense of despair was clear. Lumuf sat, and asked Aben. What do you think? We should help. These people look like they need it. Way more than we do. I thought back to the canary.
People. I helped them too, and now that I have the power, maybe I shouldn't be so selfish. I didn't have to take the Demon King either. All we needed to do was find the captured heroes and free them. Or kill them, if we couldn't.
The TreeTree. Year 204, Part 2. Aben, as a knight, felt strongly about helping these people. As for me, I didn't want to take ownership of this conflict, and expand my already growing plate. I didn't want to play the role of another world's peacekeeper too. Still, I did agree that we could have a limited scope of assistance. Something more focused. Freeing the heroes, or failing which, killing them, such that the cycle of reincarnating heroes may continue. As it is, I have at least 30 to 50 individuals like Aben in the level 100 category, and this really was another battlefield. Letting them fight another war on another world could help them experience things, and prepare them for the coming invasion of the demon world. Despite my reluctance to assist, Lumuf, and some of my Valthorns felt we have the capacity to do more. After the badly handled disaster that was the Crystal King, this was our other world left, and Lumuf felt we should try to make allies on this world. If we help now, we come as saviors. Allies. These opinions can shift quickly, and I wasn't sure what was the political, social and religious sentiment on the ground. A wider scope of assistance may also face pushback, and as the Crystal King said, we would be occupiers. Maybe he wasn't that wrong, after all. If the purpose of allies was as a backup if our world fell, then if that happened, we would retreat here as refugees. Eventually though, we would also transform into occupiers, demanding some of these lands as our own. Politics was hard. I'd rather just fight demons. After a day's rest, Lumuf and Aben returned to face the council, and Lumuf immediately asked for information on the heroes, and where they were captured. Lumuf could see the light in their eyes lit up, excited at the prospect of our assistance. In truth, they couldn't help. This was a border city, a fortress that faced the demon hordes. The information on the heroes, and on such grander strategic matters, were all deeper in their protected hinterlands. So, they proposed to send 2 messengers, carrying scrolls written by the council, to guide and accompany us to one of their greater cities that still stood. It would be a 2-week journey by horse, but Lumuf shook his head at the council. Then let's use teleportation scrolls. Let not waste time. The councillors were horrified at the suggestion. We mean no offense, Lord Lumuf, but we cannot afford to use scrolls. Teleportation scrolls are only for our elite forces to move to places under heavy attack. That was a sensible use of teleportation. Lumuf coughed. Sorry, I have greater teleportation scrolls. I just need some of you to come with me, and link me with the right person. My scroll can carry 5, I just need one of you who has been to that city to update the location. Teleportation scrolls from our world relied on the mana pathways in the sky, the same way message spells worked. These teleportation scrolls were a step further, and could use direct coordinate input, but it needed some tweaking. Oh, 1 lizard person and 1 human stood. Then we will go with you. One of the counselors was a mage and he stared at the scroll for a moment. These are really interesting teleportation runes. Lumuf coughed again. Shall we? Ah yes. Dash. Lumuf and Aben landed in a large teleportation platform in their magical capital, and when we arrived, we were greeted by an army, ready for war. There were 3 relatively high-level soldiers, one was a Naga, the other 2 were lizard persons, with quite good equipment, their spears and axes were up and ready to strike. Councilman, explain this unauthorized use of teleportation. Stand down. We sent a message earlier. We are sending VIPs over. The councilman said. The high-leveled Naga seemed to be a magic swordsman, judging from the 3 magic swords he wielded. The Naga immediately shouted through its helmet. The capital has not agreed to your request. The protocol states any use of teleportation must be centrally approved. These 2 here possessed their own teleportation scroll. Surely that protocol does not apply. Lumuf sighed, and then, a wave of his power flooded the entire area. My name is Lumuf, and this is my guard, Aben. We are otherworldly visitors, ambassadors of our divine protector, Eon. We've come to speak to your mages and your priests, and discover what has interfered with the usual cycle of hero summons. I do not wish to fight, but I can, if I have to. The magic swordsman and the rest of the soldiers buckled, just a little, but the difference of power was clear, and when the Naga sheathed his swords, the rest did too, very well. Lumuf looked at him briefly, estimated he was probably around level 85, and would give Lausanne a run for her money. These were folks that fought many battles over the decades, and have gained levels as a result. Lumuf nodded. Thank you, now let us see how we may aid this long conflict. The level 85 barrier could be surpassed, by sheer force of will, but most mortals would never get there, even if they reached level 85. The barrier was a cruel one. I didn't see why the world had such a silly level limiter. It denied the world of their opportunity to save itself, even when these folks clearly, if they leveled enough, had the chance to do so, or at least, force the demons to a state of weakness. Lumuf once offered a counterpoint. In any system which rewards killing to gain levels, those who gain the levels will be those who killed the most. I would think if such powers were not limited in some way, the world would naturally die from its inhabitants killing each other in the pursuit of more power. That didn't explain dragons, of course. Our dragons were counterbalanced by their need for huge amounts of rest and sleep that they never actually managed to kill that many people. Lumuf and Aben were escorted from the teleportation gates, and out to the world. Their magical capital was filled with towers, but they were all shaped for war. There were clearly multiple magical defensive artifacts active, and we could feel their magical energies bouncing off Lumuf's domain. We looked up and saw at least 3 layers of magical shields. Each of these shields were quite weak on their own, but with 3, they were a reasonably good defense, even if inferior to my wooden shields. Everyone was armed, except the children, and there were weapons hung and placed all over many parts of the streets. There were also many children. Actually, come to think of it, there were really a lot of children back in the border city too. What's with all the children? Lumuf asked, and the councilman that accompanied us immediately answered. Someone's got to fight the wars, so we have many children. I couldn't help but feel how insane that was. The Council of Kings combined their powers to create a continental edict, which means all our children grow up faster than normal, and everyone also gained more experience. About 3 to 4 times faster. It's one of the few abilities that allowed us to hold on in this long battle. Ah, that made sense. Lumuf nodded in agreement, and commented. I am impressed that the nations actually got their act together and responded to this threat coherently. Actually, that was really true. I remembered the nations back in Treehome treating the Demon King as the hero's problem. But then again, these guys got lucky too, that they got a stationary Demon King that pumped out demons, instead of the usual wandering trigger-happy nuclear machine gun. I like this aspect of these people already. A sense of ownership for their lives, development of the necessary organizations and focus to defend themselves. It really further solidified my conclusion that I should not assist them excessively, and focus on a narrow scope. Like a child learning to walk, I'd be doing them a disservice if I gave them the easy way out. Their bones would not be strong. If anything, the right thing to do is to help them without them feeling indebted to me, even if I and Lumuf did want allies here. The two forces of encouraging their independence and self-reliance, versus helping them and earning their gratitude battled in my mind. I didn't want to contribute a data point towards the argument that their problems will be solved by outside help. I've seen enough of that in my world and it's irritating. I knew the knights and priests would generally prefer to provide aid where able. It is how they were trained and raised in the central continent. The lizard council person frowned. Well, it took 2 continents to fall under complete demonic rule and tens of millions dead citizens across thousands of fallen kingdoms for us to get our act together. If anything, this war alliance was written in blood and bones of the dead. Lumuf nodded. I see. The group arrived at a massive temple that was clean, and as we looked around, there seemed to be a lot of students, all in robes. Junior priests. We need healers on the front lines, and we are mass training. Lumuf was visibly disturbed at how familiar it was. I must say, I can't imagine sending such freshly trained junior priests to the front lines. As I saw through him, I saw him imagine the young students of the School of Triology on the front lines, dying to the demons. They will level, and grow. Many won't survive, but those that do will carry the torch. Such is war. It is horrific, indeed. Lumuf said. We've seen our own horrible wars. The recent Parasite War has been horrifying indeed. 3 heavily armed priests appeared. They had large shields on their back, and magically enchanted war maces. Councilperson. Is this the guest? The lizard gave them a nod. Yes. This is Lord Lumuf, ambassador of Eon. The war priests motioned Lumuf to follow them into the temples. Come. The high priest will see you. The temple's inner grounds were clean, and Spartan. There were gems and gold once, but most of them had been stripped out. The sound of chants and prayer songs filled the halls, and despite it being to another god, Lumuf found it calming, and could not help but ask. Which god do you pray to? Taraz. The god of perseverance. Lumuf just nodded and walked behind them, and soon arrived at a room on the highest floor. Once more, it was probably once a heavily decorated room, but now, it's empty. The shelves were all bare. What's left were a few paintings and some writings. They got to the point immediately. High Priest, these 2 claims to be from another world, and asks for information on the heroes. The High Priest glared at Lumuf, but then quickly smiled. That's a bold claim. Lumuf laughed. It is, isn't it? Can you prove it? Yes, of course. Lumuf's aura gently filled the room, and the High Priest paled. I see. The High Priest and Lumuf sat down. Aben sat at another chair to the side. Before that, are there really other worlds? Yes. How'd you get here? Scripture and the gods said only they could do it. Lumuf frowned at the words, and but realized he could twist it. It's not exactly wrong. I would say Eon, my god and my benefactor, is the one who sent me here. Huh, but doesn't that make you a hero? No. We're different. Eon is a relatively new god. The old gods are those that summon heroes, to yours, and to mine. We don't get the hero-type powers. But you feel strong. It's complicated, and not something I can share. Lumuf said. Now, tell me about the heroes. The High Priest sighed. Very well. Truth is, what we have was quite vague. We have this hero item that can locate the hero, and all we have is a location. We know they are alive because the hero item still works, but the fact that they didn't move suggests that they were either captured, or unconscious, or some degree of both. A location. Was anything done to rescue them? Well, no. The High Priest said with embarrassment. Then, our data is already out of date. The last time we used it was 8 years ago. The item ran out of the hero's mana a while ago, and so we don't even know whether it's in the right place, or whether the hero had moved. We didn't dare to send anyone to that location with our poor information, and the Demon King's magical structures interfered with all our magical scrying and teleportation abilities. Lumuf nodded, and realized this part could be relatively easy to solve. Can we get access to it? It's considered one of our most prized possessions, even if it's unpowered. It would need the approval of the Council of Kings and Grand Marshals. But why? Can you get it? The High Priest stared. What are you really saying? We may be able to recharge it. How? We have access to the hero's mana. A small bit, at least. The High Priest's eyes widened in shock. You are not lying. No. The High Priest paused. But, wait. You need to gather your strongest men. All those level 80s and above. We will provide assistance and cover, but the rescue will be done by your forces. Lumuf said. He understood that I preferred that these guys help themselves. But that would leave some of our cities unprotected. Lumuf looked at Aben. The High Priest sighed. I will have to raise this to the council. Once we recharge the item, we can decide on the next course of action. Good. We were still working on our star mana bombs, and the fact that the Demon King of this was stationary raised some interesting questions. If it's stationary, why don't we throw a wide range of bombs at it? Alka has been working on bombs so much that he pretty much joked that his first course of action was to bomb them. It's only half a joke. That said, the Demon King could just pretend that it was stationary. All the previous Demon Kings that resembled actual castles could float, fly, and move like giant walkers. The current stationary appearance may well be a ruse, or maybe it was just waiting for the heroes. If we don't try, we don't know. Do we really want to trigger an escalation of conflict? This seems to be a rather uncomfortable, but stable state for the world. I said frankly, again. Attacking the Demon King may jolt it out of its current stationary state and cause it to attack the kingdoms directly. Then it becomes our conflict, because we caused it. Worse if we can't rescue the heroes. It's very easy to stray from our goals. As persons in power, we are frequently petitioned to assist with many things, with very convincing arguments. I re-looked at my objectives. I wanted core mana, and my adventure to this mountainous world was to find core mana. As a secondary goal, we would try to make some friends, and allies, so that we have somewhere to fall back to, like a backup. Yet, at the same time, I also realized they have a good thing going for them, and that was their scrappy temperament, perseverance, their self-reliance, and that sense of ownership. I didn't want to snuff that out by playing the role of the outworld helper, even if I know this path will probably mean more deaths for their world. Once lost, it is hard to get it back without even more deaths. At the same time, I recognize that I have some self-interest in protecting this world, because since they are so close to me, that means if they fall to the demons, we could be invaded by the demons more often. This was just my speculation, because Stella's view was that it doesn't work like that. The demons seem to ignore distance when choosing their targets, because their choice of targets seemed random. Each world led to other worlds, and Stella was keen to visit the 3 worlds and mountainous world for herself again, and see whether there were other worlds within the range of these worlds. Anyway, another secondary goal was to look for creatures and powers like myself, and make allies. There is a lot we can do with power. Using them correctly was a far more difficult question. Against these goals, I also posed the questions to my allies. As a knight, I would help where I am able. But I do see your point, so perhaps, we can come in as a defender of last resort. Edna said. We should be invisible, such that they do not count on our help. Are you willing to take over this conflict for them? Rune disagreed. I think we may be overstretching ourselves. We haven't even really secured our world, and here we are trying to send forces to the other world. We're also waging a war on the parasite world, and plan to invade a demon world. We should save our forces. With Stella and Ian's ability to teleport us back and forth, we're not really overstretching. Edna argued. And stretching isn't really fair, because, well, we gain levels from all of this. The question is simple, to me. If there's a demon on our world, and a demon on theirs, at the same time, where do we fight? The answer is clearly here, because this is our home. That's not our home, and it's not our battle. Rune countered. If we accept responsibility for one, are we eventually accepting it for all? I agree that home is where we should protect. Edna nodded. But that does make our world's lives more valuable than theirs, isn't it? We have capacity. Many of our level 100s are just clearing dungeons. It is a fact that our world is more valuable. They are unfortunate that they do not have an Eon. So, it is even more important that their own people rise to the occasion. Rune countered. We've seen that a child born in the central continent grows up stronger than most in the other continents, and this sort of luck is true across worlds too. They are level limited. They can't, even if they want to. Edna responded. But Eon could. It is a limited resource, but not that limited. I would be willing to give a few, if they are worthy. I responded. I still have a few in stockpile. It isn't even an instant win, because I've seen my guys who gotten the soul seed but never actually did much. I also like that this was in line with helping them help themselves, and did not involve putting the time of my people on the line. But I'll need Lumuf to get to know them better before giving them such an item. The last thing I'd want is to empower someone who'd go against me. Edna smiled. Even if you give 10 of them seeds, they are a long way from being able to stand against you, Eon. It took us decades of constant grinding to get both Rune and Johann to the domain tier. I think that's not something to be worried about. Not in the next half-century. That was true. Even if they did turn against me, so what? They couldn't travel worlds. Our home base was safe. So I could help, with very little losses, all the upside with very few downsides. If it goes well, we get some friendly parties. If it doesn't, no major harm done. Year 205. It took a while, and a lot of discussions over at the so-called Council of Kings, and a few actual meetings with Lumuf, before they even allowed Lumuf to see the item for itself. Stella couldn't teleport the heroes, because their star mana opposed the void mana too strongly. Not like me, where the star mana I possessed was relatively tiny, but it didn't matter. The object itself was a large circular metal disc with many rings. It looked like an ancient feng shui compass, only with a glass, clear center. It was created 6 centuries ago by an archmage hero, and over time, its mana has been exhausted. It was clearly made only to accept star mana, not like the hero items that were made to accept normal mana. Lumuf was flanked by 10 of their strongest fighters. Some mages, some archers, and some knights. It was just security theater, really. There was nothing they could do if we tried anything. Lumuf touched the disc, and my avatar descended. All that was present felt my oppressive presence fill the room, and the entire building. I channeled my meager 300 star mana into the disc, and the disc clearly started to glow. It was thirsty. It was a really greedy disc. Lumuf mused. It still needs more. So, I had to borrow. Prabhu gladly volunteered. I wrapped my vines around his body, and he sent his star mana into my body. I weaved it through myself, and threw the avatar into the disc. The disc glowed, and this time, it was enough. Lumuf felt uncomfortable, though. The clear glass turned murky and swirled like a witch's cauldron, and then, it revealed a location and a vision to all that was present. The heroes were possessed, one resembled a giant demon knight, and another was inside a demonic cage. Their location was not far from the Demon King too. Well, there you have it. The heroes. Lumuf answered, as my presence faded away. Are you ready to free them? The Guiding Branch. Year 205. Lumuf sat in their magical archives. There were just a few mages here. These archives used to have hundreds of mages, all poring over where to push their magic. These days, every single mage was working in the workshops, making weapons, or fighting in the battlefields. Not here. Lumuf sighed. Our quest for core mana in this new world was fruitless. Not here, not 3 worlds. It seemed that we would need Stella here, if we want to find somewhere else with core mana. Is this core so important? One of the local dwarven mages asked. She had been tasked to attend to Lumuf's queries. Lumuf nodded. They had relatively good maps, at least, from a decade or 2 ago, before the demons invaded. I felt like I was missing something. Why was there a stationary Demon King? It's not the first time the Demon King had been stationary, but why? Some time later, Lumuf and Aben met the group gathered for the mission of rescuing the heroes. This was the meeting. They were all level 80s, the highest among them level 87, a dwarven magical maceman of some kind. He was the stereotypical dwarf, with a grumpy attitude. Because of how extensive and long the war was, there were about 50 of them around level 80s, but only about 20 would join the mission. The initial concept was a small, dedicated strike team. Are you the upstart who called us here? The dwarf said. Aben hid his aura well, and shook his head. That would be my superior, Lord Lumuf. This idea of rescuing the heroes was our benefactor's suggestion. Lumuf smiled at the dwarf, and the dwarf walked closer to Aben, and sniffed. He returned the smile afterwards. Well, at least we're dealing with guys who can put their lives on the line. Aben shrugged, as they activated the fully recharged hero item. A group of mages explained the location of the possessed heroes. Well, do the rescue? The group asked. Against possessed heroes. Yes. The local archmages said. Our current situation has been a stalemate for too long. But then our defenses. Who will handle it then? The rest of us will have to just hold out. One of the lizard persons looked at Aben and Lumuf. What if this is just a trap to weaken us? If all of us die, we just lost 20 of our strongest fighters. These guys are from another world, and maybe they are here to invade us. The dwarf nodded. Exactly. Since they are suggesting it, shouldn't they help us out? Not just that, how are we expected to deal with the possessed heroes? We can't just kill them, right? We need the heroes alive. Somehow. We certainly have no intention of anyone dying on this mission. We will go with you, though our role will be minimal, or only where your team does not have the capability. Are there any strong priests who are good with high-level exorcisms? Lumuf answered. There was a collective head shake. Our strongest priests are heavy healers and buffers. Exorcism isn't something we have to deal with. In that case, if there are no further objections, I would like to handle the exorcism of the heroes. I would need the help of everyone present to just keep the rest of the demons at bay, and weaken the possessed heroes. So we're bodyguards. One of them answered. Perhaps. Lumuf smiled. Aben will stay back and support the defense, if there are any particularly strong attacks during this period. One person is not sufficient. Across all the theaters of battle, certainly. But if there are any huge threats, he is more than sufficient. The plan was relatively simple. Small group teleports as close as possible, then rushes for the possessed heroes. The hero item confirmed that the heroes were still in the same location, and 22 level 80s and an assortment of level 50s from their various armies joined the force, mainly as support. Level 80s put them in the same category as Lausanne, so 22 of them were a very decent fighting force. This group could take down demon champions easily, even without the hero items. Some of them had anti-demon abilities too, thanks to the decade-long endless conflict. The system favored conflict, and awarded those who struggled really long against it. Lumuf had to just tag along, and follow the group as they pushed through the demon territory. Not all of it were occupied. After all, these type of army demons favored ley lines as their bases. Where there were no ley lines, these places were sparsely guarded, even if there were regular demonic patrols. The only reason the locals haven't taken these territories back, was because of how vulnerable their location was to the demons from the nearby demon bases. You said you were from another world. The group asked, as they made their way to their first rest spot. How? My patron has a way of opening portals to another world. This world is just in the same neighborhood. How is it there? From what I can see, we're very similar. We also have regular demonic attacks, but we've not had a situation like this. Lumuf answered. I always thought heroes could never be possessed by demons. One of the mages on the trip said as they discussed the idea of a possessed demons. Guess what the temples tell us isn't always true. Lumuf laughed. Honestly, they don't know any better. The gods don't exactly communicate much. But yours does. Well, that's because my patron is a rising native god. Eon lives on our world, and Eon gets stronger over time. Have you spoken to your gods? All of them shook their heads, and I was secretly impressed by Lumuf's clever sowing of doubt. How powerful is Eon? Lumuf grinned at the question. I am sure anyone here knows that power isn't so simple to explain, especially with the way classes work at high levels. In Eon's field of mastery, I would say Eon is unparalleled, just like how I am almost very good at what I do in my field. My companions are similarly powerful in their chosen field. Power isn't a linear scale. They nodded in agreement. One of the knights present couldn't help but ask. Sir Lumuf, may I ask, what level are you? Lumuf smiled, as they took the bait. More than level 100. There was a collective gasp. How? We all stagnate at level 80s. The dwarf rolled his eyes. You don't really need us to protect you. Lumuf didn't respond to the dwarf, and instead looked at the rest. The system limits most of us to level 80s, and only a rare few can break through with incredible force of will. But my patron, Eon, is a spirit tree, a master of souls and spirit. We had their attention. And he has a special fruit that could break through the limitations of our soul, so that we can ascend even higher. There was a collective silence as they digested the statement. The dwarf asked, Aben, that knight of yours, he's level 100s too. Lumuf nodded. We would rest in this quiet mountain for an hour. Do you still need the heroes? Yes. Lumuf answered without a doubt. Even with our levels, the gap between us and the heroes is incredible. Even my patron, Eon, cannot stand against the Demon King alone. We still need the heroes. For now. The group present digested Lumuf's words, but eventually one of them approached Lumuf during the break. How do we get that fruit? Lumuf shrugged. It is Eons to give, not my decision. Can we have an audience, somehow? Greed. Lumuf sensed it. A lust for power. Lumuf smiled, and shrugged. Perhaps. That started a torrent of inquiries, as the others all asked for it. They all believed they could go further. Lumuf just nodded, shrugged and repeated that it was not his to give. But Lumuf's abilities as a priest allowed him to measure the weight of each of their personalities, and he concluded that only 3 persons may be worthy. The dwarf, one of the knights, and one of the rangers. Rest time was over, and the group continued. We met more demons, but the group was strong enough that they crushed them easily. Only champions would really delay them, especially a small group like this. In a large-scale war, it is very easy to attack, especially with a small, highly powerful mobile force, but very hard to defend when the attacks could come from anywhere. It was this observation that led to the plan to attack the demon worlds preemptively. Offense is focused. Defense is spread out. The sheer speed which the group cut through the demon's territory and towards the possessed heroes was evidence. The group arrived at the possessed hero's supposed location within 2 days. There were just 1 demon champion there, and a horde of the regular mobs. Easy pickings for the group. Of the 2 heroes, only one was able to fight, and even so, it couldn't use the hero's powers. Only a limited range of abilities, derived from demonic mana from the possessing demon. The giant demon knight fought the group, but the group of 22 level 80s outnumbered them. Lumuf stayed back and watched. He did use a blessing or 2 to help those in trouble, but this was their fight. The champion was slain, the demon knight hero was quickly defeated. One of the mages blasted the ground and we soon found the cage. It was a massive demon, and the hero was wrapped in tentacles and demonic organs. All right. This is where we step in. Lumuf nodded, and he moved towards the cage. The living demonic cage wriggled, as it attempted to defend itself. Lumuf merely placed both of his palms on the demonic cage itself, and then, my avatar descended. My presence instantly caused the demons around us to freeze, and their movements slowed to almost a halt. The wriggling cage whimpered, and my mana pumped through the Lumuf's body. The demon knight also wriggled and struggled, but with my demonic suppression aura, the mages quickly disabled it in a cage of magic. It wasn't hard to flood the demonic cage with my mana, this was easier than the demon king by a mile. My mana pumped through cage, and within 10 minutes, I felt the demonic cage itself transform. The cage wriggled, and shrunk into a small wooden chest. Natural mana overwhelming has assimilated the demonic hero cage mimic. Demonic hero cage mimic transformed into a tree cage mimic. The hero trapped within collapsed, pale, unconscious but alive. A shot of healing later, color returned to his face, but he still needed to rest. Take care of him, let me deal with the other one. The wooden chest jumped onto Lumuf's back. The group of fighters present stared. That. Oh, ignore it. It's part of my patron's powers. Lumuf walked to the weakened demon knight. The effects of my aura essentially meant it was quite weak. I wondered whether I could have saved Alexis back then, if I had the strength I had now. I probably could. Funny how things repeat themselves. I suppose when one lived for so long, we can't help but notice the way things repeat, just in different iterations and forms. Lumuf touched the demon knight at the head. It struggled, but disabled by the power of my aura and the spells of the mages. Again, we flooded it with my mana, and the giant demon knight shook violently. This one refused to be assimilated, and rather than let my mana overwhelm it, it attempted to kill the hero within. But my mana had already flooded every bit of its body, and I quickly protected the hero. The demon knight exploded to reveal an unconscious young human girl within. We also healed her, and it was time to get out. Getting out was easy. A small group was incredibly mobile. The demons did not launch any large-scale attack during the time, which was rather strange. Aben didn't even have to fight during the 3 days. The heroes regained consciousness on the 2nd day, but remained groggy and were rather zoned out. They were already fully healed physically, but their star mana took some time to restore itself, and their souls were weakened from the prolonged possession. Everyone gave them space to recover. They were teenagers, thrust into the role of a hero by gods that treated them like disposable tools. Once we reached the city, the 2 heroes were in better shape, and began to talk about their fight. They were essentially underleveled. Their entire party were only in their level 80s because they didn't farm enough demon champions. This demon king didn't produce that many champions in the first place, preferring massive armies. But these individually weak massive armies didn't help them level. So when they got to the Demon King easily overwhelmed them and consumed them. It killed the rest, and captured the two of them. From what the heroes shared, I realized that the Demon King may have a certain range of demon creation abilities, as they could create these demonic cages and the possession demon. That meant the Demon King was essentially the tactical mind behind the entire demonic invasion, even if some of it was delegated to the stronger demons. With the heroes returned, there was a sense of excitement in the councils. The heroes were still compelled by their hero class to defeat the demons, and they seemed eager to return to the field within 2 weeks of their freedom. They really are children, Lumuf said. I felt it only a bit with Prabhu and the rest, but these two really felt like children to me. Teenagers. Still children. Lumuf sighed. Such great responsibilities in the hands of the young, and there's not a trace of guilt among the kings for letting them do it. Defeating the demons didn't gain levels, sadly. Thanks to the success of the rescue mission, the Council of King had increased trust in Lumuf and Aben, and we were given access to many parts of the civilized worlds. The heroes, of course, realized their mistake and went about farming demon champions. With the heroes returning to the battle with their heroic powers, they made noticeable gains against the demons within months. We were given a small escort, and we visited many of their cities and temples, and more importantly, places where we suspected may have things of value. We found one soon enough, practically hiding in plain sight. In the center of one of the largest cities, there was a massive park with an ancient tree. Thanks to the war, there wasn't much maintaining it. The rest of the park was an overgrown mess, but we sensed it the moment we were in the city. We headed there immediately. Lumuf looked at the overgrown park, and we gradually made our way in. We didn't cut any of the trees or vines, but we felt the pulsing presence of something smaller. A tree spirit, like myself. Smaller. And not yet a domain holder, because Lumuf instantly detected it wasn't very high level. Only about level 80, despite its extremely old age. Greetings. Lumuf said. There was no response, and Lumuf got closer, and placed his hand on the tree's trunk. In an instant, I felt a mental connection. I said through Lumuf. I was instantly flooded with images. Greater than greetings. Less than it sounded old, like a very tired old grandmother. Greater than well met, Eon and Lumuf. I am TG Therian, a tree spirit. Less than. I said. Generally tree spirits have been, nice. Greater than our kind are few. Many trees are cut down before our consciousness can fully form. Less than I reckon it took centuries for that to happen. A soul only takes root in a tree after a certain size and age. TG Therian didn't know much. It was about 1,800 years old, but it spent most of that time in this park, from a small sapling, and she gained consciousness and awareness about 1,500 years ago. She leveled slowly, even though she offered familiars to druids, shamans and rangers. She didn't have the hero fragments supercharging her experience. Because she was relatively young, she didn't remember about the will of the world, or any other such things. A shame, but I suppose I can't expect every spirit I meet to be as powerful as me. Many would be below level 100. Now that I met another tree spirit, I wasn't sure what I was about to do with it. I decided to just leave her alone for now. Stella continued to experiment with the rift gates with Alka. Alka already made his first prototype star mana bomb, and he came with a rather interesting idea. Eon, do you think you can fuse a soul with the bomb? You want to make a sentient bomb? Yes. Our theory was that souls can reduce the decay from storing star mana or void mana. But I am also interested in whether it could function as a regulator of the star mana, if the storage function was handled by the hero item. Prabhu made it with the hero forge, but Alka wanted to see whether there's potential for hero-made items and souls to coexist together. Hero-made items didn't leak star mana that much, due to some unknown mechanism, so Alka wanted to inject a soul within it to examine how that worked. It didn't work. The hero item rejected my attempts of inserting an artificial mind into it. Nope. Darn. It would be quite overpowered if it could. On the Parasite Demon world, we started deployment of my newly developed TreeTree version 1. That was the name I gave for the walking tree labs. That's a hybrid between a demon walker, a beetle and a lab, invented, or really, modified from a demon walker base. Courtesy of my tree of life's evolutionary powers. TreeTree, for short. The TreeTree, each of them with their own artificial minds, were assigned to scan and examine the demon world in more detail, with more active and live testing with their ability to directly perform tests. The TreeTree each had a different type of lab on their back, were each about the size of a small car, and they worked in teams of 5. They would test the soil, test the mana, and perform examinations in contested territories. For now, they didn't produce any spectacularly groundbreaking findings, but all the little bits of new data helped push my knowledge of the demon world, and supported our researchers out in the fields. Along with the treeches, we also began experimenting with specialization of the treefolks and lizardpersons of the central continent, through thematic use of my new evolutionary inherited skill powers. Our goal was to create natural-born, skill-engineered specialists, even if it did feel like I was robbing these guys of choice. Like, what if a treefolk who was born with a natural skill set for healing and defense wanted to be a fighter? Or a lizard person who inherited a bunch of spear skills wanted to be an archer? Then again, that's how it was in our world too. Not everyone had the physique to excel at certain kinds of activity. Oh well. For now, the tree folks seemed alright with the inserted skill experimentation. I started with simple skills harvested from some fallen paladins and knights, such as demonic resistance, and skills from some of the rangers, such as strength. I wanted to see the implications of having inherited skills in young babies, and how they manifested. I didn't want super-powered little babies killing their caretakers. Entangling roots. Year 206. Lumuf announced their plan to return to the others, and strangely, they asked to watch his return. We consented, since, well, there's no real risk. It's not as if they could replicate it anyway. Or maybe they could if they had some kind of hero artifact with spell copying abilities, but I highly doubt it. In any case, trying to get Stella to open a portal where we want her to is actually quite hard. One of the methods we found to help Stella find where to place the portal, was to connect her to me, and via Dream Academy, share Lumuf's location to her. It enabled highly accurate portals, across worlds, but only around individuals I could sense, like Lumuf and the Valthorns. It's also slow, because the process of sharing the location took a while. She described that each world was centered around the planet's core. Not the star or the sun, but the planetary core. So, a portal's position was calculated relative to the core, and the core itself has a bubble that protects it from portals or any spells. Anyway, the portal of void opened in the chambers. Everyone gasped as they saw a portal materialize out of nowhere. The heroes were busy hunting demons, and they didn't come. From what we understood, they were about level 100 now. It took a while for them to regain their pace. They've been asleep and weak for so long, that even though they wanted to fight the demons as a result of their compulsion, their body struggled. Will you be back? One of the dwarven strategists asked. With the heroes back in action, maybe not. Unless the heroes need our help to take on the Demon King. They did say they would appreciate the help. Then I'll see what I can do. But for now, duties back home require my urgent attention. Lumuf gave everyone watching a wave, and they stepped through it. Lady Lozan, free to talk. Prabhu and Ken approached her one day after her class at the Valtrian Academy. Lozan's role in the Valthorns had declined significantly, and she had quite fully transitioned to the role of an administrator and trainer, a bit like what Jura did for her. Ah, yes. They met at one of the many cafes along the streets of Freshka. Is this confidential? Quite. Lozan nodded, and took out one of the standard privacy artifacts given to all Valthorns. It created a small bubble of magic around them that blocked sound. But it didn't block me. Because a little bit of my roots were inside the bubble. We're thinking of pitching an idea to Eon and Stella, and we want your thoughts on what do you think Eon will think. Lozan laughed. Lozan, Lofen and Yvonne are all sought after, even as their roles have changed. They were the go-to persons for the pre-pitch assessment. Essentially, the equivalent of having someone who had a lot of experience looking through their resume. Yes, that's what I do in my spare time these days. So, hit me with it. Ken coughed. We're thinking that Eon should start the equivalent of the Multiverse League of Heroes. Lozan stared, and then coughed. Sorry, I don't understand. Ken paused as he realized Lozan may not comprehend references. So, each habited, civilized world has their own heroes, and frequently, we are all stuck trying to fight each demon king by ourselves. Lozan caught on immediately. But Eon can consolidate all the power, so that you can hit the demons with the power of heroes from multiple worlds. Ken smacked the table. Exactly. That's what we want to pitch. This combined force can also function as a reclamation force, to retake worlds lost to the demons. Prabhu added. Each demon king's power set is tailored differently, and the heroes, each of us have a different power meant to counter our generation's demon king. So our response to different types of demon kings are essentially less effective because our matchup sucks. But, if we get other heroes who are meant for different types of demon king, we could cover up for our shortfall. Yes. Stella currently needs void mana for her portals, which meant us heroes can't use her methods. But Eon's clone body teleportation doesn't need void mana, which meant heroes could move through it. Eon can essentially be the tree that links all the heroes together. Lozan nodded. I think Eon would be keen to listen, but it does require friendly heroes. Heroes that can play by Eon's rules. There are risks to it. I am sure you are aware that Eon's naturally cautious with you guys, due to the powers you all have. Prabhu nodded. Eon's actions are also often misunderstood, as his perspective is very broadly zoomed out. Eon is probably not keen to play coordinator for heroes, so one of you must be willing to step up for that. Prabhu nodded and looked at Ken. Actually, I have just the candidate. The guy whose superpower is his knowledge of tropes. Fuck that. Ken looked back at Prabhu. Lozan has a point, it's your idea. You have to manage it. You can't just propose ideas and expect others to run it for you. Prabhu responded. What if these other heroes try to kill me? Ken said. I am powerless. That could be your advantage, really. It's because you're now outside this whole setup that you could be the manager. Lozan answered and Prabhu nodded along. I do think it is a worthwhile setup, and could serve to bring all these worlds closer. I'll need to think about it. Ken wasn't keen on it. But I quite liked the idea of a combined hero force, but that essentially meant I had to invest my tree of clones in both 3 worlds and this mountainous world. I liked that I had one tree on the moon, another on the demon world, and another one on the remnant comet world drifting through the vast void sea. They felt strange and unique enough to deserve one of my clones. Back home, the pathway to the next demon world was getting quite clear in our sky, and Stella was a little excited. I wasn't sure whether Alka's research craze was spreading, or she was really thrilled by the prospects of visiting another world with the Rift Gate, instead of her own powers. The Rift Gates were tweaked to enable almost anyone to use it. At least, in theory, I should be able to dump an entire army of Valthorns on the demon worlds without the need to deploy my clone. The army was tense, and we gathered what was nothing less than an invasion force, really. What the demons did to us, we would go full reverse Uno and invade them first. Our first victory condition was simple. Capture or destroy the Rift Gates, so that we can stop their ability to send mobs across the stars. It was the military equivalent of destroying their landing ships and aircrafts. Our second victory condition, which was not so critical, was attempt to defeat the Demon King on their homeworld. This would require deployment of my clone, since only through the clone, I could send the heroes. But we had a debate whether to deploy my clone or not. My clone would significantly add combat strength to the demon world, but I wasn't sure whether I could sustain battle on 2 demon worlds simultaneously. Not yet, not until the mana from the parasite world recovered. My team commented that if I was not there, then it makes this battle far more risky. They did not have an exit plan. It's only this portal, and what if the demons interrupt it? For those with my court of the TreeTree familiars, I could even summon them directly. But that was a very small contingent. A point which I agreed with. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to invest my clone on this other world. I was torn between deploying it on the 2 worlds, or invading this world directly. Honestly, we also didn't know for sure whether that deep hole to the core and the Tower of Void Mana was something common across all the demon worlds. As it is, Alka planned on the assumption that these towers were universal, that the mechanism of creating demon kings and the process of sending them across the stars were largely identical. Even if it didn't work out, there were ways to abuse a star mana bomb, and the technological knowledge from developing such weapons were useful. Anyway, in the end, we decided that my clone would be deployed at the last minute, once we confirmed that it's possible to assault the Demon King. We would choose a better location this time. Ideally next to the Tower of Void and next to the Deep Hole. If all goes well, then the heroes would join us for the battle against the Demon King. If not, they would stay back on our world and watch the chaos unfurled. All this knowledge was gradually uploaded to my tree of knowledge, the registry. It's been growing since I got it almost 60 years ago. The hope was that through knowledge accumulation, even if we lose Alka, we didn't have to start from scratch. That's the hope. The good thing was, the registry isn't a limited tree. Just a special type that I could make more of, so I made some extra copies on the moon. I couldn't place it in the Cometworld shard because there's no space. In any case, deployment of my clone was optional. The team, naturally, had so many questions about an assault, and they raised good questions. How do we find the rift gates? We couldn't just blindly attack. They could be located all over the world of the demons, and there's no way we could hit all of them without proper intelligence. Especially since we're holding off my clone deployment until much later. That meant my own vision was out of the picture. What if it's not hospitable on the other side and we die immediately when we reach? That's also a possibility, but should not be difficult to solve. My familiars could create a small bubble of atmosphere with some mana drain, essentially living astronaut suits. On the rift gates, Stella thus started work on some kind of item that detects other rift gates, by tapping into their void mana signature. Essentially, she made a compass that leads to the nearest strongest source of void mana. That was the best we could do at the moment. I would like to have a global view of the demon world, but that would be impossible without some kind of satellite constellation to map the demon world. It's not like the habited worlds where there are existing maps to use. The skepticism and worry among the general forces were quite high, especially since I wasn't taking the field myself with my trees. But with all 4 of my domain holders taking the field, it shouldn't be a problem. At least Rune and Johann should be able to provide significant intelligence data before a full-fledged assault. Horns and Hytrerion fought many battles on the demon world. The boundaries of places controlled by my trees and those controlled by the demons fluctuate a lot, as beetles and demons met on the battlefield. I controlled an area on the demon world that was slightly larger than the size of the central continent, and it was at the edges, where my influence was weak, that we saw all these changing borders. Horns actually got destroyed a few times, but he was able to eject his artificial soul before destruction, and then redeployed him in new bodies. It's a modification we made to his physical form, as he was really quite fragile when faced with demon champions that popped out with sufficient regularity. My new Trichikomas were busy too, gathering more samples throughout the land. It was a large place, even if most of it was empty, and it would take years to completely build a database of the magical energies and data of the land. I could, in theory, deploy my lab trees everywhere, but because such lab trees actually consume mana, I would just make the mana problem on the parasite world worse, and that would increase how long it took to regenerate my beetles. I could wait decades for the mana of this world to recover, but I also didn't want to wait that long. In theory, if I could gain the mana of the 3 worlds and the mountain world, it's possible for it to spend more of that mana here. Looking at it that way, it sure seems like my moonbase and my comet world deployment had a mana opportunity cost. I lose the mana that could be generated by having a clone on these normal worlds, in exchange for the novelty and exploratory aspects of the comet world, where I could travel to other worlds and see those other places, and for the security of the moonbase. Our Trichikomas did find some good hints though. There were certain rocks with metallic ores that seemed to retain a kind of mana layer, but that didn't help us much in terms of identification of dates. Our digs into the underground also didn't reveal much. I also started to wonder about the system again. There was a missing piece in the game. Something obvious that I wasn't seeing or realizing. So, I took some time to do a bit more thinking and tried to understand what was the demon's win condition. Let's say the Demon King won. The Demon King defeated the heroes, and the heroes no longer came to the world. Was that it, and they won? The world would automatically turn into a demon world. Essentially, that question could be explained as, what made a demon world, a demon world? Why did a normal world, perfectly able to spawn regular stuff before this, stopped creating the normal monsters and stuff, and started spawning demons? The only one who saw a world lose was Snek. Lilies didn't actually go through the full loss. I don't really know. Snek answered. We lost our world to the demons, but we were so afraid that we spent our times running and hiding. Wait. Do you know what happened to the Demon King? Not really. It was there. Snek answered. But honestly, we were just trying to survive in the underground tunnels that no one checked. But do you have any idea whether the Demon King left? Maybe. We're not sure, but I think it probably didn't, because the world started to produce demons, and probably other Demon Kings too. But we were too far from such places to actually know. Wait. I had an epiphany then. If the Demon King sent to invade other worlds were products of existing Demon Kings, then didn't that mean there should, in theory, be at least one Demon King still on the parasite world somewhere, playing the role of the queen or a hatchery? Maybe the Demon King is just a massive forest rod that captured the core. This absolutely clicked. No. It explained how such a massive tunnel to the core was created. The Demon King that one dug towards the core, and captured the core. Through that process, the world's natural spawning mechanism was converted to produce demons. Each Demon King was a massive colonization mothership too. But, how? That also meant that somewhere in the core of the parasite world, was a Demon King. Perhaps no longer a Demon King because it has been deployed to control the core of the world. If this was the case, I needed to send the heroes to the parasite world, and attack the core. Free the core from the control of the demons, and that would greatly change the balance of power of our world. Maybe this would also significantly improve the natural mana recovery, and also get access to the core's mana. Of course, I then submitted this theory to my domain holders and the other senior leaders. Doesn't that just mean that demons that one essentially start digging downwards? Lumuf speculated. But that doesn't happen, isn't it? Edna, who was also present. Are you suggesting an attack on the parasite world? Eon, with all due respect, we have no ability to attack two worlds at the same time. I am aware. Actually, this cycled back to the mountain world again. The Demon King was not moving. Was it digging all this time? So we have three ways of checking. 1. We send the heroes to the parasite demon world, and attack the hole to the core. 2. We go back to the mountain world and figure out what the Demon King is doing underground. If your theory is right, it should be attempting to reach the core. Edna repeated. 3. We also have the rift gate to this new world. If we do fight the Demon King on this new world, and our initial conjectures are proven correct, the heroes in us could mount an assault on the core of this new demon world and see whether there's one there. 3 priorities, and I had to decide which one to pursue. I was keen on the rift gates, so that was a clear yes. But this would mean all my domain holders would be deployed there, in order to achieve my intended objective of denying the next attack. My seed would also be there for a while, at least, until the battle's over and everyone is safe back home. Ken's League of Heroes would have to wait until this is over. The Uncertainty Principle. Year 206. Lumuf and Edna was the first to go through. With their abilities, they had little to fear whatever that may be on the other side. The rift gate hummed in a strange sound. Stella and her team of void mages were excited to fire up the rift gate. Our hope was that we would eventually be able to manufacture these rift gates, but for now, I was content with salvaging and pillaging the demons for their rift gates. I found it silly that the civilized world was the backward one, that we had to resort to pillaging the demons for their interplanar technology. The Valthorns wargamed this entire operation about 15 times, tapping into Patrick's mind-reading ability in my Dream Academy, as preparations for this special military operation into the demonic lands. According to the Void Mages, the Rift Gate should theoretically be able to send through about 1,000 guys before it runs out of Void Mana, at which point Stella and all would have to recharge them. Stella cannot reach the demon world using her normal Void portals, so the Rift Gate was crucial to ensure that a portal can be opened. Based on what we've seen, these demonic portals travel both ways. It was time, and see whether our plans could survive first contact. I felt a buzz as we traveled through the rift gates. It was similar to that time when I snuck through using my own routes, but this time, it was Lumuf who went first. The sky was bright, like an extremely sunny day, and the first thing we felt was the incredibly strong sunlight that burned. Literally. It wasn't fire, or at least, fire immunity didn't seem to protect against these harsh rays. Lumuf instantly activated a wooden shield to serve as an umbrella, and even then, the naturally fire-resistant shield still got warm. Items that were not protected quickly caught fire. It wasn't just sunlight too. It was some kind of magical UV that seemed to heat everything up. For Lumuf, it was still tolerable thanks to his wide range of resistances, and Edna, she was protected by a magical shield. This was not a good development, since it meant the lower leveled, those in the level 80s and 90s would have to sit out from the invasion. The mana cost of sustaining a perpetual sunshield would mean their ability to fight would be severely impaired. Even my beetles, unmodified, would find themselves weakened by the incredibly strong sunlight. There was a bright, glowing white sun that burned overhead, and the place, at first, was just a vast desert canyon, sand, dirt and rocks of all shapes and sizes. Hold. I told the guys back home, and shared our first findings. Our plans designed around a habitable environment had to be immediately scrapped. We had some plans designed around inhospitable environments, but that meant the strike force was now a much, much smaller one, composed of my level 120 plus elites. Alka was keen to go through, but instead, I sent one of my Trichikomas over. I hoped to use it to conduct some experiments. It burned to death. So back to the drawing board. I had to design something with natural shieldings, and so, sent my minds out to scour our archives and registry for such items and technologies. We should have some kind of natural shields, or design large walkers for it. Alternatively, we could immediately start tunneling in the sand to avoid the rays, and try to bring the fight below ground. But Lumuf's initial assessment wasn't great. The ground was naturally sandy, and our tunnels would cost a lot more mana to maintain. Well, Spot any demons? Lumoof looked around, squinting. The large wooden shield acted like a massive umbrella. Edna looked around, and then we saw them, camouflaged by the sand and the dirt. Giant sand lizards. There. Sand lizard demons, their backs looked like rocks, they blended really well against the canyon. The sand lizards didn't move, they were frozen, unmoving. The only thing that truly made them demonic was very faint reddish lines that glowed with demonic energy. Edna didn't move, not yet, anyway. All of a sudden, the sand started to shake, and then, wind started to blow. We saw a wall of sand in the distance. Sandstorm. Lumoof walked next to Edna, and a shield went up around them. The sand blasted through the surroundings, and the sand actually dealt damage. These were corrosive sand. Well, we're truly in hostile territory. Edna smirked. Funny. Lumoof joked as the wooden shields all had sand embedded in them. The sand smashed into the shields repeatedly, and they didn't do much damage against those powerful shields. The lizard should be attacking any time now. They didn't. The sandstorm stopped almost as quickly as it came. The sands, once whipped up by the sudden gusts, now fell back to the ground. The sand lizards did not move. Edna and Lumoof shared a glance. Lumoof asked, "Should we engage?" "No. Let's go find the Demon King." Lumoof and Edna activated their magical artifacts, and started to fly across the terrain. Indeed, moving on foot in this sandy terrain seemed like a huge pain in the ass. Everywhere was sand and rock. There was no sign of water anywhere, but plenty of sand lizards. As they flew, they spotted other kinds of demonic creatures too. There were a few sand serpents and worms, these were more like gigantic worms with a rocky skin, and then there were these rock-like scorpions and insects too. This entire place is a demonic desert wasteland. Edna commented, and had to stop as the flying artifact ran out of mana. Somehow flying in this place took a lot out of the place, and Edna noticed the magical artifact seemed to drain out quicker than others. Which, after a little bit of investigation, was due to the sunlight. The sunlight directly damaged magical items and also drained mana out of them. The sun, as strange as it sounded, had a strong magical ignition quality to it, such that it weakened everything with mana. How does a world like this even hold demons? We noticed that the demons frequently hid underground too. Even the massive rockworms and the serpents all tunneled underground after a while, and they only surfaced momentarily. I knew that demons were generated by their spawning pools or the spires. But in such a world, where were they? Edna took out Stella's void mana detector, and it went round and round like a compass faced with magnetic interference. This is strange. Was there void mana in the air itself? Or was the sun emitting some kind of void energy? I wasn't sure. The demons were strangely quiet, and mostly didn't move. Are they only active at night? Edna speculated. If the sun was so oppressive during the day, it was entirely possible that these demons would only move at night. Demons were not exactly the type that adapted to their environment. Lumoof similarly agreed with that premise, but then he added. Then again, this world does seem exceptionally inhospitable that some level of adaptation is necessary. It was an interesting idea, of course, to kill demons using a solar death ray. If only it didn't kill everything else in the process. In a way, this was like killing cancer with chemotherapy. It also kills the host, and is used when there's nothing else that could be done. Even then, demons adapted. What kind of demons are these? The wind whipped up again, and Edna activated another layer of shields. The sandstorm was not as strong as the first one. No, more importantly, how do they even have rift gates in a world that seems so hostile? Maybe there are places where there are no sandstorms. We wait. Edna looked at Lumoof. Or do we keep going? Lumoof used a few inspection on the demons, but it didn't reveal anything useful. If these demons are nocturnals were true, then it may be a good idea to keep going. They kept moving. Edna and Lumoof both had to constantly reinforce their shields. The air was hostile, and I began to suspect that the sun was both anti-magic and some kind of radiation. Lumoof, while moving, also picked up some of the sand and dirt, which was immediately sent back to our world for testing. Somehow, it was quite hard to test them, and with stronger prodding, we soon discovered that the sand and dirt of this world had mild anti-magic qualities, and they generally drained and destroyed mana from their environment. This entire world was an anti-mage world. I had Lumoof enter avatar mode, and then, though Lumoof created some trees in the surroundings. I felt noticeably higher levels of mana loss from each tree, like each of them sucked my mana. This was also a demon world, so the ambient mana generated was low anyway. That meant, each tree took more out of me than I put in. The sun's strong anti-mana rays also meant my trees were not producing much mana either, unless we adapted our trees to absorb those rays. That would need a lot of research. I was really intrigued. The invasions gotta be scrapped. Lumuf realized that the sheer amount of anti-magical things in the environment meant even maintaining or sustaining a beetle army which also consumed a bit of mana was going to be difficult. I think our scope of attack should strictly be to destroy the rift gates, if we can find them. Not just that, the idea of sending both Prabhu and Colette, two archmages, to this world probably had to be scrapped. This was essentially sending them to the place where they are least suited to fight. I didn't like those kinds of odds, so I wouldn't risk them. If my gut feelings were right, we needed some kind of skill-empowered physical strength to defeat these demons. Taking it further, if the Demon King was essentially an anti-magic or super-resistant type of Demon King, it meant magic as a whole would be largely useless. If so, do we need barbarian, gladiator-type heroes? Anyway, we tested the anti-magic properties against void and star mana, and noticed it also dispersed them, but at slower rates. That was good news, since, alright, the heroes probably won't be entirely useless, just fighting with a handicap. They were slightly more effective on star mana than void mana, but only by a little bit. The sun was getting dark. There were no moons in this anti-magic demon world, just stars. The skies were incredibly clear, cloudless as far as we could see. Then we felt the rumbling of the sands. The demons emerged from the sands as darkness fell on the desert. The first thing we saw was their faintly glowing red eyes. Edna sighed. Let's see how strong they are. Lumuf shrugged. Eon, why not convert some of them? It was a good idea. We had to use some skills in order to see them in the darkness, but these sand demons didn't move very fast. Lumuf in avatar mode extended our roots everywhere, and with each extension I felt a bit more of mana drain on me. Still, I had the mana production of an entire continent, so it's not that bad. Then the lizard spat out acid, and I felt that acid pull mana from the air. The acid smashed into our wooden shields, and though the acidic qualities itself didn't get past the shields, the acid itself seemed to absorb magic from whatever it contacted. It was bizarre to see a shield crumble because its magical energies were siphoned out of it. Luckily we had multiple layers of shields, and this time, we channeled a bit more mana into the shields. The acids didn't get through them now, but fighting in this world was going to be very taxing magically. My roots immediately caught one of the lizard demons, and I noticed that it was exceptionally tough on the top half, but quite soft at the bottom. It would be quite difficult for a conventional fighter to get to the soft part. I pumped mana into the lizard, and I kept pumping mana into it. The hard scales of the lizard started to glow, then it exploded. It ate up a lot more mana than I expected. My first attempt to capture failed. Edna noticed something strange, as she rotated through her different kinds of shields. Magical shields suck, but skill-reinforced shields work just fine. The more mana goes into the shield, their acids seem to react against it. A simple steel shield enhanced with non-mana skill would be able to block it just fine. That's weird. In truth, the lines between what is a skill and what is a spell is really, well, non-existent. There are spells that are also skills, and vice versa. There are skills that created spell-like effects, like there are fireballs generated purely out of skill, and fireballs out of mana. There are skills that used mana, spells that didn't use mana, and instead used ambient mana. It's a contentious topic. As long as we didn't use mana, then its natural qualities didn't react to it. Edna said, as she deftly cut through the lizard demon. She had to fight like a close combat brawler, and used spears to lift the lizards upward, in order to expose their soft, vulnerable bottoms. It wasn't the worst matchup for us, since Edna was more skill-based, and we had the ability to make more non-mana items. The hero's hero items though, were essentially made with mana, and would experience weaker performance. I wrapped my vines around another of the sand lizards and once more, pumped mana through it. This time, not as much, and I pierced my roots into its soft belly, and attempted to look for its core or heart, if it had one. The sand and earth trembled. The skies seemed to shift abruptly. My vines snuck into the body. There was something like a demon's core. A stone, really, and it was made of the same rocks of the world. My roots snuck and caught it. Then, I pumped mana through my roots. And attempted to take over the lizard. The lizard struggled, and it was physically very strong. The stone's demonic mana resisted my mana, and I felt like half of my mana was wasted by the mana-absorbing substances that made up most of its body. For all its strength, it was no champion. It put up a fight, but my mana still overwhelmed it. This time, I knew when to stop, and stopped when I felt like it was going to blow. I slowed down the rate at which my mana entered the demon, and instead circulated my mana within the demon, and began to take control of the body. It tingled, honestly. It's as if there was a demonic pianist playing a tune, and I was trying to kick the demonic pianist off, while not destroying the piano in the process. It took a bit of holding back, but not everything needs to be hammered by my overwhelming mana. Natural mana overwhelming has assimilated the demonic sand lizard. Mana-absorbing demonic sand lizard has transformed into mana-absorbing sand lizard. The lizard whimpered as its reddish glow was replaced by a greenish one. The other sand lizards struggled, and Edna killed them easily once she got used to their movement patterns. These were demons, and they all had a style. The earth shook, and we looked around. Well, Edna asked as she stood in the midst of 30 demonic corpses. They don't decay as quickly as the other demons. Lumuf nodded, and the whimpering sand lizard crouched. Strange. Demonic bodies should begin to fade within minutes. There was a reason why it's difficult to harvest or recover demonic parts. From what we've seen, some demon champions leave their bodies behind, but all began decaying and reverting to demonic mana within minutes, even if that process took a while. Do you think it's the anti-mana qualities? Edna speculated. That it's interfering with their natural process of returning to demonic mana. Lumuf shrugged. No idea. Maybe these demons are made of real materials, and the decaying parts are only. Lumuf flipped one of the bodies over, and noticed some of the softer underbelly decaying as normal. Yeah, only parts sustained by demonic mana. Edna was quiet as she stared. Mountain eater demons. I recall something similar in the really old archives. She immediately began to close her eyes and expanded her senses. In the darkness of the night, we felt the ground and the sand tremble and shake. I stretched out my senses, and realized something had just gone underneath us during the fight, and it was moving. It was as if the entire desert moved. The anti-magical qualities interfered with our senses, and we didn't sense its movement beneath us. It was deep, but the ground moved. At its size it was probably a demon champion, but it lumbered slowly. I wasn't sure because of all the natural dirt and rock really messed with my senses, and I wasn't sure whether it was pure rock, or part demon. Still, I believe it was like a supermassive lizard that took a step every half an hour. It was almost a stationary target. Oh great. Mountain-sized anti-magical rock demons. Edna cursed. Well, need miners and magical pickaxes. Lumuf squinted his eyes to look in the distance. I say it's a good opportunity for Alka to test out his bombs. He always lamented that the demons are too small, or move too quickly. I say one of his bigger ones would take this one out. A bomb's a good way to level a mountain, especially one that probably seems to be a moving mountain range. It'll take a lot of mana to get it to work. Wait. There's more. Edna turned and focused her senses even further. This world didn't have moons, so it was really, really dark. But she could still feel it, the seemingly synchronized movements. Lumuf laughed. He just gotta wrap up the bomb in one of Eon's massive anti-demon spears. Or just get our 2 new domain holders to pop the bomb right under its belly. I wondered inwardly whether this was a good time for strategic banter between my 2 domain holders. Edna clapped her hands together. That's a good idea. I suppose it's time for Rune and Johan to display their new domain skills anyway. I had to interrupt. Guys, where's the rift gate? More importantly, how are these things going to get through the rift gates? They were way larger than the largest demon champions I've seen so far, unless the rift gate had some kind of temporary shrinkage ability. Lumuf took out the device again, and it was similarly jammed. Nope. Not working. Maybe we need Stella here, but that's a risk. A small one since Stella also has my cord of the TreeTree ability, so I could pull her back if needed. Stella. Stella paused. Are these creatures captured and converted Zerodans? There's an uncanny similarity in their nature as moving mountains, and Zerodans as moving islands. Are you saying these monsters don't need rift gates because they can tap into the astral pathways directly? That's a good point, but no. I am saying these guys may be former Zerodans. Maybe this world was a Zerodan world. I don't see the similarity, honestly. Other than their size. I honestly don't see it. Maybe that they may be reptile-inspired creatures. Anti-magical demons. Is that a first? Chung asked through the magical device. He was somewhere else, we were not sure where. Probably somewhere in the southern continent. Apparently no. Colette said as she read the dossier my Valthorns had compiled. There was something similar many years ago. About 1,200 years ago. But those were regular-sized creatures. Apparently these ones are massive stuff. The demons are out to get us. How'd they know we have two archmages on the team? Colette and Prabhu collectively shrugged. Random chance, I suppose, or perhaps through the arrangement of Demon King types. I mean, if you know what kind of Demon Kings you will introduce in a series, and what kind powers work against earlier Demon Kings, you could, without knowing what exactly is deployed, arrange subsequent Demon Kings to be counters of what countered the earlier Demon Kings. So you're saying this is purely from the demon's end, and that this arrangement, or sequence of Demon Kings is preset. They predicted that the previous king would be countered, and thus set subsequent Demon Kings to be counters of the hero counters. Yeah, like Pokemon. If you're going to play a grass type, and you predict the enemy will make a counter, perhaps fire type, then you could, without knowing whether it's actually a fire type, set that the Pokemon that follows is a water type. That makes sense. At which point, Prabhu added. This makes Ken's idea of a League of Heroes even more compelling, honestly. We could essentially theorize what's a counter for the counter of the current generation. Chung paused and thought about it for a moment. But, how are parasites our counters? Maybe there's a sequential pattern, or paired patterns, that only 3 successive sets of Demon Kings follow this counter of counter pattern. The ones in between are all randomized. Chung sighed. Are we attributing actual intelligence and predictive ability to the demons now? They are intelligent. They can talk. And they can think. They have strategic ability. Prabhu responded. Even if it's just concentrated on each Demon King. From what we've seen, they are not purely stupid. Colette smiled and just stretched. Maybe the demon's just some kind of ancient self-replicating war program. Chung actually laughed. That's my theory too. Did I tell you Ken thought the demons sounded like some kind of multiverse-wide life harvesting system? Chung's face straightened. Don't tell me you believe that. It's possible, I think. Even though we don't see any evidence of harvesting. Maybe we lack the tools to see what exactly they are harvesting. What? They are harvesting war energy like Ares. Possible. That which lies beneath the roots. Year 206, Part 3. I wonder whether the demons essentially acquired their unique skills as a result of adaptations to their current worlds. If so, what kind of world created demons like Sabnok and their army and encampment style? One of those quirky worlds where everything was linked to some capture the flag system. Meanwhile, Lumuf went down and around, and these giant demons created canyons out of their footsteps. Well, not in a single step, but the texture of the sands and rocks seemed to suggest that the entire canyon was formerly just a flat desert, but the weight of these massive demons had essentially carved a path where there was none. These demons moved the same path all the time. Lumuf observed. The night was long. Really, really long. The day-night cycle in this demon world was essentially 2 full days long. It strangely repulsed me. A primal part of me rejected such an unusual day-night cycle, and it was uncomfortable, quite like the feeling I got from my clone on the Cometworld shard. But why? Magic was really, really faint here. The sands and everything absorbed mana, but yet, the demon's heart clearly had some demonic mana. Did the rocks release the mana eventually? The labs back home studied it intensely, and then, they tested a small spot by overloading it with mana. The sand exploded, and that explosion released mana. My researchers and Trichikomas quickly suggested that the demon's rocks absorbed mana, and through a series of controlled overloading of mana, released the absorbed mana through these explosions. But it was a net loss. The very nature of the sand drained mana from its surroundings and accelerated the decay of magical things. Then, we had the very obvious answer. Crushing the sand released small amounts of mana. Essentially, the demons ate the anti-mana rocks for the little bits of mana within them. So, they became the anti-mana demons. There was no vegetation whatsoever, and I wondered if it would have been really easy for the demons to conquer this world, since there was no resistance. The demons continued to walk, and when the sun began to peek out of the horizon, they all stopped. They shook their bodies, and then sat down. They hid their legs, their heads underneath their massive body of the anti-mana rock and sand. At that moment, they were very animal-like, and I felt a sense of wonder. These massive creatures were wonders in their own way, even if they were demons. Massive lumbering moving mountains. It's a sight to behold when it wasn't attacking us. The demons, as they are now, were just ravenous locusts with extra steps, meant to consume and extract each of their captured worlds to produce more of themselves. Could their nature be altered? I remembered that Ava said they have attempted to destroy the demons, but they still came back. So maybe destroying them was really rather futile. It's like attempting to exterminate cockroaches. Perhaps, was there a way to change their behavior at their source, if it's not something that could be destroyed? Was there a way to Like, with mosquitoes, introduce less hostile variants into their genetic code. We looked at these hidden giants, and the vast deserts around us, only mildly accentuated by some rocky outcrops. Lumuf, let's capture one of these massive demons. He gulped. He didn't really enjoy mana sickness, and he guessed this one would be almost as bad as the Demon King. Later. Let's find one of the rift gates. I could sat my curiosity later. During the long day, we noticed that most of the demons just hid in the sand or the dirt. There were some rumblings and shakes here and there, implying that there was some subterranean movement, but for the most part, the hostile, mana-draining sun seemed to be so overwhelming that the demons entered this low-energy mode. With the sun above us, the demons frankly didn't bother us, and it was entirely possible for us to walk everywhere uninterrupted. If this was a demon world, it sure wasn't what any of us would have expected. Rune and Johan both joined Edna and Lumuf on the Sand Demon world, and they moved quickly too. They had more scouting and exploration skills due to their heritage as rangers and archers. Johan's bird companion literally caught fire as it flew in the sky, and then exploded. Lumuf also transformed into the full avatar mode, and I attempted to perform more tests on the solar light that seemed to cover the entire world. It took a while, but after a bit more detection and sensing, we noticed that the anti-mana rays of light carried a special kind of particle. It wasn't mana, and it was highly unstable. But it was these particles that gave the rays their anti-mana qualities. It was the magical equivalent of super strong UV rays that significantly increased magical decay. Our converted sand lizard lost mana when it walked, and I felt it dry out as it moved. For my domain holders, their souls generated far higher quantities of mana than they lost, so it wasn't that bad. But weaker creatures would find themselves drained from exposure, so they hid in the soil and sand instead. I couldn't quite capture this strange particle, it refused to be confined by my attempts to lock it, and slipped through me easily. It's like cosmic rays passing through my body, igniting mana in the process. It gets weakened by obstacles or objects in its path. This was extremely fascinating, because I immediately realized there was tremendous weaponization potential for this sort of particle. Could we essentially disable heroes and demon kings, with very high quantities of such particles? Or at least, weaken them to a state where we could then capture them and bind them. I would love to conduct long studies on the qualities of this particle, especially how it reacted to various types of materials. But experiments are a long process, and I would need to have a semi-permanent placement here. Lumuf. Rune spoke through our familiars, routing it through the system. In this world, message spells were unusable. It was like trying to send mail through the ocean, without protecting it in glass. The water disintegrated the paper over time. Spotted something. A strange valley. There was a valley that was more like a rift in the earth itself. The opening was small, but it went really, really deep. The top part of the opening had been battered by the anti-mana rays, and transformed into the same kind of material and sand we see everywhere else. But the lower half actually looked normal. Like rock. No. Water. Like really deep down. Lumuf's body was surrounded by vines, and the vines acted as anchors. The vines and roots emerging from Lumuf's body pierced the cliff walls, and like a massive multi-legged spider, we gradually went downwards. The sand layer's really quite deep. Rune observed, as my 4 domain holders regrouped. They stood on wooden platforms created from the wooden roots. We were about 15 stories deep, when we began to see soil and rock that resembled our own. There's nothing here. It's likely they just appear at night. Edna said. But I don't detect anything. Rune commented. I couldn't sense them either, so it was probably nothing. We found the floor, or the bottom of the chasm about 80 stories down. There was water, just a bit, gradually trickling out of the rock. The rock felt wet. Lumuf touched it, and I attempted to extend my senses into the ground. Nothing. The parasite world felt dry before the Demon King left. This was similar. Even in the depths, a sense of emptiness, a world parched of what once was. Not here. We spread out again, and continued our search. There had to be a rift gate somewhere. What was a demon world without rift gates, and how would they invade us then? There had to be a rift gate, because something was creating this pathway through the stars, and why was this pathway not destroyed by their hostile sun? I mean, void mana seemed somewhat resistant to the mana-destroying effects of the sun, but it still decayed faster. Unless the core mana had somehow offset the effects of the particle. What if the rift gates are hidden underground and they only appear at night? Edna asked the clearly obvious idea. Everyone, of course, clearly looked at Edna with that of course it does look. It made sense, and naturally we all felt a little like idiots. Especially Johann, who looked like he'd been absolutely disappointed that he didn't think of nocturnal behaviors. But the one with the Demon King may not be. Surely it has to be visible. Then again, Stella could open her portals even when she's indoors. Not as if a roof actually made a difference. Edna, of course, furrowed her brows. Maybe what we are looking for is a huge mountain that blocks out the sun, and the Demon King's rift gate is hidden under that mountain. It's also possible that the Demon King just hollowed out the ground and it's beneath us. If so, it's only visible to us at night. If at all. The long night came once more, and the demons emerged from the sands and the dirt. It wasn't hard to defeat them, especially once we realized they were vulnerable to skills just resistant to mana. It was the equivalent of magic-resistant blobs that took damage from physical attacks. We didn't capture any of the demons, and instead, tried to look for the rifts. At night, message was usable once more. Magical interruptions were essentially driven by the sun. We were looking for the Demon King, or the rifts, and at night, Johann's bird could unleash its full strength. In fact, it was a lot easier to find than anticipated. All we had to do was follow the line that the gigantic mountain demons took, and follow it to its end. It was a long journey that took one full day, amplified by their movement skills, and we found a large hole in the ground, so massive that it was easily 4 times bigger than the one on the Poison World. There were no towers here, instead, it was just this massive hole that looked like someone mined all the way into the core. There was also no water, unlike the Parasite world. It was just a pit that seemed to lead down. Where's the rift gate? Oh, there. Rune pointed at the edges of the hole, and we noticed that the rift gate was also supersized, and built into the hole, like the rims of a bottle. A giant demon king, Lumuf commented. There was literature like this. A very physical demon king with high levels of magic resistance. Rune stared at the surroundings. There were demons on the other sides that threw more rock and sand into the pit. These massive demons were like dump trucks, dumping their load of sand, soil and rock into the massive pit. Is it feeding the Demon King? A part of me felt like animal observers, trying to discern demonic behavior from what we see. I have no idea, Lumuf said. Rune's bird continued to search the lands for smaller rift gates, and there were none. Or at least, none that we could see. Do you think we should go down there? It was a massive pit, but the edges were still rock, and we could move down there slowly. Yes, I said. If we wanted to see what the hell was happening, this had to be our best chance. The rest of them gulped, and we slowly made our way down into the biggest pit ever. It was dark, and here, there were no demons. We just had to avoid the sand and rocks that the demons dumped overhead. If we fall, magic won't save us. We felt a strong anti-magic drain in the entire pit, and, as we went further and further down, the team noticed their magical items started to fizzle and make strange sounds. Thankfully, my 4 Valthorns were domain holders, and their domains protected most of their mana from the mana-draining effects of the surroundings. As we went down, we noticed a ray of light starting to emerge overhead. It has been almost 3 days. The sun is rising. The earth rumbled, and we saw something cover the entrance of the pit. It looked like a massive demon, or perhaps, a few massive demons. Oh fuck, Rune said, and here, strangely, our voices did not echo. Rune made an actual fire to brighten up the darkness. We kept going down. My roots and vines are like the feet of an insect, crawling along the walls of this pit. There was nothing for another 1 day, and then, we saw a horizontal tunnel, along the vertical pit. It was filled with demons. There. Let's go in there. Johann pointed, and my roots pierced through the demons in that horizontal tunnel. It's like we've taken a lift down, and then we went sideways. There were similar demons, these were smaller lizards, just like the ones on the surface. But how did they get so deep? It didn't matter. They died easily to my roots. Thank goodness my roots were technically skill and physical effect. Once we were in that tunnel, we found that it led to more tunnels, and it was a labyrinth. Tunnels and tunnels, and we followed them. Here, in the depths, the rocks did not drain mana. The only thing that did were the demons, and here, they were active all day long. In these tunnels, far away from that vertical pit, my guys rested. Here, their mana could regenerate normally, and it seemed, mana attracted demons. The demons were drawn to mana, like ants drawn to sugar. They were ravenous, hungry, and we killed them. We explored these horizontal tunnels some more, and soon found a large cavern with something we've always been wondering about. Rift Gate. A normal-sized rift gate, exactly the same model. Subterranean rift gates. Interesting. Should have seen it coming when my own rift gates are in the valley of the Unrodden, hidden from view. We moved to capture it, and cleared the place of demons. Those guarding the rift gates didn't pose much of a challenge, and my aura meant they were mostly frozen in place. Lumuf briefly entered Avatar state, and created a few subsidiary trees around the rift gates. Then, I activated the Star Mana variant of my Vine Ropeway network, and shoved the rift gates back home. Alright, that's one. Bet there's more. Rune commented. The group explored the tunnels for days, and found one more. We also captured the rift gates and the nearby Demolite, and then sent them back home. This part of the tunnel now fully explored, the team went back down the pits. We went deeper, and the journey down took even more days. It was also getting really hot as we approached the core, and the magical forces in our surrounding got even more wild. It wasn't difficult to deal with the heat, since I had the ability to adapt to all kinds of environments, so I protected the domain holders in a sphere of wood. As these woods were linked to me via Lumuf, like a small enclosed space. Essentially, they rode a wooden pumpkin wagon going down a deep hole. Sadly, it's not Alice in Wonderland or Cinderella, because down there was probably a monster. There was magic here, but it struggled and fought an extremely strong draining force. About 15 days in, the core was not molten lava, and instead, was a dried lattice of what appeared to be volcanic rock, and the heat had mostly stabilized. In fact, that strong draining force seemed to be keeping things cool. The walls had now transformed into what was probably a really intricate latticework of rocks, and as my vines touched these rocks, I could tell there was once a really strong magic in these rocks. They were a little like the core shard I got from the Comet world. We kept going. This deep, there were no demons. Nothing. And we began to feel a really strong pulse. The anti-mana energies pulsed periodically, and it flared outwards in a rhythm. We didn't see the sand or rock that was poured overhead. Rune commented. Maybe the anti-mana draining effects transformed them into something else. Indeed. So deep down, everything was just these dried lattice-like black rocks. There was once a flowing thing here, maybe centuries ago. It took a total of almost a month, and it actually became really cold. All heat was sucked out of the air, and it would be impossible to breathe outside. There was no ice, no water, and as we reached the massive core cavity, the entire core of the planet had been largely hollowed out. There were still some massive rock pillars similar to the dried lattice-like rocks. Filling up the gaps was this structure resembling a really complicated web of flesh and demonic spire-like structures. They all radiated a small, faint pulse. The structure was demonic for sure, filled with streaks of demonic energy that was familiar. Yet, at this point, we both sensed it. There were two forces here, both similar to a demon king, and yet different. One of the structures itself, here, up close, it radiated a really strong corrupting energy, quite like the effects of the Rotted Lands, and a forest rod. The structure was like a network and web that spread out. The structure around that cocoon is something. We began to look around, and then we saw an area where there was a very large mass of demonic flesh. It was a large lizard-like creature, but many parts had been hollowed out. That part of its body was wrapped around a large rocky structure that had an extremely faint energy. A demon king, or, it was a demon king. The first source of the demon energy, and this demonic energy was throughout the structure that covered this hollowed out core. It wasn't hard to put our observations together and conclude that our earlier theory was mostly correct. Damn, to think there really is a demon king in the core. Edna vented. It's possessing the world. It is. Lumuf nodded. So that huge it's holding must be the core of this world. Or what's left of it. The demon king itself was just a massive forest rod, meant to capture worlds and control it, such that it transforms into a demon world. The win condition for the demon kings isn't just defeating the heroes. It's also to reach the core, and then possess it. With the core, I suspect they would gain system rights to the world, and that allowed them to spawn demons instead of the usual monsters. There should be something similar that lives within the core of the parasite world, and we should reach it. It's the equivalent of a hacker getting access to the mainframe and then reconfiguring it for its own purpose. Or capturing a mine and using its resources to support its own war effort. That second source of demonic energy was a large cocoon. A nascent demon king. It was coiled up, and it was a gigantic lizard or worm of some kind. It was massive, and was the single largest object I've ever seen. It was the size of an entire mountain, and would blot out entire cities with any single one of its legs. My first suspicion was mostly confirmed. Demon kings were made out of the energies gathered from the core of the world. If so, that explained the drained feeling, and why that recovered slightly post-Demon King. But, if there was a Demon King still in the core, continuing to possess it, it also meant the parasite world would never fully recover. Once it reached a certain threshold, it would start producing another Demon King. How the fuck were the heroes supposed to fight this? Rune said. Without magic. Hack it repeatedly. Edna answered. There should be a core somewhere. Lumuf looked at the rest. Eon. A Demon King, still in its earthly womb, without its will. If it is a machine, is this a mecha without its pilot? A body without a soul? Could I hijack it? I felt all sorts of torment, but would I ever have an opportunity like this ever again? What do I lose, and what can I learn from this? Frankly, a lot. But what do I do with the Demon King around the core? Should I attempt to destroy that, and free the core? Or do I attempt to control the growing Demon King, and use it to destroy the structure? Lumuf. Take my seed out, and throw it into the cocoon. In any case, all I am sacrificing is just a seed. Mode of Trees. Year 206 continued, Part 4. I had questions. If the Demon King possessed the core, then why did the parasite world spawn normal monsters and animals once we reclaimed some of the land and populated them with trees? How did this system mechanic work? Did the Demon King's hold on the world fluctuate? Things that were speculation now, but as I looked at the Demon King and its Eon, what's our plan? Lumuf asked. I mean, what if that thing attacks us? Wait, let me clarify that. I am actually quite sure it will attack us. Teleport out if it gets really bad. It'll get you guys out if anything goes south. At that same time, I got Patrick to make the necessary preparations, and the entire central continent hummed with activity. We added additional artificial mines, and made sure that all the mana batteries were fully charged. I remembered that time when the Demon King attempted to possess me, and I somehow used that kind of soul blast, and I wanted to see if I could repeat it. I wanted to see if I could weaponize that sort of defensive mechanism with my clone seed by using it against the Demon King's body, and then, forcing the gestating Demon King to a battle of wills. The odds were low, generally speaking, and I had very little to lose. Not with this kind of encounter. If I lose the close seed, I lost time. If I succeeded, I would definitely level. If it's somewhere in the middle, that was still a success. Looking at the clock, we didn't have much time left, as in a few years this Demon King would be headed to our world. If I intercepted it before that happened, I also wanted to know if I could mess up the entire sequence of events by triggering an event before it was meant to happen. In a way, I essentially wanted to cause the process behind the demonic invasions to either fail or encounter some kind of jam. Best case scenario, we successfully stopped the Demon King from invading our world forever. Worst, well, the Demon King somehow takes over my clone, and also somehow, through that system, it could take over my body. I think that's unlikely. I could also cut off my connection with my clones if needed. It's also possible that handling a Demon King could somehow send me into a coma. But I felt it won't actually happen. With my domain now, it's very unlikely I would get a coma. Eon, I think we're more concerned with what happens if you go through a long sleep. Lumuf answered frankly. We believe you would survive, but if you were to be weakened for long periods, our central continent would suffer from it. There are the four of you, and the entirety of the Valtrian Order. If the Valtrian Order cannot survive without me sleeping for certain periods of time, then I've clearly not done enough to nurture the strength of the Order. There was never a good time to cut the umbilical cord, and I suppose I would have to watch the institutions weather their test. In history, that first transition of power from a founder to its successor institutions was critical. Would it be good enough? I looked at the Demon King. It grew slowly, and the unstable energies of the world. There were some interrupted voices in the energies in the air. Whispers, broken and shredded by the harsh powers of the demons. Let's just freaking do it. I declared, and everyone braced. Lumuf entered full avatar mode, and I felt the violent magic of the depths batter our body. It's a sensation quite similar to opening the windows when moving at high speed. I wrapped my seed in a multi-layered massive wooden spear, and attached it to a vine just as thick for control. Then, I thrust the spear towards the Demon King, through the demon's tendrils and the gaps in the shell. Through the vines and the spear I could feel the biting cold outside, and also felt the environment draining mana from the spear. The layers of wood crumbled and withered away, like the peels of an onion, swept away by the strong magical current of the core and the demons. We pushed on. The strength of that magical wave was manageable. This was inferior to a Demon King. A sign that it was not fully formed. Perhaps the true will of the Demon King lay within that black mass we saw earlier. No matter. I would investigate this layer. If I could capture the shell of a demon king, that was sufficient. The unfocused wave of energy from the demon suddenly tried to concentrate on my wooden spear. It gathered clumsily, and attempted to resist and push back against my spear. Yet it was clearly not designed to do so. My focused strike pierced through the layers of demonic energy, even if each step forward seemed to just eat away at the layers of my spear. Eventually, the spear smashed into the cocoon of the incomplete demon king. It was a relatively slow smash, like trying to punch underwater, but the spear still rattled the cocoon momentarily, and then I was hit with a wave of demonic energy again, rousing from within the cocoon. We persisted, and the entire cocoon rumbled. Awoken by the sudden rumbling, the mass of demonic flesh, spires and tentacles that surrounded the cocoon started to move. Eon, Lumuf asked, shaken by the kind of power flowing through his flesh. The core continued to shake violently, and some of the magical energies in the core became even more pronounced. Some of the dried lattice of rocks started to glow. The demonic flesh, or the host mother demon, moved towards us. We have been spotted, Edna commented, as everyone quickly equipped themselves for combat. This felt like one of those battles in games, in a glowing cavern in the depths of the planet, facing off against the demon king to decide the fate of the world. The lattice of dried, crystallized rocks around us glowed and pulsed in a rhythm that seemed somehow linked to the energies released by my spear of wood. The spear pushed further into the cocoon of the incomplete demon king, and each movement seemed to release magical energies into our surroundings. The flesh that formed the tentacles and spires around the cocoon moved, crawled and agglomerated, like a mass of nanomachines reforming into a greater, larger whole. This mass of demonic flesh now began to look more like a giant lizard, and once it largely took shape, it immediately spat acid. The acid smashed into one of Edna's hastily conjured magical shields. The acid vaporized the shield almost instantly. No magic, Rune reminded, as he switched to a loadout of anti-demonic spears. Hundreds of spears appeared from his pocket. Those spears all flew and stabbed the mother demon lizard through its body. But this creature was large, and it was like trying to kill a land whale with harpoons. It moved towards us, as Rune activated some kind of charged spear ability. One of the spears glowed, not with magic, but with his skill. The small spear smashed into the sides of the giant mother lizard. It visibly caused the giant mother lizard demon king to stagger. At that moment, the entire world around us shook. Yet it didn't do much damage. Eon, can we teleport the star mana bomb here? Johann suggested. Wait, that was a good idea too, but I wanted to try using my seed and reach the demon king. Star mana was a bad thing to expose the demons to. If the core was in this incomplete demon king, then this could be the best time to get it. I felt more of the incomplete energies of the demon king through the spear that now was halfway into the cocoon. It was an odd mix of core mana and demonic mana. It's on top of the strange powers that twisted this entire area, almost like a skill. It even felt like it was a clash of wills, as I felt something like a soul attempting to exert its way on the world, and my seed pushing my own will into this space. The mother lizard roared, and the core shook violently. The rocks started to fall towards us, and we weren't sure why. The gravity here was unusual, almost entirely driven by some kind of unknown magic. The chamber shook violently, and some parts around us started to collapse. We were pulled towards the cocoon, essentially, and yet these rocks flew towards us. Lumuf attempted to support the cavern from collapsing, as we extended my vines and roots against the collapsing walls of the cavern. Is it trying to crush us? Lumuf mentally said. But wouldn't that destroy the demon king too? It probably has a way not to get crushed. I injected the incomplete demon king with my mana, and it felt like I was throwing mana into the void. Yet, that very action triggered the giant mother lizard. The mother demon king charged at us, somehow walking quickly on the surface of the giant cocoon of the incomplete demon king. It looked like it wanted to smash us into the walls of the chamber. My vines and roots expanded outward from Lumuf, and I attempted to use my vines to hold it back by forming a large web and wall of roots and vines. It wasn't of much use, since it was so large. It was the equivalent of trying to hold back a raging bull with cloth. It merely slowed it down and made it even more angry. It smashed through the wall of roots and vines. It bought enough time for us to reposition ourselves as the massive lizard smashed into the walls of the chamber, creating a new open area. My clone seed was already inside the cocoon, but it had not reached the body of the incomplete demon king. A bit further, large columns of rock fell down. Again, they felt like they were pulled and manipulated by the mother demon's abilities. Did that mother demon have gravity power of some sort, as it once again bulldozed through Edna's shields? Rune and Johann attempted to dodge where they could, but they were clearly not suited to fighting in this environment, even if it was possible to manipulate the giant lizard demon to destroy and widen the area for us. This was the kind of battlefield that demanded the tank and barbarian types. Big, raw, Hercules-type physical force, and invulnerability. In any case, Edna and Lumuf tried to hold back the Mother Lizard, while a part of me pushed towards the incomplete Demon King. I kept pumping mana into the cocoon, and at the same time, attempted to push my will into it. In short, I was trying to first change and convert the area where my mana first touched. Maybe capture the cocoon itself, if I couldn't get to the body. As this happened, I felt things smash into my mind. Or, more accurately, smash into the helmet around my mind. It still shook me a little, but it didn't get through. Raw anger and hunger. A craving. To consume and to create more, for further consumption. It came from the cocoon, it came from the incomplete Demon King. Feed. Through my spear of wood, I had attempted to overwhelm the Demon King with my mana. Now, after I've pumped so much mana into the Demon King, I realized that I was a fool. I had overestimated myself, and now I realized how hungry the Demon King was. I was pouring salt into an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Not the ocean, because it's not that vast, but it was bigger than me. It had desired mana, a whole lot more than I have to give. A Demon King was formed from the mana of a world, formed from anti-mana and mana-draining materials, and I was deluded enough to try overwhelming it myself. It was a bad matchup and I was outmatched. This thing could eat all of my mana and some. I knew then that even my clone seed would not do much, and now I suddenly didn't have much confidence against the residual. So I pulled my clone seed back to Treehome. The rocks around us glowed, and it began to get warmer. I sent Edna back next through the teleport ability of the court of the TreeTree. It was just Lumuf left, and we looked around. I detonated my spear within the cocoon, and as expected, it didn't do much damage. The bomb. Lumuf reminded me, and I had it ready. But then, I saw the core of the world. It had shrunk much smaller than it was once. It was probably a lot larger a long time ago. No. The core. I couldn't capture the Demon King, but the core was there. It was still a very large thing, but maybe I could just take a chunk. Or maybe this was just a portion. I wasn't sure, so, rather than attempt to fight the Demon King and failing, getting a core, or a sufficiently large chunk was still helpful for my purposes. Lumuf moved towards the core, as the mother demon chased after us. That was fine, because once Lumuf crash landed next to what looked to be the core, my vines exploded outwards, and wrapped the core. What I could, at least. Lumuf entered Avatar once more, and I sent a fragment of the core home. I couldn't send all of it. It was too large, and I didn't have that much mana left. The mother demon charged towards us, and a wall of vines merely delayed it briefly. I knew this was a pointless fight and so pulled Lumuf home through my court of the TreeTree, just as I did with Edna, Rune and Johann. Lumuf landed back in the valley, surrounded by a battalion of aides and helpers. That didn't go well, but we had a core. Or a fragment of it. We took a chunk the size of a small house out of that entire thing, and I learned how high the mountain was. In many ways, I gained from that exchange. Lumuf collapsed as his body finally gave in to the exhaustion. Edna, Rune and Johann were already back in a biolab pod for immediate treatment. They were just mild injured, but the magical exhaustion really kicked them. The constant state of alertness since we went into that pit was exhausting mentally, even if we rotated rest times. First, I sent the core into a lab. It was so large that I needed to get one of the bigger labs to look at it, and I immediately felt two presence within. There was also a strong demonic presence within the fragment, one that I felt fighting with the small, tiny presence within. I decided to quickly drain the demonic energies out, and this was relatively easier, because it was no longer connected to the Demon King. Once the chunk was cleaned of demonic energies, I could feel the other presence within stabilize. It was rousing, and I felt a bit of something gathering within, something that felt like fragments of a will. It scattered, and then, I began sensing a small buildup of core mana within the house-sized fragment. Perhaps I only got a chunk of it, so that presence was only a fragment. Still, the core mana was clearly there. It's not much, but better something than nothing. What have we learned? The visit to the depths hadn't been entirely fruitless. We now know that there is a Demon King in every core, and that's their win condition. They must capture the core in some way or form, perfectly or imperfectly. That explained the gap of time where they defeated the defenders, but yet the world didn't immediately collapse. Heroes were, As the gods put it, medicine to stop the viruses. But in the absence of the medicine, the virus didn't immediately win. They have to control the body in order to win. With this knowledge, could we prevent a world from ever losing? Not by defeating the Demon King, but by making a world uncapturable. For example, if the core of the planet was suddenly moved elsewhere, or perhaps located behind some kind of magical portal such that the Demon King could not reach it. Thinking back to my will of the world, essentially if I was one with the planet, did that mean the world cannot be captured as long as I lived? On a larger scale, if we could somehow protect each core from falling to the Demon Kings, could we, by building a wall of uncapturable worlds, eventually block off the demons? A kind of moat strategy on a larger scale. Because if they could not capture worlds, they would not be able to continue producing Demon Kings, and the Demon Kings on that planet are stuck there. We could eventually drive them to extinction by cutting off the Demon King's ability to reproduce. That's a very lofty strategy, when we didn't even know how to do it. Rune commented when he recovered. I knew that will of the world's narration that I could fuse with a world, meant it must be possible to protect a world from the Demon Kings. At least it wasn't a question whether it was a possibility, more of a question of technical capability. Eon's plans really seemed to get more and more wild with each visit to the demon worlds. My ranger commented, I suppose when you travel worlds, it is quite an eye-opening and mind-broadening experience. I thought back to the nature of the Demon King, being made of demonic mana, void mana and core mana. What if there was a way to fuse star mana and core mana, or inject the core with vast quantities of star mana? Essentially, exploit the reaction of void mana to star mana during the capturing process. This would essentially create a stored defensive mechanism within the core. At least, sufficient to prevent one capture. How does core mana and star mana interact? I don't think we should experiment on our world with that. What if we blow up the planet? Also, it's like saying the core has a mind that could store star mana and use it as a defensive item. The core does have a will. The shard of the Comet world told me that. Of course, I would ask the core of the world before actually conducting such experiments. It's only logical. Alka was amused by the idea, naturally. Storing a star mana bomb in the core was his immediate suggestion. Nuke the Demon King from within. No, more appropriately, make the core of the world a minefield of star mana bombs, that would trigger once the Demon King came. Stella was
fairly horrified at the thought of experimenting on planetary cores, commenting that such things rarely go well. I was actually fascinated by the idea. It made sense. Making the core a minefield of star mana bombs was a pragmatic solution, because only the Demon King would come here. There was no risk of accidental triggers since no one went there but the demon, and if the Demon King reached the core, it meant the surface was mostly lost anyway, so letting the core have bombs as a failsafe was a good one.
A greenhouse for the tree. Year 207. The heroes were strangely relieved that they didn't need to go to another world. I suppose the idea of fighting the Demon King in the core of the planet really felt like a scene right from a Japanese RPG game. It's ironic that this world really takes so much from the games that we loved so much. It really makes me wonder whether I am just in a coma somewhere and this is me lucid dreaming. Or maybe it's the reverse, that all our creativity are residual memories, creations from what we've seen in some reincarnated past life. That's also a rather strange turn of events. Anyway, we briefed the heroes on the expected nature of the upcoming Demon King, and everyone quickly started making preparations. If it was an anti-magic Demon King, both Colette and Prabhu had to prepare for it. Everyone expected a counter of some kind. They just didn't think it was going to be a massive anti-magic lizard, essentially a strong counter to both Colette and Prabhu, and the whole host of star mana weapons. They decided to forge new weapons, of course. Imbued with heroic abilities and skills, instead of magic or spells. Items with some level of protection from the effects of mana drain, again, tested against the sand that we collected. It was hard to make it work, and it took them months of testing. The hero forges were literally creations of star mana, though they could use actual materials to give more substance and permanence to the output. Yet, real materials meant the products were not as strong as those made of star mana. After all, how could mundane items hope to rival the power of the stars? But as they tinkered more and more, they soon gained a deeper understanding of the hero forges, and soon, came with a request. We need more of those anti-mana sands. Colette said as she showed us a small glassy weapon made of the sand. We managed to use the hero forge to make a weapon out of their anti-mana sand, and it's significantly more resistant to the effects of mana drain, since, well, the sand itself is so good at draining mana, it was also good at stopping mana from leaking out. We could make weapons out of these anti-mana sands, and this would hold up. The pathway through the stars was still there, though we noticed the pathway itself seemed wobbly and uncertain. We didn't bring that much sand back, but it certainly was possible to make glass out of that sand, if there were sufficient quantities of it. We didn't know how much sand we needed, but the idea of mining this sandy planet for the anti-mana sands was really appealing. There could be a lot of uses for such a weapon, and if sufficiently widespread, it could equalize the inherent advantages of magic. Actually, with sufficient quantities of this sand, it may even be possible to somewhat mimic Earth-like, magicless situations. In fact, once this Demon King was over, I would probably lose access to all this anti-mana sand, unless I placed my clone on this world. Lumuf, of course, had to be sent back to the Sandworld. For sand. I wondered whether this was the first actual instance of dimensional mining operations. Well, at least it still looks the same. Lumuf went alone, as Stella attempted to keep the rift gates open. It didn't work that well with the battering of the Sandworld's harsh anti-magic rays. Lumuf activated a few storage bags, and then, they exploded. They couldn't store the anti-magic sand which interfered with the storage bags itself. Oops. Lumuf laughed. Looks like we'll have to send it back the teleportation way. Which meant Lumuf actually took large bags made of hemp and cloth, and filled them with sand. In avatar mode, Lumuf functioned as the conduit for teleportation to my main tree, through my tree of life. Essentially, he was another clone in avatar mode. Sand. It drained more mana than usual to send the anti-mana sand back, but we needed more. We took advantage of the day to eventually send back a small hill of anti-mana sand, piled up in one corner of the valley. As I noticed the presence of this anti-mana sand, I also wondered whether it had potential anti-demon uses, since it was also effective against demonic mana. Could we use the anti-mana sand to clear corrupted places, and remove the demonic energies from Rotterdlands-type terrain? If so, these anti-mana sand could be immensely valuable to restore terrain and clean the land from demonic corruption. Ken, my resident armchair critic, was quick to point out that I've had the Space Grand strategy equivalent of a unique resource that gave the faction access to unique units or research. That, of course, tickled my funny branch. That made sense. Who would have thought anti-mana sand was a strategic resource, anyway? Lumuf, you'll be doing mining. A whole lot of them. I am a priest, Eon. Not a sand collector. Lumuf protested, mostly as a joke. I have sand in every part of my body. Then you're doing it right. You'll have to be my sand collecting priest for this month. The anti-mana sand, strangely enough, did not cause any unusual reactions with my secret hideout. My spatial skill, which didn't use mana, or at least, didn't use it directly, could store this anti-mana sand without much risk, and after all my levels, my secret hideout could be expanded quite a bit. The heroes took their share, a small truckload, to begin experimenting with larger weapons. At the same time, I also gave a small batch to my blacksmiths, jewelers and crafters to attempt their own experiments. Alka too used the anti-mana sand for his own experiments, mainly to figure out how to make the bombs react exactly the way he wanted. Within weeks he made some very good discoveries. With the anti-magic qualities, the sand essentially functioned as negative gates, and in small quantities, it could be used to create more compact runic patterns, and prevent unnecessary magical interference between unrelated but nearby formations. In short, the sand could be molded into magical walls between spells. Given the value of these sands, I am thinking Eons should totally deploy a clone tree on this world. Alka stated. This sand could herald a new era of super compact magical weaponry. We may even attempt the computers that the heroes speak of. Valid, but I had my reservations. The parasite world's useless. We should abandon it for this. Alka stated. Again, I also had reservations. Surely there are resources there, just like the sand, that we have only not discovered. If I had to, I would probably abandon either the Comet world, or the moon. Most probably the moon because of how easy it is to get to it, again. Still, this was something I had to think about, so for now, we mined sand. A lot of them. The heroes made anti-magic staff and weapons, and Chung made arrows out of them. Chung and Hafiz both had a balance of spells and skills, as archer and knight-type heroes respectively, so transitioning from glass weaponry wasn't too much of a challenge. The weapons were strong, after all they were made through Hero Forge and so were just naturally overpowered weapons. They made a set for me, and a few extra sets for the future heroes. Just in case. On this front, I thought of Ken's League of Heroes idea, and perhaps we could start with trade. Trade of hero items between heroes of different worlds. I gave some to lilies, just mainly to share the anti-magic sand. They were fascinated with it, and immediately wondered whether it could be used with that anti-divine material we had. Black star. Gems. The coal-like material that exploded when exposed to star mana, in a way, quite like void mana. When we placed the two types of materials together, nothing happened. From what I recall, the black star gems itself didn't do much other than resist the effects of the gods, which remains untested even till today. Our attempts to work with the two together didn't get anywhere, but perhaps it's just a matter of discovering the right process. They were not so amused when I shared what we saw on the Sandworld. In fact, lilies responded with a revulsion. Something about a world filled with so much sand, that was so lifeless throughout, that seemed to really disgust them. Or maybe these lake plants just don't like waterless deserts. Reefy's search for the deepest trenches were filled with fights, and Reefy didn't say much. All he said was he needed more time, since the trenches were filled with monsters. He seemed fairly amused by the anti-magic sand, but didn't think much into it. The images Reefy shared were quite brutal, mostly of heavy fighting and slaughter. The depths were home to violent eels and weird fish creatures, and they fought Reefy's attempts to explore them. He didn't seem disturbed by it. Instead, Reefy merely remarked that he just needed more time. Reefy also showed me some special coral weapons that he made, inspired by what I've made on the surface. He had control and ability to directly breed fishes and fish creatures, quite similar to how I created my beetles, and these fishes could travel long distances. I was really curious how he maintained control and vision of them even at such distances, but Reefy didn't have an explanation. It was just what it is, and Reefy didn't think much of it. We should probably warn the Mountain World heroes about the Sabnok-type Demon King. It might blow up and flood the world with demonic corruption again. Lumuf pointed out one day during one of the monthly council meetings. It didn't feel very good that I was pointing out the problems and also giving the solutions. I felt like one of those business consultants that pointed out a future issue and told their prospective customers to pay up. You do know we look like swindlers when we tell them stuff like that, and we offer the solution too. I mean, we do have a pile of anti-mana sand, and conveniently, there's a future demonic corruption crisis to solve. It really looked like I am hacking, or even masterminding this shit. It would be even worse if the explosion didn't happen. Stella, of course, sat and then mused. Maybe they've already fought the Demon King and the explosion already happened. Oh shit. Then they'll need our help. Lumuf said. I mean, Eons' help. It's a good chance to test out the anti-magic sand, whether it worked as hypothesized. Alka responded. But what could they do, if a Sabnok-style explosion created another Rotterdlands? There's practically no defense against such a weapon. Not on a continental scale anyway, unless they somehow manage to lock the bomb or confine the bomb in a limited area. I thought back to the earlier fight against the Demon King, and recalled that it's possible to defuse or weaken the demonic corruption bomb by draining its mana. But that's something I'd have to do. We have an invasion on our hands. Rune diverted the topic. I think we're all still busy making weapons. Lumuf looked at Stella. I think we can manage a short visit. Also, we began to have some data from the first generation of the augmented supersoldiers. The first generational child of the treefolks and lizardfolk were reaching the age that they began to have some shape to their souls, and the results were mixed. Different types of inherited skills caused the first generation's children to display some odd qualities. Like enhanced strength meant they spent less time in their spawning pods because their strengths caused them to tear through the pods. I suppose even with generational skills, the host or breeding facility must be able to endure the super kids. The kids generally inherited the skills, but they were in a weakened form, which I suspect was due to their age. Once they matured, the skill would become its full form. There were a bunch of tree folks and lizards that inherited one of the harvested, void mage, skills to naturally have void mana, and those didn't work well. It caused the baby lizards and tree folks to look weak and fragile, and they had to be on life support. So, it's not as if every skill can be injected, skills needed to be compatible with the child, or it would cause problems. The researchers and caretakers also squabbled frequently over the conditions they faced. The caretakers were selected from those who used to support the Valthorns and their children. The unusual abilities these children had all needed special care and attention, but the researchers also wanted data, so the two frequently bickered. Right now, there were already third and even fourth generation Valthorns, since it's been almost 100 years since I re-emerged from the Rotterdlands. The mountain world was still the same, and when Lumuf returned, we were not greeted with fighting. That was a good sign. The first village we met looked relatively normal, still quite militarized, but everyone looked relaxed. A bit of casual, alcohol-fueled conversation later, the heroes have been busy fighting demon champions. After they were captured by the Demon King, the rumors seemed to say they were afraid of the Demon King, so didn't dare to make the final assault. Not something they said out loud, but it wasn't difficult to coax it out of drunkards. It was quite obvious in hindsight that being possessed and captured for so long would be a traumatic thing for the heroes, but I would have thought the gods' mind control would circumvent those fears and drive them towards the Demon King. Or maybe, as long as the heroes were still fighting demons, and not actively avoiding demons altogether. I remember Kay saying that they hear voices in their head. Lumuf said. Then again, I am not sure whether these gods apply the same kind of mind control or mental suggestions as those of our world. It's not exactly the same set of gods, even if there could be some overlap. Still, the presence of the heroes significantly tipped the scales, as the heroes could take on demon champions easily as they leveled. It didn't take particularly long for us to eventually return to the seat of the Council of Kings, and find them in a significantly better mood. There was a return of the arts and entertainment, and the shops looked like they've had a renaissance of sorts. Welcome back, Your Excellency. Lumuf's presence was initially undetected, but eventually someone saw him and ratted him out. One of the lizard people counselors came to greet him. On behalf of the Council of Kings, we once again welcome the savior of our heroes. It was almost public knowledge that there was some otherworldly help, by now. Our presence in this world was not a secret, and since the kings knew about it, almost everyone else soon learned of the other worlds. Some formalities later, a meeting was arranged with the kings, the heroes and a large group of advisors, where Lumuf then shared our experience with Sabnok, and the post-Sabnok destruction. There were only a few differences so far, so it's likely that this Demon King was a similar variant as Sabnok. The two heroes, now in better shape, even if they were still affected by their trauma, quickly asked whether we would be able to send heroes. Here, we rejected it, using the void mana as an excuse. Still, there were some things that could be done with the knowledge. 1. There may be heroes where their souls have been captured by the demons. 2. They started evacuation of the area near to the Demon King, based on an estimate of how much area was lost to the demonic corruption. They, of course, didn't say the knowledge came from another world, but from the gods themselves. The temples didn't like it, but thanks to the decade-long war, the kings were more powerful than the temples, and so used their powers to make those who lived too near move away. There wasn't much to evacuate, either, since thanks to the long war, vast areas were already a mini Rotterdlands. Thirdly, the heroes also made preparations, equipped with the knowledge of the tricks Sabnok used. It's like playing with a walkthrough, and after discussing how someone else had already cleared the game. As it is, they've reached a somewhat comfortable status quo, where they are just hunting the champions for level. We didn't say it out loud. I didn't want to trigger the gods' mental controls. There was something we wanted to know. What triggered the Demon King's win condition? When did they go for the core? Why was the Demon King still stationary when the heroes were already free? We can hear it. It's calling us to it. The two heroes said. We're pretty sure it even sees us. We know. But I am afraid. The two heroes were visibly shaking as the boy started to share his fears. After that first time, I am not sure if I could face it again. I know I have too. But, I thought I felt divine energies in the air as the heroes let out their worries in a meeting room. We have too. Darn. Triggered it anyway. Can you help us? We have a Demon King of our own to fight. We have 4 years left, and the next Demon King, now that I've seen it, worries me immensely. After the meeting, Lumuf suggested that perhaps we could help. The levels would help us against the Demon King, since we could get new skills. It was something worth thinking about. Loggerheads. Year 208. After watching the heroes show off their new weapons, we tried to make our own glass weapons, and we found the best way was to actually make them the non-magical way. Magical fires interfered with the anti-magical qualities, and conventional fires didn't. Or at least, mana-powered fires were weakened by the anti-magic sand and just made it harder to actually work with them. That didn't stop my craftsmen from trying, and the end result from our first few successful attempts were quite similar to obsidian, and these glass weapons felt very much like glass cannons, that they shattered after a few uses. Our own tests suggested that they were extremely effective against creatures with high amounts of mana, thanks to the mana drain effects, and they also seemed to trigger some kind of nausea if one wasn't able to handle the effects of the drain on the body and senses, when we tested them lightly on our own folks. The spears also caused the mana with a person or creature to become more unstable. Again, anyone with levels should be able to suppress and control their mana, but if not controlled, it could cause the mana to combust. I suspect this mana ignition quality to these anti-magic sand and the anti-magic solar rays were the cause of my trichikomas combusting into flames. They had little mana regulation or suppression ability, and as such, once the mana in them went crazy, they couldn't stop it. These weapons also didn't like magical storage, so they worked against things like bags of holding. Still, Rune's super range meant he could still exploit it, and I could still move these things with my portals. They even interfered with certain kinds of teleportation, though not portals. Magic could be applied around them, but not through them without significant force. It really was fascinating to work with these kinds of unique resources, and I wondered what was unique to each of these worlds. Surely, even a world like Treehome must have something unique that wasn't found on the other worlds. So far, I don't have much idea of what truly was unique between my world versus the mountain world or the three world. Not without significant trade and knowledge exchange. I also commanded my assistants and artificial minds to search the parasite world, though we didn't find anything so far, and we even tested the waters too. I wondered whether it was something like tier or epic unlocks. Like how in civilizations, we'd have to acquire the necessary research and technology knowledge before we were able to locate natural resources like oil or uranium. If so, maybe I am just too low on the tech tree. I can't see what's really unique to our worlds until I get the right skills. We had about 3 years left before the Demon King would come to our world, and our preparations to face the anti-magic Demon King were in full swing. So, Lumuf then brought up the topic of the otherworldly heroes, shared their trauma and also their appeal for help. We should help them. The heroes themselves volunteered for it. Prabhu and Colette were keen to assist once we shared the circumstances of the other world. Ken, of course, realized this tied into his idea for a League of Heroes. That involves a deployment of Eons seed on that world. Something we're still considering as it's Eons' last one. Unless I gain more seeds in the future, but with levels so scarce, it is something to be considered a bit more strategically. But honestly, there were just 2 types of choices. 1, against the Demon King, and 2, here, on the mountain world or the 3 worlds. After my failed attempt on the Demon King on the anti-magic world, I was quite open to the idea of a clone here. From what we know so far, each world gets invaded by one demon world at a time, correct? So, each world in itself represents an opportunity to explore one more demon world. More demon kings to fight, which is the only good source of high-level experience as it is. Ken spoke up for the idea. But we have 3 years left before this world gets invaded. Which should NT matter? Reality is, we need to be stronger if the Demon King from this anti-magic world is as strong as Eon described. We need to participate in the fight against this Demon King, which we can fight on our own terms because it's there, stagnant and waiting. Its abilities are also largely known, due to Eon's own past experience with a similar Demon King. On top of that, it is stationary, which means there's a whole list of abilities that Eon and the rest of us can abuse. I thought back to Harris and gang, and even before that, of Mila and Alexis. I remembered they had long-range weaponry and spells. Edna thought over it, and concurred with Ken. In truth, we're only risking the heroes. The domain holders will survive this, and we will gain levels. If we can minimize the risk to our 4 heroes, that would make this exercise a net gain. This was simply because cannot be added to my pantheon, and they also could not receive my court of the TreeTree. They could only get normal familiars. If we make sufficient emergency teleportation devices, we could avoid most of the risk from a sudden detonation. The main cause of death for past heroes was actually the post-death detonation, and that was something they needed to prepare for. So, with a few redundant countermeasures, Rune and Johan eventually relented. They were not keen on assisting at first, but Ken's focus on gaining levels did outweigh the risks, especially with the right countermeasures. After I heard both sides, I too eventually accepted that supporting the heroes was a good idea. The levels we could gain would help, and there was no reason to stop it. We also had to consider the risks of defeating the Demon King, because Sabnok did nuke almost a quarter to a third of a continent to death. Eon, you are much stronger now compared to the time when you faced Sabnok. Do you think a wall of your trees could block off the demonic corruption, if it happens? I wasn't sure. Maybe. I remember the energy from such a detonation was exponentially stronger at the core than at the edges. I remember the wave of demonic energies crushing the trees further away from me. I am pretty sure my clone can survive the wave, it's just whether my wall of subsidiary trees and normal trees could withstand the demonic corruption. We could use the anti-magic glass weapons to weaken the demonic energies too, and so, I started experimenting on anti-magic trees. Trees that were made from the sands of the demon world. It resisted assimilation into a tree, but the anti-magic weapon could help. For now, they made large anti-magic glass barriers. These glass barriers would serve as an additional protection for the heroes and my domain holders. Alka was enthusiastic as we worked out the offensive plan. A stationary target was the perfect target for him to exploit his shot from the stars, especially with the anti-magic ammunition and Alka's wide repertoire of star mana bombs. As everyone worked out their part of the plan, I felt nervous, and even felt privately quite suspicious. Was this anti-magic glass weapon really that much of a super material? Was everything really going to work so well? I wondered whether this was going to overstretch us before our own Demon King. I had doubts, even if I knew it didn't make sense. Logically, fighting every battle and gaining levels is the best path forward. We just had to stack the deck, and make sure we attacked every Demon King with sufficient overwhelming force. Eon, our patron, agreed to assist with the battle against the Demon King, but there are conditions, and it will be our plan. Lumuf spoke to the Council of Kings, the heroes and the gallery of their high-level individuals. And in return, the two heroes would help us with our Demon King. The two heroes agreed. Then, Lumuf outlined our battle plan for the benefit of those present. 6 heroes in total, 4 from our world, would face the Demon King, and they would be supported by my domain holders. Edna would be present to tank, Rune for ranged weaponry and bombardment, and Lumuf for field healing and to suppress the demonic bomb. I would have to deploy my clone somewhere close to the Demon King, and when the time is right, teleport the heroes over. The plan also involved walling off the Demon King's post-death corruption, just in case it detonated. We outlined a possibility that the Demon King would wake up and attack us once the 4 heroes from our world arrive, or when my main tree was deployed. If that's the case, it'd be a simple mad scramble to fight the Demon King. If there was some time before we fought the Demon King, I would start to gather more of those forest rods. At the same time, we'd use the time to stockpile star mana ammunition and bombs. Of course, this would be our ideal outcome. At the same time, this strategy involved deployment of my clone, and I would like to have a permanent place once I deployed my clone. So, Lumuf also negotiated for one of the demonic lands as the spoils for my assistance. This was contentious, and some of them said it was like we were annexing a plot of land. Which we were, I guess. Still, it's no one's territory as it is, because of the decade-long war. Once my tree was deployed, that location would be the staging point for the assault. The kings haggled a bit, but eventually agreed in principle. I could sense that they grew weary of the long wars, and I even sensed some underlying frustration with their heroes. There were some murmurs in the crowd that this was some sort of land grab and invasion, and the priests looked uncomfortable with letting another force claim their world. But they couldn't deny it in the end. Even in their world, heroes who survived frequently went on to start their own kingdoms, sometimes by force. This was similar. Lumuf and the councils went over the maps of the world and eventually settled on a spot that was once a forest. Once. A group of elites escorted Lumuf to the target site, mainly just to ensure that we didn't put the seed anywhere else. It wasn't hard to blaze a path through demon territory, though we encountered a few demonic champions along the way. It was located about 2-3 days away from the immobile Demon King, and already we could feel its pulsing presence in the air. It was like an ambient pressure that could be felt in the mana, and even the ground itself was filled with demonic mana. There was a very clear possibility that the Demon King may immediately attack us once I deployed my clone, so everyone was ready for a jump. Once we arrived, Lumuf immediately entered avatar mode, and my mana cleared the land around us. The clone deployed. I felt something in the ground once my roots started spreading in the ground. There was once a ley line that flowed underneath, that was now streaked with demonic energy, and that line of demonic energy headed to the core. It was subtle, mixed with the energies of the ley line, but I could sense it because I am very familiar with demonic energy now. It was there, slowly pushing into the ground, and I could feel some kind of resistance. The Demon King has already started tunneling to the core, but it does so through a magical ley line. The Demon King tapped into the ley line. I wondered whether this was another piece of the puzzle. As my own clone grew, I wondered whether the Demon King would immediately move, but the Demon King did not react. I was relieved, and my clone took just 2 days to fully form. The benefits of a world that still had reasonable quantities of ambient mana. Once I was ready, I began to flood the area with beetles, spawning trees constantly, and began pushing back against the demonic corruption in the area. Rune, Johann and Edna arrived soon after. All this while, the elites stayed put, and the elites of the mountain world were frankly horrified when they faced my gigantic clone tree and my 3 domain holders. Their reports to their masters back home were filled with similarly colorful words. At the same time, once my presence stabilized, I felt something different in the air, and I knew something was up. I wasn't sure why it didn't happen instantly. You've connected to the energies of another world. Soul Forge. Green unlocked. Artificial souls level cap increased to level 80. All artificial souls now have green option unlocked. Soul spiritualization unlocked. Souls empowered with soul spiritualization no longer need a physical body to appear outside of the soul realm. They will take the form of ghosts and spirits. Ghosts and spirits can gain levels like normal. You may create artificial souls as ghosts or wraiths. Mountain World Soul synchronized. You may now collect souls from the Mountain World. Tree bounded souls unlocked. You may now stop any chosen soul from reincarnating. You may stop no more than 10 souls simultaneously with this ability. Something happened. Lumuf asked. I just got a new Soul Forge color. I had forgotten that the Soul Forge needed a permanent connection, not just a temporary one through my avatar mode. But I didn't get this back in the Comet world. Was it because it was a dying world? And why was there such a long time lag? Because the Demon King was fighting or in the process of capturing the core. It's been a really long time since that happened and I didn't even know what to do. And now's not a good time. No matter, I focused on the plan. Since the Demon King didn't react to us, did not seem bothered by my presence, my beetles fanned out in all directors. We hunted for the demonic rods, I only had one left, and I wanted more. My subsidiary trees pushed outwards, and we attempted to encircle the Demon King. These trees would form a containment ring, and at the same time, spawn beetles that helped me capture the rods. It was actually really difficult to find the rods before they were deployed, but this was a matter of time. We eventually collected about 7 more rods, and I sent these rods back to the valley. Meanwhile, Lumuf returned to the cities to coordinate the heroes' movement. He was greeted differently this time around. The reports of the elite had already gone to the council, and I could tell they all felt like they bit more than they could chew. Previously, he was treated respectfully, and the kings conducted themselves cordially. This time, Lumuf picked up a sense of fear that was not there before. My priest had a calming presence, and his aura, on its own, was gentle, like the lapping waves of the sea, the gentle but present breeze of the beach. Mine was different. It was the thick, overwhelming presence of the jungle, and even for just a moment, the elites remembered it. It was imprinted in their minds, just as how my own Valthorns remembered me. The heroes are not here yet. The 2 heroes of the mountain world were very eager to meet their otherworld counterparts. I learned their names this time, Adrian and Kelly, and they were in a bus with their friends, when a truck came for them. It's always a damn truck. They will. Lumuf smiled. But not yet. We will try to arrange a session for all of you to meet before the battle. They are also eager to meet some people from their homeworld. I soon learned that Kelly was also a dark knight of some kind, but unlike Edna, she was more of the offensive type and had a mixed skill set between a barbarian and a knight. Adrian, on the other hand, was actually a food monk hero, and excelled in physical abilities. He had to consume food before battle to release them as power. Why did the gods think this was a good combination against a Sabnok type? Did the gods make a mistake with this Demon King? My trees spread quickly, and some soon covered the cities. With that, came information. The kings and elites were visibly disturbed by the beetles that flooded the entire theater of war, and that fear manifested through their conduct. Already, there were private discussions of what to do after the war. How to deal with me. Fear and suspicion. This was the nature of people. Lumuf had to quickly intervene before this got out of hand, and met the kings and priests. Our patron has no intention of invading your world. Once the war is over, we would return the lands back to you, except for the agreed plot, since that is a part of my god. The agreed plot was still pretty large, comparable to a medium-sized kingdom. Sufficient for a presence. This wall of trees is merely to contain the demon kings. What could they do but accept Lumuf's explanation at face value? The armies of beetles were each in the tens of thousands, and the sight of beetles duking it out against demons was truly gruesome. We were still not yet ready to hit out at Sabnok, and about 3 to 4 months after my clone was deployed, the Demon King seemed to detect my presence and began to attack. We endured multiple attacks from the Demon King's subordinates. Champions came for us, and the battlefields were covered in craters, from all the demonic champions' bombardments. Still, it refused to move, and I felt the energies of the core fluctuate. As I also began to notice the ley lines were also taking from me during the ebbs. I felt time was slowly running out, and called the 4 heroes to prepare for teleportation. The chopping block. Year 208 continued. The heroes exchanged greetings, and their arrival was greeted with bombardments from demon champions. 6 heroes. Those were relatively good odds, and both Adrian and Kelly were in the low-level 100s after their long periods of hunting demons. It actually cost me quite a bit of mana to send heroes through my clones, and it drained about 1/3 of my mana storage potatoes. The heroes were ready, and the Demon King continued to pump out demon champions and sent them our way. Magical projectiles from their champions were now a regular occurrence. There was an air of tension in the air. Expectations. We've killed a few demon kings. We've seen something like this in the hero journals, and so, well, do it again. I know you are afraid, but this is our job, and we're good at it. You two will be, too. Chung was the one that spoke and tried to calm both Adrian and Kelly. All we need you guys to do is hang in there, and don't get killed. After a bit of pep talk, the heroes briefed Adrian and Kelly, again, on what we've seen in our own exchange with a similar demon king. A castle demon, perhaps. When you come to our world, you should have a look at the journals. Prabhu added. And snacks. Trust me, you'll feel better with snacks. Colette promptly gave Prabhu an elbow. Don't diminish their trauma like that. I mean, I know. The snacks are just the equivalent of putting flowers on poop. It's still poop. Prabhu responded. But between the two I know I prefer flowers on poop. Adrian and Kelly just sniggered. It's all right. It's not. Colette stared at Prabhu. We've all lost our friends in our own fights against the demons, and all of us will learn to cope in a different way. It's not helpful to make it sound so simple. Prabhu probably realized this was a dangerous conversation, and decided to back off. Yeah, you're right. I am sorry. Colette took a deep breath, and after an awkward silence, sighed. I know you don't mean any harm. Adrian and Kelly, the 2 heroes of the mountain world, just stared. Colette, of course, realized how awkward the conversation had become, and decided to switch topics. We'll be fighting together for some time. So let's get to know each other. The female archmage answered. She looked not much older than when she first came, courtesy of the immense magic she held. They shared a pot of tea, and the two looked visibly calmer after a cup. They once again went through why their first assault failed, and how that led to their capture. The 4 heroes of Treehome also shared their own battles with their demon king, and they too shared the failures they faced. How their friends died the first time. There was something about sharing their own losses that seemed to really relieve both Adrian and Kelly's hearts. Even if it didn't fix it. Even if it didn't even heal all that much. We should get Kay and Stella here. Prabhu added. They are former heroes. Well, Kay was, but both of them saw as much shit as we all did. But I guess we can meet them. If we live through this, we will. Adrian said. Based on what the 2 heroes shared, there were some differences compared to Sabnok. For one, this hero didn't jam our communication system, so they were not forced to build communication towers. In many ways, what they suggested even seemed to say that this Demon King was a weaker variant of Sabnok. That's not confirmed, of course. It's likely that the Demon King didn't even bring out its best skills, since the heroes were so weak. It still didn't make sense why it did this, of course. Why did the Demon King capture some heroes? Why keep them alive? The heroes went through something similar to Alexis. They saw the fields of demonic spires, the vast lands. The demons read their minds, for sure. What was the purpose? Did they use the heroes' mana to help their capture of the world? Or use their minds to help improve or feed their own? Or were they looking for something in the heroes' minds? Or is it just a kind of parasitic or hurting behavior, that the captured heroes are farmed for something? I felt like I wasn't truly understanding all the pieces that were now available to me. My trees also searched the mountain world for demolite, and we found it everywhere. I was fairly sure I would find it in the 3 worlds too. The demons had rift gates, and these rift gates were the way to open paths across worlds. We also knew, at least from a simple guess, that these demolite were meant to mark their presence to the demons. Back home we had accumulated demolite over the years, since our discovery of their purpose, but we have yet to destroy them. Not until we figured out how to manipulate it, or at least, mislead it. I had one of the wild ideas to plant the demolite on the moon, and lure the Demon King there instead. The fight against the Demon King would happen somewhere away from population centers, and we could, if we need to, blow up the moon. Or use the Demolite to subtly control the rift gates. Or they could be two entirely independent things. Demolites are just nothing more than location markers, and once sufficient worlds locked onto a world, the Demolites serve no other function. If rift gates don't rely on Demolites for any sort of specific targeting beyond locating it as a world, then destroying Demolites may be futile. It's all speculation at this point. We took full advantage of the Demon King not attacking us to fully prepare ourselves for the fight. Rune was especially keen on unleashing hell on the Demon King for a distance. The heroes themselves made plans for failures, and Ken walked through quite a few gimmicks that he thought would be commonly seen in such immobile bosses. It's surprisingly insightful, and in hindsight, it's actually quite common to see immobile bosses in earlier games, especially side-scrollers. Ready? I asked everyone present, spread throughout the theater of war. They would all launch attacks from their respective positions, and then all head towards the Demon King. Everyone gave their signal. We were all going to hit it together with long-range weapons. An all-out attack, from everyone, and then we'll see what happens. Edna and the close-range heroes will move in then. Lumuf would move to support them with healing. Everyone unleashed their skills, as the entire world was momentarily flooded with side effects of using so much magic in a short period of time. The mages launched a massive volley of long-range fireballs, magical missiles and other kinds of energy blasts. Chung shipped 50 large hero items through my abilities and used them to shoot a barrage of hero-powered ballista bolts. Momentarily, there was enough magic flying through the skies that everyone, even those without magic, could feel a pulse in the air. Men and women from villages an entire continent away could feel the vibrations caused by so much magic. The close-range heroes Hafiz and Kelly both had to stay back. Rune also used his domain ability to fire star mana bombs at the Demon King. The attacks landed within a span of an hour, and for a moment, the world was greeted with an earthquake that could be felt throughout the entire world. This explosion was bigger than the minefield we had for the previous Demon King. There were more heroes attacking, and coupled with Alka's star mana bombs. The explosion was so intense that it would scar that plot of land with magical residue for decades, and cause tremendous magical instability for at least months, but in time, it would heal. As it always did, I could sense that the attacks landed, because there was a momentary weakness in the demonic energies, and I felt it ebb in the ground beneath and around us. Then a pulse, and another strong shake. The dust had not settled, but the heroes continued to attack. They were not going to wait for it to transform. A rookie mistake, and Ken strictly reminded them to double tap, even if it seemed dead. Rune waited, however, since we didn't have that many star mana bombs. As the magical attacks provided cover fire, Edna was the first to approach, confident that she could survive anything the Demon King threw at it. The attacks kept on going, and for a moment, we felt the world suddenly tear. A rift opened right around where the Demon King once was, and then, we sensed demon champions from throughout the world vanish, and reappeared around the Demon King. From those rifts, the demons counterattacked with magical explosions. It's still transforming, Chung said. His eyes glowed with some kind of sight ability. Don't let it finish. He recharged his array of magic ballistas, and another volley was unleashed. The second volley mostly smashed into the demon champions. They took the hit on behalf of their king, and were vaporized by the star mana charged bolts. The land around the Demon King had transformed into a huge crater, a result of all the weapons we deployed, and there was a thick layer of fire, plasma, dust and dirt whipped up by all the explosions. Through my spiritual sight, my view of the Demon King was not obscured by dust, only interrupted by the sparks of magic in the air. I saw it transforming and splitting apart, and then, for a brief second, a surge in magical energy from within the Demon King. Immediately, energy beams fired outwards, aimed at the heroes and also our array of weapons. The heroes dodged and some of the weapons were destroyed. Our shields couldn't fully block the beam. It was still strong enough to destroy my shields and some. Only Edna's ability allowed it to take the hit head on. At the same time, the demon champions that survived Chung's volley of ballista bolts started to fuse, and a few turned into the supercannon-type demons. This transformation happened incredibly quickly, far faster than what I've seen or heard, and once completed, they added cover fire and fired a constant ray of demonic energy. The rift sent more demon champions through. The heroes weaved through the magical beams, and moved closer. Ranged attacks needed longer charge times, and just were not as powerful as their mid or close range attacks or skills. Meanwhile, I kept my focus locked on the Demon King. My artificial minds supported the wider battle, and we spawned trees as fast as we could. Beetles from these trees supported the larger battlefield, as the attack on the Demon King seemed to rouse the regular demons out of their routine, and caused them to attack their nearby kingdoms. My trees also tried to close in on the Demon King. Let's shift to close combat. Hafiz dodged a massive beam of energy overhead, his magical shield battered from all the attacks. The supercannon-type demon champion also blanketed the battlefield with its rays and projectiles. The earth rumbled again, and this time, I felt a presence inject itself into the ground. It moved towards us. My roots spread to intercept it, and then, something blew up from beneath my subsidiary trees. Or tried to. My roots managed to hold the rocks in place. Another demon champion type surged out of the ground, and it looked like a spiky hedgehog. I didn't hesitate, and in those moments, my roots pierced it quite easily, and for a moment I seemed to have gotten it. It should have disintegrated. But the Demon King wouldn't let its army of demons die. Then a pulse of demonic energy spread outwards, as I thought I saw the Demon King's energy splinter into 1,000 pieces. The spiky demonic hedgehog, skewered by my roots, glowed, and empowered by demonic energy from the king itself, revived. Multiple champions throughout the battlefield, some killed earlier, were instantly revived by that demonic energy. It revives destroyed champions. That's a new trick, Chung commented, partly in bewilderment. I was partly amazed that it had an Edna-like skill. Essentially an army of undying. The champions themselves were still quite weak, even with the slightly enhanced power, so it didn't take much effort to crush them. Not with my current levels, but they kept reviving. I skewered the demonic hedgehog again, and then wrapped my roots around it. I crushed it, but I didn't move fast enough. And yes, even as I thought it was dead, it wriggled, and revived once there was another pulse from the Demon King. Focus on the Demon King. Edna had already closed in on the main body, a large blob of demonic energy that started to swirl. And then suddenly, it released something strange. Souls. Spirits. 3 dead heroes, and then, demonic flesh gathered around those souls. Kelly and Adrian, the 2 Mountain World heroes, recognized them, and screamed. Kelly immediately charged in her star mana armor. The flesh shaped into surprisingly lifelike versions of the dead heroes. Kelly, it's us. Don't you recognize us? One of the demonic-fleshed heroes said in an alien but incredibly lifelike voice, but I saw an intense gathering of demonic energy. What are you doing? Edna, intercept. It's a trap, I commanded, as my roots immediately surged out and attempted to attack the dead heroes. Kelly, retreat. But Kelly didn't listen, my roots didn't do enough damage, and once she got close enough, an intense beam of demonic energy blasted outwards from the demonic hero. Edna couldn't get there in time. My wooden shields and Colette's magic barrier appeared and we blocked a large bit of the blast, but that attack was no weaker than the Demon King's death rays, so the heroine still took a bad hit. The demon hero disintegrated, its energy spent, and there were 2 of the demonic flesh heroes left. Lumuf quickly moved aside to assist, and we saw her soul fluctuate and weaken. Her skin was charred, like she had just walked through an intense fire. Had we not blocked it, I was sure that would have instantly killed her. She's out. Lumuf lifted her and immediately retreated as fast as he could. She would need intense healing, and the demon's energies were so strong it even injected itself into her body. I vaguely sensed the presence of a demonic curse. That's fucking low. Chung cursed and they kept up their volleys at the main blob. It was irritating though, because the demon champions kept reviving, and even when defeated, they would only remain dead for 15 minutes or so. The pulses would revive them, and once revived, it would force all the heroes to be on the defense. It was so irritating that both Johann and Rune directed their attention on the demon champions, and concentrated their attacks on the champions to redirect some of the aggro and open up some attack windows. The heroes could not attack and defend at the same time, and I could instantly see why this Demon King won the first round. This was one pain in the ass. Prabhu and Colette naturally focused on the other 2 demonic heroes, and the other 2 demonic hero lookalikes just looked at the remaining Mountain World hero, and smiled creepily. Adrian cursed. Don't speak to me. You're not them. Don't fucking pretend to be them. He retaliated with magical attacks, and the demon heroes blocked it with magic of their own. But we are. Come. Join us. Join our rebellion against the puppeteers. They said with a smile. Why do we serve the puppeteers, anyway? They moved incredibly quickly, with speeds that did not seem weaker than the heroes. How did the Demon King animate these lookalikes that even had some almost hero-tier abilities? I was very curious what kind of world this Demon King came from. What kind of environment created this demon king? Colette, Prabhu and Chung, the three heroes in middle range all shared a glance. He needs help. I surveyed the battlefield then. Rune and Johann kept destroying the demon champions, but this took all their time. Edna and Hafiz were both in close range, and they hacked away at the massive demon king blob. They seemed to be doing damage, but they didn't have much window to assist others, since the blob itself had close-range offensive magics and also detonated small explosions around its main body. They were occupied, and in fact, Edna and Hafiz needed support too. Lumuf withdrew all the way to the rear, a good distance away from the battlefield. He was still focused on stabilizing Kelly. An army of healers were on standby, mostly from the kingdom, but some from the Valthorns. They quickly got to work and suppressed the demonic curse within Kelly's body, while keeping her alive. Lumuf's magical energies were exceptional at healing, and she got better, but it'll be at least half a day before she can return to combat. I needed to free up Rune and Johann to support the others. I helped to kill the demon champions with my roots, but they weren't dying permanently. I believe there must be a way to kill them permanently. I remembered how it was possible to interrupt the Demon King's reincarnation mechanic, so it must be possible with these lesser creatures. Even if they won't die, it'll just take over these champions, or at least, drain that piece of Demon King away, since that seemed to be the key to their revival mechanic. Prabhu decided to help, so he teleported next to Adrian, and created a magical shield. It blocked one of the demon's magical blasts. Don't fall for it. They're goading you. I know, Adrian said, angry. But I can't help it. The heroes traded attacks with the demons, but I concentrated on the demon champions nearby, and attacked them with my roots. But, this time, my roots pierced the body, and hunted for the demon king's energy. I found it nestled within a slightly harder part of its body. My root snaked through the innards of the demon champion and touched it. And I absorbed it. Strangely easy. The demon champion crumbled, as if all the damage it took from the past suddenly took hold once more. I immediately set out to repeat it with every demon champion. It was fairly slow, as the demons traded attacks. Edna and Hafiz both cut away at the demon king, but they couldn't land that many hits. Not with the demon king detonating explosions. They would retreat, close in to land a cut or three, and then retreat again. Colette and Chung would then attack during the times Edna and Hafiz couldn't land a hit. The gaps between their attacks were also fairly long, since the Demon King seemed to constantly shapeshift, and would regularly release beams of intense demonic energy that they had to evade. It was kinda shit realization, but I realized defensive heroes did not perform that well. Not against this Demon King where our shields just vaporized so easily, and sometimes, even taking a hit behind shields still dealt too much damage. The Demon King is in its own class, and the meta at that level of combat was offense and evasive abilities. Defense was useless unless they had something like Edna. Rune, Johann, are you able to see the Demon King's energies within the Demon Champion? If you can take it out, it would immediately make it crumble. They nodded and both switched their weapons to the mana-draining weapons, and went for close-range attacks instead. They both had some kind of mana sight ability, and it was quite hard to spot the Demon King's energy, but the anti-mana glass worked incredibly well, and the champion's revival was interrupted once they managed to hack through the demon champions and get to where that demon energy was stored. They crumbled when that energy was drained. We cleared the champions quickly, and the battlefield's bullet hell of magical projectiles gradually became less dense. It would lessen the strain on the heroes to deal damage. With all three of us taking out the champions, it still took about 2 hours to eliminate all of them from the battlefield. We were left with the shadow of heroes, and we shifted our focus to help with Adrian and Prabhu. I was very curious what these two creatures were. They weaved and dodged quickly. These demonic flesh heroes were very high quality, and had the speed and power to back it up. Still, I noticed that they were still susceptible to my aura, even if just a little bit, and that slowed them a bit. Eventually, working together with Rune and Johann, I finally stabbed my roots into one of them, and I began draining its mana. The demonic hero screamed and shouted, and then, detonated itself up. Or tried to. I detected its mana gathering, and my roots immediately intercepted it and interfered with its mana gathering. Instead, it just disintegrated. The last remaining demonic hero sensed its doom, and before anything, decided to detonate itself. That very act, however, meant its magical defenses were down. Prabhu immediately wrapped his magic around the demon, then flung the demonic hero high up into the sky where it detonated midair harmlessly. Adrian was exhausted. He wasn't as high level as the rest, and this battle weakened him. The trauma of facing his deceased friends drained him out. Retreat. Well, handle it. We were left with the main body. Kelly had stabilized, but she remained at the rear to recover under the care of the other healers. The Demon King is hurt, for sure. The heroes moved to attack. This time it was a clean fight. 4 heroes, Edna and the Demon King. The rifts occasionally spawned demon champions, but I took care of that. I mostly spectated this phase of the battle, occasionally helping with a shield or a root strike. My attacks still didn't do much damage. Rune and Johann also retreated, but they also helped with cover fire. The repeated attacks from the heroes eventually weakened it, and we sensed the reduced intensity of its demonic energy, dropping over time. Let's end this. With all of its gimmicks removed, the concentrated attacks eventually destroyed the blob, and then, a spire-like thing was within. Then, I saw an immaterial energy beam that reached for the core of the world. The spire-like thing started to glow as it floated midair, and I detected a huge surge in corruption-type energies. Very, very familiar stuff. This was the Rotterdlands bomb all over again, and this time, I won't let it happen. Lumuf charged forward at my command, as the spire created a magical barrier around itself. The magical barrier blocked the attacks from the heroes, but did not stop Lumuf, Edna or Hafiz from going through it. I felt my domain push through the barrier, and Lumuf touched the spire itself. At that moment, it attempted to attack us mentally. Natives, submit to us. Domain has blocked attempted mental attack. Lumuf recoiled at the attack, but he too had a domain, and my energies flooded the spire. The spire smashed into the ground beneath us, and its energies attempted to infect the land. But by now, my trees were everywhere in the battlefield, and my mana was ready to resist. Destroy the spire, I shouted, and the heroes came and unleashed hell on the spire. The spire cracked, and then, disintegrated into nothingness. Not even the demon core remained. At that moment, the flesh of the Demon King, many of it separated and cut off, started to transform into demolite. You've defeated an Otherworld Demon King. Title obtained. Multiverse Demon Hunter. You've gained 7 levels. You are now level 221. The heroes slew the Demon King of the Mountain World. Many others gained level 2. More importantly, Alka leveled from his constant supply of the weapons of war, and ascended to be my 5th domain holder. Treesallations. Year 208 continued. Vine and root related abilities are all significantly upgraded. Your root distance has been significantly increased and the depth and range expanded. Demonic mana resistance significantly enhanced. New domain skill. Guardian Tree Ants. You are able to spawn Guardian Tree Ants near your clones or your main body. Guardian Tree Ants can act independently and fight, but may not move too far from your main body or clones. I found that ability quite weak. It just added more of the same type of ability to my skill set. I already had strong support skills, and Guardians, well, that didn't add much. I needed more offensive ability, or failing that, more movement and mana related abilities. Adding more flesh to the battlefield generally, well, didn't do much. Yet, I also wondered whether that's a wise choice. I am a tree. Even with clones and more trees, I am still a tree, and was I trying to fit a round peg into a square hole? It's tempting to believe, as one gains levels, that I would become more all-rounded, more able to do what I was not able to do before. But I am increasingly noticing that the system also forces a type on me, and doing something outside what the system considers normal for me generally requires extensive preparation. Even then, I would still be outcompeted by those who had the right classes and optimal builds for those things. The domain choices were really one of the rare times when the system actually allowed us to actively steer the direction of our powers. This is not so for humanoids, who, through their actions, can choose what class they acquire. Monsters, on the other hand, are what they were designed to be, and evolutionary choices still had to remain linked to their core form. Therefore, now that I could somewhat modify living beings to some degree, could I therefore guide this path elsewhere? Just as I attempted to steer the development of my tree folks and my lizard people, I am starting to realize perhaps I missed monsters. The creation of true anti-demon monsters would be a great start. Just as nature is often an arms race between different species, why couldn't nature have their own counter for demons? The demons evolved indirectly, adapting the qualities of their captured world into their own, each time, expanding the variety of demons, one world at a time. I would also speculate that each demon king was also slightly different, thus, adding another form of evolution to their force. My evidence. was that Sabnok was slightly different compared to the demon king of the mountain worlds. Perhaps the ratio of demon and core was mixed slightly differently with each new spawn. So, nature had to evolve. The natural world most likely had two main ways of evolution. The first one, unique to this magical world, was the subtle evolution through the spawning process, in which the system creates life out of thin air, perhaps using a blend of the existing creations. This was most apparent in the Rottedland's edges, where we had hybrid creatures and plants. Second was of course the supposed Earth way of accumulated surviving adaptations. I am inclined to believe the first was the main evolutionary tool in this world, simply because magic and demon kings just killed everyone so quickly, that the system repopulates the world with slightly better adapted individuals. But why let the system be the only one doing it? If I could make treacherous, why not make demon-eating hounds and beetles? Giant demon-eating worms. Training. Equipping Valthorns with the right skills is fine and all, but evolution must consider all choices. A point I had clearly neglected, even when it was what I started with. I had trained beetles, and my artificial minds continued to make incremental improvements to better adapt them to our ongoing war on the parasite world. Things that artificial minds were good at. Faster, stronger, bigger. But I could do more. Especially more radical recreations. Different. Reconstruction from the ground up to make them more focused demon-killing machines. Artificial minds could take one or two steps back, but they were not designed for ground-up remakes. I could redesign them from bottom up, create stronger versions of their original form. Not just that, I could attempt to fuse the anti-mana glass, or any other kinds of material into their structure to create something alien. Weaker, but different, and then incrementally improve that weaker type to make it more powerful. Not just that, looking at it, could I also recreate artificial minds and improve them? I had responded to the growing need for oversight and for routine automation by adding more and more artificial minds to the problem. Patrick assigned and allocated tasks to them. Could we make better artificial minds, and improve their hardware such that each level they gained did more? The heroes celebrated the death of the Demon King. Kelly recovered after 2 days of intense care. So, now we need to help you with your Demon King. Adrian said. But how do you already know what's coming? Complicated story. I'll let you have more details once you visit our world. But the gist of it is that Eon can see the Demon King coming. Sort of. Whoa. The two heroes were impressed. You guys have counters for most Demon Kings, then. Prabhu shook his head. Not for the one that's coming. Eon said the next Demon King will be a massive, heavily physical, super magic resistance, anti-magic type. Something we have no counter for. Not directly. We don't have a physical hero in our lineup, and sadly, the two of you are not pure physical types either. So, we'll have to make do with larger numbers, and hopefully, better equipment. The heroes gained some levels, but strangely, it wasn't very high. The 4 heroes and many of those who joined the battle also gained the same title as I did. A useless trinket. Even those who assisted indirectly obtained the title. The 4 heroes from our world gained 4 to 5 levels each, though Adrian and Kelly, being lower leveled, gained about 10. A big party was held throughout the kingdoms, though the atmosphere was somewhat tense among the elites. My presence partly dampened the euphoria. The kings were fearful, and the worries had many aspects. Would we leave? What do the heroes want now? Who would do the cleanup of the demonic corruption that covered so much of the world? How do they maintain their power above the temples, or would the king's power and influence be usurped by the temples again? The heroes were mostly oblivious. They were just happy to have the weight off their shoulders. The commoners partied like it truly was the end of the world. Have you guys attended parties like this? Adrian asked. Like, back home. Yes. Smaller ones. Nothing like this. This truly is something else. Decades of constant warfare finally brought to an end, and the kings spared no expense to commemorate this momentous victory. Every kingdom contributed a small sum to the party, but combined, it was a truly lavish thing. A moment of bliss for the common folk. A moment for the heroes to forget the sacrifices and losses along the way. A moment to drown in the seemingly endless barrels of alcohol. A revenge party for a decade-long war. Because these moments may be all they have, until the next Demon King comes along. The nobles made the effort to approach the heroes, and their questions were meant to get a sense of how we were back home. An attempt to understand where the kingdom stood in my world. Of course, I didn't expect Prabhu to know what to answer. The central continents ruled by Eon. Directly. Prabhu said to a noble of the mountain world. It was a party, and some heroes. What about the temples? They rule the other continents. Well, indirectly via their influence on the actual rulers, but the central continent is pretty much de facto controlled by Eon and his organization. The nobles all naturally poked, and attempted to drive a wedge between myself and the heroes. Why do heroes accept such an arrangement? Prabhu stared at the noble curiously. Why not? Not all heroes seek to rule, and Eon established a competent military dictatorship to support his realm. His realm is not perfect, but largely decently managed. Don't heroes want to create their own vision of the world? Prabhu laughed at that. I think that only applies if the locals don't even know what we want, then we have no choice but to create it. How is life in the central continent? What do kings and nobles do? Prabhu frowned. Honestly, I don't know. I don't see them much. All of my dealings with the world are handled by the Valthorns. Why do you let them treat you like that? A noble said. Surely a hero can handle his own affairs. It amused me that they goaded the wrong person. They would have had better success with the other heroes, who mostly remained with Adrian and Kelly. Maybe they would try it with them later. Prabhu just laughed at that. I am quite happy to have a small army of assistants. Do you not feel like you're some menagerie animal? Why would I? My needs are met, and Eon may be my best chance to find a way home. Maybe Eon already has a way and has been withholding it from you, in order to use you to fight his wars. The only wars I am fighting are against demons and my hunger. But maybe you guys should pay Eon's clone body a visit and book a tour to our world. It wasn't exactly a secret by now that I sent heroes to their world. After all, now that Eon's clone body is here, he won't be going anywhere. The nobles winced. It's quite a pleasant trip. Prabhu went on a promotional spree. It's safe, and as long as any of the Valtrian Order's guys accompany you, you can be assured of your safety. Food's good and the accommodations are great. There is some really interesting scenery to see too. I was told the valleys and the Freshkin colleges are super popular with the younger nobility. I somewhat cringed, so I focused on the other group of heroes. Some of the nobles approached them, but they were adept at dodging, and eventually, they left the actual party. I've got a word of advice. Chung immediately said to Adrian. If you're gonna start your own kingdom, don't stick your thing in too many places, and don't have too many kids. You have kids. Adrian looked at Chung like he said something funny, and asked. No, but I've seen what my predecessors went through, and dealing with the mess isn't fun. They'll fight, and it broke my predecessor's heart when his wives and children fought with each other. Adrian shrugged and nodded. Chung held his hand. I am serious. One of the things we heroes lack, surprisingly, is self-control. With all this power in our hands, we can get our way easily. But there are consequences, especially with people, and with organizations. If you build a kingdom, remember that the kingdom exists because you exist. Once you die, your kingdom collapses with you. Is that why you guys have not made your own kingdoms? Kelly asked. When we came to this world, that's what they promised us. We'd be kings and queens, heroes, we'd have the man of our dreams. Chung nodded. It's a lie. The beautiful cake they sold us is filled with worms. Mostly. You gotta realize which parts are not filled with worms. Then, Kelly looked sad. Why are we here? What should we do? Survive. Until we all meet our eventual doom at the hand of some future demon king. That's sad. It makes me feel like what we've struggled so far is pointless. It's not. Even in our world, we eventually die. We are doomed, either disease or old age, or many other reasons. Yet, our life back home didn't feel meaningless. I thought going to class all the time was pretty meaningless. Adrian quipped. Meaning is something you can create. Our predecessors tried different things. One went on a hunt for good wines, another dabbled in fashion and arts. They took what they liked, and dived deeper into it. For me, I quite like killing demons, so I am trying to be even better at it. Chung answered frankly. Or you can be a snack addict like Prabhu. The two other heroes heard him but did not respond. Around the same time, I also sent my trees to explore the area underneath the Demon King. My trees spawned in where that Demon King once camped, and I detected strands of demolite that went really deep into the ground. The ley lines were tainted by demonic energy, though they would fade in time. I sensed the taint weakening each day, and eventually the ley lines would flush out all the demonic energy. The Demon King had somehow pulled the ley lines of the entire region to this single spot, and now that the Demon King was gone, these ley lines were slowly drifting apart. This would be a good time to pin the ley line together to form a dungeon, but then, I wanted to see how a world recovered. Defeating the Demon King did not answer the question I had. What was the demons' win condition? How did they win, and what determined how long the world held up? From what Lilies said, I knew that a demon king could remain undefeated for decades, almost centuries, but still the world did not fall. Yet, from Sneck's world, their world clearly collapsed quickly. This was comparable to a doctor trying to diagnose a novel disease, and now we are trying to figure out the mechanics of the disease. A mutating virus. Concurrently, I started to clean up the corruption in the areas designated to be under my rule. It didn't take more than a week to clear my marked lands of the demonic corruption, my energies easily overwhelming the demon's presence. What's the plan with this location? My domain holders didn't stay long. Edna, Rune and Johan returned home. There was also the topic of names for this new nation, and I decided to call it Branchhold. I would like to first increase the tree population, and increase my total mana output. Later on, I would relocate some of the Void Archmages to this world, and begin surveying the skies for other worlds. My astral sight was enhanced now that my clone body was here, and already I could see that this world could access 3 worlds and also Treehome, and also some other further worlds. It was the interstellar equivalent of expansion. I decided to open my land to refugees, and got some of my experienced Valtrian Order administrators and mid-level Valthorns to come over to Mountainworld to set up the new nation of Branchhold. In time, I would like to introduce the Canary to this world, and also implement offshoots of existing institutions. As for the lands outside, I also cleared a few safe paths to the rest of the inhabited worlds in order to kickstart the migration and resettlement, but for now, the rest of the demonic corruption remained. The locals of the Mountainworld called it the Demontouched Lands, and they spawned hybrids and demons quite similar to the Rotted Lands, but still different in their own way. This was useful research and I wanted to take another opportunity to examine them. It would be good to study them and compare them to the specimens we had back home. Alka actually gained his domain while bunkered somewhere far from the battlefield, though he was actively supporting the battle by giving the bombs some extra power-ups. As a field scientist, he could amplify the strength of certain equipment, and that included the bombs, and I figured through those contributions, he gained the experience needed to get through to the domain. He naturally joined my pantheon for life insurance. He got the domain of explosions, and the first, extremely unusual ability of his domain, always a bomb, was his ability to be a living bomb. Essentially, he could detonate a bomb around himself, without actually needing a bomb, of varying strength and up to the strongest bomb he has ever made. The number of bombs he could release was pretty much scaled to the strength of the bomb. At the same time, the field scientist class returned to me, since, once he had his domain, his class no longer existed. It was merged into the explosions domain, along with all the skills. In a way, that sort of made Alka very dangerous. He could theoretically nuke himself next to me if he wanted to, and I was really thankful that I had other bodies as my own personal insurance. Then again, that's the same class any offensive geared domain holder will reach. A hero, or a mage with a domain would probably be similarly dangerous, so, there really was no need for excessive paranoia. I would need Stella to get her domain, and we should largely have the pieces needed to really jam up the demon's process. Too bad we missed a chance to send some roots through that rift. Stella said to me privately. I would love to see what kind of world that Demon King came from. In the heat of battle, that was not an easy thing to do. The rifts were not common either. Since this set of demons spawned their own demons by manipulating existing ley lines, they did not require much reinforcements from their homeworld, except during that final battle with the Demon King. With the festivities mostly over, we had a Demon King to prepare for, and this time, I wanted to attempt to jam the Demon King's teleportation process. Bunkering for trees. Year 209. Lumuf returned to the Sandworld alone. The place had not changed, but this time, we were not here for the sand or to study the solar radiation. We wanted to mess with the mechanisms used to send the Demon King through the worlds, and see whether we could essentially shoot down an intercontinental ballistic missile while it's ascending from its silo, or mess with the delivery vehicle such that the ICBM could not even hit its intended target. My plan was simple. We've seen the mechanisms used to create the portal, and the goal was to simply smash them before the Demon King could use it. After all, the Demon King itself may not be able to stop me, since it has to teleport to another world. If it did interrupt and attacked me, that was a success. If it lured the demon in the core out of the core, that was also a success. If that failed, I'd attempt to mess with the mana balance of the portal, and see whether I could stop the Demon King from teleporting. Any delay was a success, even if they still eventually made the trip. I don't think it's ready yet. Lumuf said, as we stood above where the hole once was. I could sense the massive pit to the core beneath us. There was no structure here, no tower of void energy. Not yet. Just the rift gates built into the walls of the pit. We could destroy it, of course. So we did, but I reckon the demons would be able to regenerate these gates fairly easily. These rift gates, built into the walls of the pits, looked more flimsy than the normal gates. During the day, the pit was covered, and we took advantage of the daytime to enter avatar mode, and my roots pierced through the ground beneath us. It was a demon champion that functioned as a mobile cover, and it wasn't hard to kill it once I found where its core was. The path between the two worlds was solid, and now, from this side, I sensed tremendous amounts of that core void blend had been injected into it. But I couldn't interact with the path. Only Stella could, which made me wonder. I know it's possible for a normal person to gain void mana, and I myself already have small quantities of star mana. But could we train a regular person to possess star mana, or to possess any other kinds of mana? Anyway, I digressed. I focused back on the pit and its immediate surroundings. How did the Demon King create those structures, and could we destroy it, copy it or change it? There was currently nothing around us. Except for the structure at the edges of the pit, which we have destroyed. Yet, I had a feeling it wouldn't be so easy. The next likely candidate was the demon within the world. Maybe it coordinated the transportation and the opening of the rift. It must have had a mechanism to create the structures needed to open the gates to the worlds beyond. If so, I'd try to intercept it. We have 2 years left. Lumuf repeated. It's not here yet. But the rifts will open soon. Let's head further underground and try to reach those rift gates, and observe from this end. Lumuf gulped. Some days, I think this avatar ability is cursed. Back home, war preparations continued, and I used the expanded range of my roots to continue my expansions into the sea, and also underground. There was nothing much to find in the sea, not with my now increased range. Even underground, it was more of the same thing. Still, with the expanded range, I could reach even further out of the sea, and even deeper, and for once, began to connect to a string of smaller islands further out to sea from the central continent mainland. Places I could never reach before, and with it, more mana. I realized the folly of my earlier attempt at the womb of the Demon King. I was still underpowered, and if I sought to unmake the demons with mana, I would need a lot more than mana of just one continent. I needed the mana of at least an entire world. Maybe 2 or 3. So, I shifted my attention to the parasite world, now in a state of flux. Do I still need this world? I needed a world where mana was plentiful. A world that could fuel the war that is to come, and this wasn't it. Actually, as I reviewed all my clones, I concluded both the moon and the parasite world should be on the chopping block. Comet World too, but since it had the value of traveling through the void space, I decided it was worth keeping despite the mana shortfall. My moon seed was now a waste, even if it was the first experiment we did. It had no mana production, and Stella's attempt to mess with the void paths into our world did not work. Not even when she tried to block the astral paths on the moon. It was the equivalent of trying to stop an out-of-control truck with a piece of paper. A really thick black piece of paper. Naturally, it didn't work, so I decided I would recall my moon clone. It was the easiest to recall, since it was so close to me that Stella could open a portal to the moon. Thus, the opportunity cost to redeploy was the lowest, if someday I were to find some other use case for a moon base. I felt my close tree shrivel, shrink, and then, vanish. Clone seed recalled. 10 years of cooldown before it can be redeployed. Aw fuck. At least I know it takes 10 years. A blink of an eye, actually. My immediate thought was to deploy it on 3 worlds. If I could use it to unlock the new Soul Forge color, I would be willing to make enemies for it. With the enhanced mana from the Mountain World, we renewed our offensive against the demons on the demonic Parasite World. The Parasite World is also linked or near its own set of worlds, though I couldn't see them clearly. The sky was littered with the effects of the collapsed void path that acted like clouds. With more mana at my disposal, I could maintain and support more trees and more beetles, and so, we expanded the controlled areas to cover slightly more places. Over the years, I realized that it was better to claim territory that led to a demon structure I wanted, or a place I wanted my Treechikomas to investigate, than to just claim the land for the sake of it. Like a blob, we gave up our land where we found nothing, and used the saved mana to push elsewhere. We captured a few demonic spawning pools, and these ones just generated more of these parasites. It improved my understanding of these parasites, but not much else. At the same time, as my tree looked up to the cloudy astral skies, I made a note to send Lumuf into the demon's pit once the skies began to clear. Maybe there was something we could learn about how the demon finds new worlds to target. That said, I think I may have to wait decades for it to target another world. Still, I could discover another world this way, by hitchhiking on the demon's targeting system. I could front-run its invasion by sending Lumuf to the other side. A future plan. The demons did not take any precautionary measures even after our invasion into the core. That was, of course, strange. If they were intelligent, they should have done something. But they didn't. Or maybe, this wasn't something they normally reacted to, so they didn't know how to react. In any case, it took about the same time to reach the horizontal tunnels again, and we found the lesser demons massing. There were more spawning pools, and as we explored the tunnels, we realized that these tunnels were everywhere. In a world so large, there was no way I could find all the tunnels without a thorough magical scan of the world. The demons resembled the creatures we fought on the surface. Hardy, physical, and tremendous magical resistance, and had a soft underbelly, and some no weak points. My domain holders had already made sketches and gave briefings on how to fight these monsters. Training for the Valthorns, and mock demons made from stone elementals. I also used my Dream Academy to simulate battle against these demons. Because of the physical nature of these demons, it took quite a bit of effort for my Valthorns to learn mana-less combat methods. We also distributed skill seeds to help my Valthorns augment their arsenal of skills, so that they could have some mana-less skills. Honestly, the skill spell issue is still confusing to me. They both feel like they should be one and the same, and yet they are not. It remains one of the puzzles of the system that I didn't really understand. Now that there were only 2 years left, the energies of the rift began to gather, and it was now possible to get a general sense of where the rifts would appear. It was going to be in the eastern continent, again. Naturally, the Ivan triumvirs were not pleased to learn they would once again face a demon king on their land. It felt like they just had one a few decades ago. The energies from the rift were still unstable, and because of that, I couldn't properly pin down the location of the demon king. Not yet, anyway. Maybe next year I would get a location, and then we could start planning an ambush. For now, it was time for the smaller rifts to appear, for the lesser demons and champions to grace our world. The first rifts opened almost at the end of the year, and the lizards walked out. We didn't intervene immediately, my deployed forces mostly just monitored their movements. We knew from the parasite world that there were some differences in the demons' abilities and behaviors between the demon world and our world, but we were not sure how significant this gap was, and whether that was a common thing across all types of demons. We watched as the Ivan forces tried to fight these physical demons to relatively decent success, and eventually concluded that they were actually weaker here. Their bodies were so used to the dry, manaless environment that their hard, dried outer shells, that when they came to our world, their bodies hungrily soaked up the ambient mana, and it changed their tough bodies. We did notice that when sufficient of these demons were around, the ambient mana decreased significantly, and made spelling more laborious. As a whole though, the regular mobs were weaker, but the Demon King won't be subject to the same restrictions. It's likely, from extrapolating our initial findings, that the Demon King would have some kind of anti-magic ability. Maybe we'll get some global anti-magic. Edna speculated. We haven't seen global effect Demon Kings for some time. You sound like you're looking forward to it. Rune said. Those were unpleasant times, from what I heard from the survivors. No. I mean, that's just what it is. Trends repeat themselves, and the demons eventually rehash the same ability types. A global magic interruption is likely. But how do we circumvent a global anti-magic ability anyway? We would once again see the collapse of the global message system, but if it's anti-magic it could do more than that. I recalled that they could even interrupt my communication with beetles. The previous heroes made transmission towers, something I was only able to replicate to a much lesser degree. Again, we would need to work around the magic with skill and system. I made a note to train a physical-only Valthorn, and relayed the message to elites. This is a bit too late, isn't it? I heard one of the Valthorns naturally grumble about my request. If the coming Demon King is a physical type, how are we going to get anyone ready? I know, of course. But if the Demon Kings eventually repeat itself, a physical type domain holder would eventually have value. Maybe 50 years, maybe 200 years, but eventually, we will encounter this type of Demon King again. I acknowledge my failure to consider this anti-magic, physical-only type of Demon King, so, the right thing to do was to prepare for it. Essentially, As we reevaluated why we failed to prepare for this type of Demon King, we began to realize that we were guessing what kind of Demon King was coming, but that's actually unacceptable. For us, as an institution, I had to predict at least 50 to 100 years ahead in order to prepare someone for that eventual outcome. 50 years was the estimated amount of time it took to train a domain holder. I wasn't thinking far enough. We needed to brainstorm and start to prepare for the Demon Kings after this one. Not just the coming one. Look at where we failed, and what kinds of powers we could have. I needed to be Batman, and prepare for every eventuality. In fact, this was where the heroes' pop culture and media knowledge became useful. Ken and the rest of the heroes were more than happy to brainstorm, during the lulls and rest periods, the kinds of creatures that may exist on other worlds. The ideas were wild. Vampires, werewolves, slimes, spiders, eldritch horrors, human-like creatures, machines, supervillains, goblins and ogres, golems, oversized snakes. They essentially recited all kinds of monsters they could remember, and tried to imagine Demon King versions of those creatures. It was a fun exercise, and I found it strangely calming. It was great to be reminded of stories from our world, and it also reawakened my memories of the games I played, the books I used to read and the stories I've heard. My domain holders, except Lumoof was still in the Sandworld spying on the demons, were naturally horrified by the kind of creatures they imagined. There were also some really good ones that made me think, such as the possibilities for one of the captured heroes to be somehow turned into a Demon King, perhaps through the demonic parasites, or something that's non-physical like a ghost, or a water-based Demon King. Or, a weapon Demon King. Ken, as a joke, suggested a beaver Demon King. I personally suspect a water-based Demon King was the least likely of them all. That said, even though they were speculations, it made sense to make some preparations, and start training individuals to be able to counter or mitigate some of the threats. I wouldn't see the payoff now, but 50 years down the road, who knows what could make a difference. In this entire world, I am probably one of the best placed to make this kind of moonshot investment. So I must. We didn't face much difficulty with the demonic mobs, so the heroes could breathe easy. Prabhu suggested that Adrian and Kelly take a visit to our world. A point I agreed with, since they would fight here, so I had my agents in the mountain world make the necessary arrangements. The nobles were not very pleased, but what could they do? Adrian and Kelly made the trip to my clone, and I sent them here, right to Freshka. The transportation went well, and there were no system prompts. Personally, I was pleasantly surprised that there were no punishments or system problems from sending gods summoned to another world. My personal gut feeling was that they didn't think it was sufficiently likely, so they didn't create any security measures. Maybe they might, for a future batch, if they realized that heroes were fighting in places they were not supposed to. Oh well. The two heroes were most fascinated by the assortment of snacks, and the relative modernity of Freshka. Their first stop. The hero logs. I suppose it's like a guestbook that the heroes have to sign every time they come here.